It's a quite short circuit. It's a very fast circuit as well. Even if it's one you enjoy, and I mean, the experience of driving one of these things around here has got to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, you get up to about 4.5 G around Stadium Bend. You up to around 60, 65 miles an hour, depending on the conditions and what tyres you've got as well. So yeah, it's it's pretty quick, and but it's very, very technical. So if you don't have the setup right, you're sliding here, there and everywhere, and it just won't work.
And what's your goal for this weekend? I mean, obviously you want to win at the end of the day, but is that the objective goal? Do you think you could be fighting for the win or maybe for the podium?
I would like to be, but there's some guys out there who've got some mega engines, so I mean, if I can come in the top 3, top 5 maybe, that would be nice. And also I'm racing for in the name of Great Ormond Street, and because I had leukemia when I was 7, and that was 34 years ago when I was diagnosed and sort of become clear of all the treatment and so on. I'm just sort of go back to the hospital to every now and then to sort of go up to the children and basically say, look, you can follow your dreams a bit still, even if you've had all this treatment that knocks you out. Just don't give in. Simple as that, really. And you can basically live your dreams a bit still.
So you're racing for a fantastic cause, and that is great to see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and absolutely best of luck this weekend.
Cool. Thank you.
Here then with 3 of our younger drivers in the paddock at the London Cup, and in an eclectic of different classes as well. We've got Shaquille, Marley and Liam racing in Junior Rotax and Micromax. Let's start with you, Shaquille. First of all, hello, welcome to the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into the racing?
Well, I'm quite excited really. I mean, I did it last year and it didn't really go too well, so I'm hoping this year we can have a bit of a better time.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan going into it. Of course, we've had a few days of running already so far here at Rye House. Is it a track you enjoy? Are you kind of getting to the grips with it after maybe a bit of a disappointing last year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing here in the IKR, so I know the track well. Testing's been alright. It's been a bit of wet and a bit of dry, so I think overall it's been pretty decent. I'm just trying to get a good setup, trying to practice in the wet a bit, and see how it goes.
And what's your plan to come with this weekend? I mean, obviously everyone would love to win, but is that on your agenda? Is it, again, just kind of get some more track time as we head into the winter, and then, again, just keep improving as you go forward?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm looking for a good finishing position, maybe a podium. Obviously looking for the win, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Kill. Let's move over to Liam now. And Liam, I'll ask you the same thing. How are you feeling coming into the London Cup here at Rye House?
Excited, obviously. Came third last year, won the championship this year at Rye House, so looking forward to it. Hopefully I can do well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've got maybe the results to back it up. Would a London Cup at the end of the season maybe cap off your year? Is that something you'd be looking to gain?
Yeah, it's my final junior race, so really I'm hoping to take it away, hopefully.
So final race in the junior, I assume you'll be moving up next year. Have you done any testing in the class above yet, or are you just going to jump in next year and see what happens?
Jump in next year and see what happens, really.
That's fair enough. Well, seeing as how it is your last junior race, why not let the people at home know, what's it like driving a junior max? I mean, obviously not quite as fast as the senior cars. They're obviously a little bit limited, but those things, they're still rapid, aren't they?
Driving a junior is fun, it's fast, but it's annoying because as soon as you're slow, you're annoyed, you don't talk to them, but when you're fast, you're over the moon, and that's how it goes most of the time.
Well, best of luck in your final junior race ever, and we'll see how you go out there tomorrow. And then finally, let's move over to the youngest of our 3 here. We've got Marley, who is racing in the Micromax class. And Marley, how are you feeling coming into Rye House?
Pretty fast, and it's my home track, so yeah. Fingers crossed, top 3 or maybe faster, but yeah.
Well, it's always great to have Rye House, your home track. I mean, it was the home track of Sir Lewis Hamilton back in the day, so we know many people have come quite good in their racing careers from here, but great to hear. So you've been running well over the weekend so far. Heading into the racing, what's your plan? Are you just going to go all-out attack all the way through? You maybe just save it in the heats and then go for it in the final?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, go straight for it. But, yeah.
That's fair enough. And then, do you think you've had a good season so far? Of course, you know, you're still quite a young driver. You've still got plenty of time to learn and develop. But can you look back on 2023 as a year you can be proud of?
I mean, it's my first year in Micromax, but in Bambino, I was smashing it around here. Yeah. So, yeah.
Always good to be confident looking back. Well, thank you very much, Marley, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Elena Gallio, racing in the junior Rotax class here at the London Cup in 2023. How are you feeling, should I say, looking into this weekend? We've got the sun beaming down at the moment, so maybe some good omens for Sunday's racing.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. My second time in junior, but it looks promising for now.
And, what were you doing for junior Rotax? Were you racing in Micromax, I assume, or Intermax?
No, I was doing pro karts. Yeah, that's really it.
So, pro car, so bit of a jump there. What would you say is the difference then between a pro car and a junior Rotax? Maybe for someone watching along at home who hasn't driven either of them, it's quite a sizable jump.
The acceleration, it's very different and it's much more physical. Yeah.
Yeah, got to really use those muscles to haul the thing around the corners. But as I said, we're back here at Rye House in 2023. At the moment, the sun's out. How are you feeling looking into Sunday? Is Rye House a circuit you enjoy? Do you think you can do well here?
I think I can improve, but I know the circuit quite well, so I think I'll do better than today.
That's awesome stuff. And what's your goal heading into the weekend? I mean, obviously everyone says they'd love to win the London Cup, because who wouldn't? That's the racing mindset. But, you know, thinking about it realistically, do you think you could be contending for the win, for the podium, for top 10s?
Second time junior, so I hope to get top 10 for now. Yeah, that's really it.
So it's more about just getting used to the car and getting some track time more than anything here this weekend?
That's all, yeah, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Now then, we are here with Jack Gillingham in the Junior Rotax for MPS Performance. And Jack, back again here at Rye House for the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into this fantastic event?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to do well this weekend. Been a while since I've last been here. Used to race here a bit, won a few races, but we're back to try and win.
So is it maybe trying to get back into the historical racing that you've done here and maybe just try and find some form? Is that the plan?
Yeah, try and win. I mean, literally to win. There's no point racing if you're not here to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the racer's mindset there. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about MPS Performance? Obviously, you're here with the team. How long have you been a member of the team? How long has the team been together? And what do you guys all do together to try and push forward as drivers?
So, the team's been around for about 3 years now, maybe. I've only been here for a year. It's just basically we just get together, look at data, help each other, get faster, improve our lines, improve our racecraft, and just mess around and have fun.
Is there maybe any intra-team rivalry as well? Are you all good friends? Do you all get along?
We all get along, but of course we all want to beat each other at the same time.
Yeah, no friends out on a racetrack, of course.
Exactly.
And what's your goal then? I know you said obviously you want to come in and win the London Cup like everyone else, but, you know, coming in here, you know, what's your pace like, what's your goal? Are you absolutely determined to get that top spot, or is it just get a good finish, get some track time at the end of the year, and then maybe come back next year even stronger?
I mean, anywhere top 5 I'll be happy with that. That's my aim for the weekend. Podium would be lovely, win would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Jack, and best of luck out here this weekend.
Thank you.
The 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome wherever you are joining us around the world for the 2023 London Cup. My name is Ross McIntyre, and it is an honour and a privilege to bring you all of this action from the most historic karting competition in the UK, and one that wraps up the season perfectly. You join us here at Rye House, a track that David Coulthard once described as the Monaco of Hertfordshire. And although at the moment it is nice and sunny, it looks like the weather today is not going to mirror that of the French Riviera, as a big threat of rain is set to come down, especially across the lunch period. So we'll have to wait and see. But Rye House, wow, what a circuit. This is the starting place for many of the greats in British motorsport. Many a world champion, the likes of Anthony Davidson and Sir Lewis Hamilton, got their start racing here. Of course, the circuit designed by Doug Jest back in 1961 and was one of the first dedicated karting circuits in the whole of the UK, and it has hosted The World Championship before the CIK FIA Karting World Champs were held here back in 1968 and 1969, back when it was still a 3-weekend series. It was the final round in 1968, with that championship being won by the Swedish Thomas Nilsson, and the second round of the 3 in 1969, with the Belgian Francois Goldstein winning the first of his 5 titles here, 4 in a row, before, of course, he was stopped by the great Terry Fullerton in 1973 at Nivelles-Borla in Belgium, a track which unfortunately no longer exists. However, British driver Mickey Allison did finish 3rd and 2nd in these championship. Just like to let you know, this is still the warm-up sessions. You have not missed any of the action so far. The first heats are set to start at around 10 a.m. local time, so that is in roughly 22 minutes. This track has also hosted the Junior World Champs back in 1974, when it was won by Italian Felice Ravelli 1 year after Alain Prost won it. It's the only time that a circuit in the UK has hosted the World Championships, apart from Paul Fletcher International in 2013 and 2017, and both of those events were won by British drivers in Tom Joyner and Dally Curler. And Dexter Patterson, now a British Touring Car Championship driver, won the Junior World Championship in 2017 as well. And you may not have seen this, but on Thursday, fantastic news, the World Championship is back in the UK as well in 2024, heading back to PFI alongside a new championship, the inaugural OKN World Cup, which will also be held at the same event. So great to see that the World Championship will be back in Britain next year. And given the track record of British drivers winning the World Champs at a series held in the UK, hopefully long may that continue in 2024. As I said, you join us for the final few warm-ups. We're just getting going for the final few sessions, but we shall be racing in the first heats of the day at 10 a.m. local time, 10 a.m. UTC. Of course, the clocks did go back in the UK last night. Again, hello and welcome wherever you're joining us around the world, whether you're joining us on the broadcast or at trackside. It is a pleasure to be bringing you the 2023 London Cup. Make sure you like, share and subscribe, and to get the stream out there to show the whole world what an amazing event is going to be put on here, as we see the drivers making their way out, and just make sure that everything is running smoothly. It is quite a chilly morning here at Rye House. The weather is being okay for the time being, although the temperature is low at the moment. It is set to rise, a little bit of wind in the air, but the rain is set to come heading around about lunchtime, and over the lunch break it's set to come down pretty hard. And you can see it was raining quite heavily overnight as well. The track is wet at the moment, wet tyres for all of the drivers. Race Control have declared a wet track surface, so no choice there in what you are running. But going to be interesting to see how the weather fares. Of course, in 2023, the London Cup was an absolute downpour, and especially later for the finals as well. The place turned into an ice rink. Hopefully we can avoid that this year, as already some racing going on in the warm-up sessions. The drivers feeling ready. We spoke to many of them across the weekend, and although it was all smiles for many across Friday and Saturday, today it's laser focus for all of our competitors out on the circuit. A big crowd here as well. This is the biggest entry list that the London Cup has ever seen this weekend, which is absolutely fantastic. And of course, many watching along at trackside in these opening warm-up sessions. There are 2 heats to look forward to today. The grid for Heat 1 decided by qualifying, of course. The grid for Heat 2 decided by qualifying, and then the points received in Heat 1, and an average is taken from that. And then the grid for the finals, which is later on today, they are decided from qualifying and the points gained from Heat 1 and Heat 2. And many finals and many races to look forward to as well. We have 2 different splits in the Como Bambino class. We've got the Honda Cadets going out, of course, both the 160 and the 200 racing on track at the same time. We've also got the IAME Bambinos, the Micro Maxes, the Rotax Inters, the Junior Rotax, the 177 Rotax, and then last but not least, the Senior Rotax to end off the day. And we are not far from the end of this warm-up session, and there are still a few more left to run. Again, we are going to be running the warm-ups until about 10 a.m. local time. That is 10 a.m. UTC. The clocks have gone back overnight here in Britain, so that's 11 a.m. If you're still in British summertime. And, well, we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen. And, again, you can see the track. It is starting to dry up now that the drivers have started to go around just for a little while. And, but it's still very, very wet, and especially offline as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the track evolves over the course of the day with the heavy rain overnight. Track is very, very green. I don't think we're going to be seeing any particularly phenomenal lap times today. It is not the ultimate track surface, shall we? It is not the ultimate track surface, shall we say. The driver's getting out there, spin it down the turn one. Hopefully everything is all okay during this warm-up session. Again, the racing due to start in just over 15 minutes time here at Rye House. And wow, it has already been an amazing event this weekend. And now that the racing is about to get underway, I am super, super excited. And it should be absolutely fantastic to see. As there we see, that's the number 28 getting wheeled back. Hopefully everything is okay. Part of the ADX team. Again, just a reminder, you are not missing anything at the moment. This is just the morning warm-up sessions. We are going racing at 10 a.m. local time. That is just over 15 minutes for the first heats of the weekend. It'll be getting going with the Bambino Heat A. That is the Comma Bambino Heat A, followed by the Comma Bambino Heat B. There are two different splits within the Comma Bambino class. Such is the size of the entry list for the Comma Bambinos that they've had to split them up, which is absolutely incredible. Even that this is the where young racing drivers get their start. It's the first class that you can race in the UK from the age of 6, and to have so many coming this weekend, it just shows motorsport in the UK it's in firm hands for the future, shall we say. It is well and truly alive and kicking. But as I said, you are just joining us for the warm-up, so if you've just joined us wherever you're watching around the world, you are not missing any of the racing action. 15 minutes to go until the opening heat get underway. Now, where this is potentially quite interesting heading into the weekend is around the tyre regulations. Now, of course, we'll factor the Bambinos out of this because they have to run all-weather LeConte tyres. That is just how the Bambino class works. But everybody else, the dry tyres, you are running on a Maxxis Sports. And that's your one choice. Every class has to run that. However, it is been declared a wet track at the moment, and if it is wet, you have a choice between Maxxis SLWs or Mojo W5s. Now, that could be quite interesting to see what happens, because obviously with different rubber, they both react in different ways. And with the LeConte tyres, they're also putting down a different type of rubber from the Bambino. So if the track is wet, it's going to be interesting to see if any particular rubber is the better set to be on. As again, a crowd watching along here. That's the grandstand outside of turn 1, Stadium Bend, a huge corner. One of the biggest turn 1s in all of British karting, just absolutely flat out. You just got to wind on the lock as you go. You've got to watch the massive bump in the middle as well, where the tarmac joins. Yeah, that is a ruthless bump. I've done my back on it many a time, and it can properly unsettle the kart as well. So hopefully the drivers will be able to avoid getting on the wrong side of that bump, shall we say. But of course, Rye House, it's very spick and span at the moment. It's had a lot of investment over the past few years, got a new track surface. There's new digi-lights around as well. A lot of the curbs have been redone as well. So the track is at the best condition it has been in a long time, and that is fantastic to see. And the drivers all absolutely loving it out on circuit. It is a very popular circuit. And Lewis Hamilton once said that Rye House has always been a great circuit, run by great people who have been incredibly supportive throughout my career. And if a 7-time Formula 1 world champion can say that it's a great circuit, then I think it's pretty safe to say that this place is not bad. And of course, it's one of the most historic circuits in the UK. As I mentioned, one of the first dedicated karting circuits in the UK, built back in 1961 by Doug Jest. And the London Cup is one of the most historic cup competitions in all of British karting. And to have that etched onto your CV as a London Cup winner is a real honour and a real career booster as well, if you're looking to move up the motor racing ladder in a few years' time. You can see there crowds watching all around the circuit, on the balconies, in the grandstands, and in the paddock as well. And the marshals as well, of course, A big thank you to all the marshals this weekend and all the medics and all of the safety team. They have been doing a fantastic job all weekend, and we could not go racing without them. They are the real heroes of the weekend and of motorsport, and we pass on our everlasting gratitude to the men and the women in orange. And as we see there, some clouds coming in. Although it was sunny earlier, the wind has now picked up. The temperature still maintaining around about 10 degrees Celsius at the moment. But rain is still set to come in. It's actually ticked up to 11 degrees, but the wind has picked up. And within the next hour, it looks like the rain is set to start coming down. And it will reach its heaviest just before the lunch break, actually. So it will reach its heaviest at the back end of the second heat sessions. So it's going to be interesting to see how the weather all unfolds. Hopefully we get some dry finals, even if the track is still damp. So it is all up in the air what's going to happen, and it's all up in the air who will be crowned as a London Cup winner in 2023. What a momentous weekend for UK karting, one of the last competitions of the year as well, given it is the back end of October. So it's great to see that everyone's turning up here, and although of course driven and looking for success, they are also looking for a fantastic weekend of racing, and many are looking to etch their name into the history books here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. Now, I've already explained, but I will just go through it again. The format for the day's racing. The first heats will start in just over 10 minutes' time, and there will be a dummy grid for one formation lap for the heats and a rolling start, apart from the Bambinos and the Honda Cadets, which will be a standing start. It's going to be lights go out or the drop of the flag, and they'll get going. And then they will go racing. The heats are 7 minutes and then plus 1 lap. So when the clock hits 0, the next time the leader crosses the line, that is the final lap of the race. And the winner, of course, it's whoever crosses the line first. Pretty simple. First person to reach a checkered flag is crowned the winner of the heat. And then there's 2 heats, and then the grids for the final is determined by your qualifying position alongside the points that you gained in both of the heats. And then, well, the winner at the end of the final, you're a London Cup winner. It's pretty simple like that. So as we see there, the drivers getting ready for the final warm-up session. That is the senior Rotax, the class that everyone has their eyes on. And they will be the final warm-up session. And then it'll be time to go racing. First up, we will have Bambino Heat A, or the first heat for the Bambino A splits. That is the Comma Bambino class. And of course, great to see so many of them here this weekend. And of course, they've got some big support as well. Let us know who you are supporting at home. If you've got family or friends or just a driver that you've got a particular fondness to go. And, well, yeah, should be interesting to see. But one more warm-up session to go coming into the racing, and that'll be the senior Rotax warm-up. And they are just heading out of the pit lane now. As you can see, the drivers just pushing themselves away from the dummy grid in the pit lane. And the mechanics, you are not missing anything. Still 10 minutes left to go until we get racing. This is an untimed session, so no live timing available for the session. It is just a warm-up for the drivers to make sure that everything is working and to get you in the mood for some fantastic racing this week, today, should I say, here at the London Cup. And if you tuned in, maybe you've raced here in the Cup before, if you've been around, please do let us know, whether you're in the chats of the broadcast or if you're on social media. Please get in touch at Motorsport Radio and let us know your experience. We'd love to hear your thoughts, love to hear who you're supporting this weekend, and love to hear how you're finding the weekend's action. It has been a fantastic weekend so far here at Rye House, and we can't wait to get going racing in just under 10 minutes time now. Should be very, very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold here at the London Cup in 2023. I did mention earlier the Rye House has had a bit of work done to it over the last few years. New track surface and new digi lights, new curbs and all of that, but it's still the same circuit at its absolute core. 8 of maybe some of the hardest corners really in all of British karting. Got maybe the most daunting turn 1 down at Stadium Bend. That huge right-hander that you're heading almost flat out into, with a big bump in the joint in the tarmac halfway through. Reg's elbow as well, the left-hander afterwards. You really cannot compromise your turn one for that one. It's you've got to find the best of both worlds, and then the two hairpins, the infield and the outfield hairpin. Very, very awkward corners where you've really got to try and rotate the rear of the car as best you can despite the low speeds. And then potentially the most iconic part of the circuit, having into turn 5 and turn 6, pylon bend and complex nivelle, a quick 90-degree left, heading into a medium speed hairpin. This is definitely a place where the brave can overtake before the S's, where you just have to work the kart so hard, keep just grinding away at the steering wheel. And in the final turn, turn 8, paddock bend, and it is flat out and across the line. Now again, if you have just joined us, hello and welcome wherever you're joining us from around the world. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, for the 2023 London Cup, and we are just 7 minutes away now from the first races of the weekend, the split A for the Bambino classes and their opening heat. This is the senior warm-up session, an untimed session just to get the drivers in the mood, make sure that everything on the kart is working okay, and to test the track conditions as well. But again, with rain coming in not too long, there are some ominous clouds looming in the distance, but currently blue skies over the circuit, and the track is looking drier and drier by the minute, but it is still declared wet by the race director, and of course race director's decision is final. There is no right of appeal. You can't go out on dry tyres if the race director declares it wet. Of course, the race director adhering to the IKR regulations that this cup is run to. But as I said, clouds looming over, so we're going to have to wait and see how it is all going to unfold following the rain, which is destined to come, it would seem, at the moment. So the way that it'll work, just to remind you, as we are getting ready for the opening hit of the weekend, the Bambino class, the Como Bambino class that is, and their A split, they will leave the dummy grid, have one formation lap, and then get into the main straight for a standing start, unless, of course, you are not in the Bambinos or the Honda Cadet classes, in which case it is a rolling start. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the heats, and then 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the final. So a little bit of a longer race in the final. And jump starts, of course, if there's a jump start, they'll just go again and the race will go. Checkered flag now is out in the final warm-up session of the day. It is almost time to go racing. Let us know how you're feeling wherever you're joining us from around the world, because the London Cup in 2023 is about to get underway here at Rye House. We are just moments away from the first racing of the weekend, the first heat of the Bambino A split. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, it has been a great weekend of racing so far, and now it is time for the racing to well and truly begin. As the senior Rotaxes, their warm-up session is now over. They make their way back into the grid, or into the pit lane, should I say. And it is almost time to go racing. It's almost time for the Bambinos to make their way out onto the circuit. Now we can see the marshals. It's almost time to go racing. Are you ready for the 2023 London Cup?
This is the London Cup, live from Rye House.
Hello and welcome to the first race of the 2023 London Cup. You join us live from Rye House as we are getting ready to go racing in the opening heats. And first up, we have the A split of the Como Bambino class. The Bambino Commas had so many drivers sign up for the London Cup that they've had to split them in two, with an A final and a B final. It's important to note this is the biggest entry list for a London Cup in history, which is absolutely amazing to see for one of the most historic karting cup competitions in all of the UK. And we are getting ready to go racing in just a few short moments' time. The drivers are lined up on the dummy grid and ready to head out onto the grid. These guys do have a standing start in the Bambino class, so they'll be getting going at the drop of the flag or the red lights going out. So we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen. But we're here at Rye House for one of the most historic competitions in all of the UK, the London Cup, and the excitement is palpable. The tension in the air, you could slice it open with a knife. It is an amazing atmosphere here at Rye House, and everyone is excited, least of all me in the commentary box. It is going to be a fantastic day of racing. and to close out the season as well of UK karting as we start to head into the winter months. We are so ready to get going here. The Bambinos A-split will be heading out in just a short moment's time. The last few chat with their mechanics and parents before we'll get going. The marshals will wave them out and they'll do one formation lap and then stop on the grid, and then it'll be time to go racing. Who's excited? Because I definitely am. The A-split of the Bambinos. This is the primary split of the Bambinos, and we'll wait and see what is going to happen. But the drivers in it just a few short moments away, and we will get ready to go racing. Again, ready to head out at 10 a.m, just 2 minutes away until we start the 2023 London Cup, the most historic karting competition in all of the United Kingdom. And we are very much excited as we see there some, maybe not what we want to see, a plane, we want to see some go-karts, but taking the scenery, if you will. We did have a Spitfire fly over yesterday at one point, which was absolutely bizarre, but an awesome experience nonetheless. Great to see them flying over for some reason. There are a few RAF bases and a few airfields not stationed too far from the circuit, a couple of dozen miles away, so maybe they were just doing the rounds, I'm not sure, but still great to see that Spitfire, and it was flying unlike the state of that plane there over at the Ryasic Park section of the circuit, dinosaur theme park that they have just on the outside, which unfortunately is closed for business today, because I'd be straight in there if I had the opportunity. 1 minute to go until the drivers make their way out onto the grid from the pit lane, and it is time to get going for the 2023 London Cup. Let us know where you are watching around the world, who you're supporting here at the London Cup in whatever class. It is a real honour, a real privilege to bring you the action from the 2023 London Cup. There we see some of our younger drivers watching along in a Lewis Hamilton helmet as well. Very fitting, giving this the circuit that Lewis Hamilton got his start in go-karting. And now, he's a 7-time world champion in Formula One, so he's certainly not half bad, is he? Of course, Wright House, the starting place for world champions like Lewis Hamilton, like Anthony Davidson. It is a real hot spot for the UK karting scene. And, here we go then. The Bambino A-split are heading out onto the grid for their first practice session, and it is almost time to go racing. It looks like Toby Biggs will be starting on the pole in the number 68, and they'll make their way around, head onto the grid proper, a last few checks from the marshals and the parents, and then it'll be time to go racing for 7 minutes and plus 1 lap here. You may see the red flag flashing on the digiboard in the background. Don't worry, it's not a red flag. That's just letting them know they're at the final corner and they must stop on the grid. But this is the A-split for the Bambino class. Toby Biggs will be starting from the pole position in this opening heat. Of course, the grid's for Heat 1 determined by your qualifying from yesterday. And the splits were also determined by qualifying as well. There are an A and a B split in this class in the Bambino, so there will be an A and a B final as well, so plenty of action to look forward to for the younger drivers making their way onto the grid now. And last few checks from the mechanics, from the parents, from the marshals, and then it will be time to go racing here in Heat 1. A standing start for this class. It is Toby Biggs that starts on the pole, Noah Wilklow in the 53 alongside. And it is almost time to go racing. The marshals clear the grid. The tension rises in the paddock. It'll be all eyes to the lights. A standing start in the Bambino Heat A, and we are all ready to go racing. Marshall just running back forward. Just make sure that everything's okay. Looks like one of the drivers may possibly be out of position. Yes, they are, just sliding them back ever so slightly. And now it's time to go racing. The tension fills the air. It's all eyes to the lights, and it is lights out, and we are underway in the Bambino Heat A. It is a good start there from the pole sitter Toby Biggs, he leads the way into steady bend. Oh, a spinner and a crash down in turn 1. That's the 1-2-1 of Ray Thoen colliding with the 11 of Ollie Spooner Green, but they both managed to get going again. But it is still Toby Biggs that leads the way on that number 68. A few changes behind as well. Noah Smith now up into second place with the SW plate, and behind them as well, that looks like the 33 of Jesse Bailey. A great start for them as well as they make their way through the infield hairpin and now down onto one of the most complex parts of the circuit, into Pylon Bend and Complex Neville. Flat out through there, take all the curb you can, looking to the inside. There goes the second place driver, but cannot quite make the gap appear, can Noah Smith. And it will be a 7-minute heat, so 6 minutes 30 still left to run as they come to the line, and it will be pole sitter Toby Biggs who leads here on lap 1. Just behind him, Noah Smith fending off the 33 of Jesse Bailey. Noah Wilklow dropped down to 4. A disappointing opening lap for him. Hopefully he can try and fight his way back through. This opening pack have already started to split away. Benjamin Slivar in P5 as well, just dropping back just a little bit, but Toby Biggs, he looks very, very comfortable on that number 68 machine up at the front of the pack. Noah Smith putting on a fantastic defensive effort from Jesse Bailey at the moment as they head back into the infield hairpin. Running a little bit wide there goes Noah Smith. Just getting a little bit wide, didn't quite go onto the bricks. You do want to try and keep the car tucked in as you run through, and again, a little bit wide there from the second place driver Noah Smith as well. That could potentially compromise his run through the Essex and through Paddock Bend, but he's actually gained a little bit there on Toby Biggs in the lead. We'll cross the line and it'll be 5 minutes and 20 left to run in the opening heat of the weekend, the Bambino A-Split Heat 1. There is the 33 of Jesse Bailey currently in P3, just waiting to pounce, waiting for the moment, because it looks like Noah Smith is just a little bit rattled. A few mistakes on the last lap, and look at the run that Noah Wilklow's got coming through Stadium Bend as well. Oh, but missed his braking ever so slightly. He'll run slightly wide through the infield hairpin, and that may just cost him a little bit of time further back in the pack. There we see the 19 of Santino Amico currently in P10. And doing a great job at the moment, but back to the lead of the pack, and through goes Jesse Bailey. Oh, Noah Smith up into P2 goes the 33 plate with a lovely little move, and Noah Smith now under attack from Noah Wilklow as well in the 53 Kart. It is still Toby Biggs that leads this race, but as they head down to the line once again, it'll be 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to run, plus a lap at the end of the race, and to the inside. That's a huge move from Jesse Bailey. Awesome stuff. Heading into Stadium Bend. Wow, what a move that was. Super commitment, super late, diving up the inside, but how can Toby Biggs respond? Maybe having a look into the infield hairpin. No, not quite. Did have a look heading through, but unfortunately the run from Jesse Bailey on the corner exit, just a little bit too much there as they come through. Wow, what a move that was by the number 33 to take the lead into Stadium Bend. Absolute commitment, absolute tenacity, raw racing at its absolute finest. Running very wide again goes Noah Smith, and this time Noah Wilklow will have the inside line heading into Paddock Bend, but he's decided to back out that time. We come to the line once again, roaring down the start-finish rate, 50cc of fury in these Bambinos, topping out at almost 40 miles an hour, a ridiculous speed for these young drivers out there here at Rye House. As they head through Stadium Bend, once again you can see the size of the bump as the tarmac joins there. It is absolutely ferocious. I've done my back on it before. Hopefully all these young drivers are wearing rib protectors, because it can really, really hurt if you catch it in the wrong way. But they're all continuing to charge on up the front of the pack. This front four doing a fantastic job. Jesse Bailey had the fastest lap last time of 54.324. Faster than anybody else by a few tenths, or 7/10 of a second, should I say. And now they are starting to pull away from the 68 of Toby Biggs in P2. Once again, Noah Smith running wide, heading out of Complex Novell. And once again, Noah Wilklow had a little bit of a look, was just unable to capitalise on the wide-running SW plated Noah Smith. 2 minutes 22 left to run as they cross the line. It is now Jesse Bailey who's putting in another fastest lap and is extending their lead to just under a second of 54.275 on that last effort. But Toby Biggs, now that he is following, is starting to put the hammer down. Oh, wow, that was a very aggressive move coming through turn one. That was P5. I believe it was Benjamin Slivar that's just gone through on Nico Veloslovsky. And wow, what an amazing move that was there for the 78 of Benjamin Slivia. Awesome stuff. And actually, no, it's the 77 Nico Velosovsky that's gone through. I apologise there. So these two having a battle coming through Stadium Bend, and now as they head through, running under the main complex here at Rye House. And the crowds watching along from the balcony, from the paddock, from the grandstands. Crowds everywhere you look here at the London Cup. Back to the front though, there is Jesse Bailey, 1 minute and 28 seconds left to run. We will have 2 more laps of this race. Last lap, Toby Biggs was slightly faster, a mistake somewhere maybe from Jesse Bailey in the number 33. So Toby Biggs starting to maybe put the hammer down. We'll have to wait and see what is going to unfold here. These front two have broken away from P3 and P4 in Noah Wilklow and Noah Smith. The two Noahs continuing to battle further behind, as there we see them. And there we see some lap traffic as well. That's the 19 of Santo Amico in P10. But negotiating them with no real problems there. Great to see. Toby Biggs, though, he is starting to run out of time. We will have 2 more laps left of this race. When we get to the line, there will still be time left on the clock. The +1 lap rule, just to run you through again, when the clock hits 0, the next time the leader crosses the line, that is the final lap. So with 36 seconds left to go, and a 54-second lap time, it will be 2 more laps left to run. We head back into Stadium Bend. Jesse Bailey extended the gap once again a little bit that time, now a second in the lead over Toby Biggs. And Noah Wilklow is a further 2.6 seconds behind in P3, but Noah Smith is keeping him honest in the fight for the final podium place here in the opening split for the A Bambino heats. And as they come through the infield hairpin, once again Jesse Bailey looking mighty, looking imperious out there on circuit. And just behind as well though, the pole sitter Toby Biggs doing a great job. He got a great start but a little mistake, and Jesse Bailey still through. And unfortunately for Toby Biggs, the 68 just has not been able to capitalise on their problems. It will be 1 more lap left to run here at Rye House in the Bambino A Heat 1, and Jesse Bailey, another fastest lap, more and more confident with every turn of the wheel is that young driver. You can see they're pushing to the absolute maximum, sliding this way and that way as Toby Biggs having to wrestle with the go-kart as he comes through Stadium Bend, but he's not got long left to go if he wants to try and take a victory in this opening heat. The 33 of Jesse Bailey is looking very, very smooth, very, very solid and very, very comfortable out there. Running very, very wide though, it must be said. Heading out of the infield hairpin, or the outfield hairpin I should say, but into Complex Novell for the final time. Does Toby Biggs have anything in his back pocket? He has closed up big time over this lap with 1 corner left to go. I don't think it's going to be enough as they round the final corner. Heat 1 will go to Jesse Bailey. They win Heat 1 with a great performance. And Toby Biggs is absolutely furious with himself in the background there. The checkered flag waves. Jesse Bailey takes the victory in Heat 1. Toby Biggs drops down to second with the fastest lap on the final lap as well, a 53.673. The lap times were tumbling all race long. But here we see the battle for P9. That is Rene Fathers. These are the 2 leaders. Rene Fathers hasn't actually finished yet, so he is still out there racing. But he's being followed by the race winner, Jesse Bailey, and P2, Toby Biggs. Noah Wilklow did manage to hold on to that podium place in the end as well. Toby Biggs, though, made up 0.6 of a second on that final lap. He was absolutely flying once he saw that last lap flag. And looks like Jesse Bailey hasn't gone... Jesse Bailey's gone for another lap, it would appear like. That's a bit bizarre. But, Jesse Bailey has gone the wrong way. But, so Jesse Bailey has taken the victory, but has gone the other lap. Of course, the checker flag is not being waved. It's being displayed on the Digi flag, which is just out of shot. But the checker flag was waved. But Jesse Bailey's gone round for another tour. Clearly likes Rye House that much. Everybody else though is heading back in. Maybe she confused the checkered flag for another driver. Not too sure. But Jesse Bailey takes a fantastic victory in Heat 1 for the Come Up Bambino A split. Getting through Toby Biggs with a monster overtake heading into Stadium Bend, one of the most difficult corners in the country, and that is great to see. I'm sure any Jesse Bailey fans out there will be delighted with that result from the early heats. Of course, still another heat, and then of course the final yet to run here at the London Cup, so still plenty of opportunity for racing for those young drivers But wow, talk about a great way to start the 2023 London Cup. Jesse Bailey, very delighted. Toby Biggs, very angry. They'll be back out in race 2. Almost time then for the Bambino Heat B. They are making their way out onto the grid now. This is the B splits for the Comet Bambino class, of course, running those 50cc Comet engines. We also do have the IAME Bambino class with us this weekend. Of course, they're just running an IAME engine, so they are split into different categories, but the basics are all the same. 69 kilo minimum weight for the car and the driver, ages 6 to 8, and the start for many a young racing career here in the UK. It will be Leo Hunt in the 66. He's going to start from the pole with Alex Marshall alongside in the 13, and LBJ Stubbs as well. Those guys were very, very close in qualifying. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. They're making their way around on the green flag lap. It'll be similar to A split. They'll line up on the grid. The last few checks from the marshals, and then it'll be time to go racing for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And well, we have already had a great Bambino race today in the A split. I'm sure the B split is going to be just as entertaining. Final few checks from the marshals, mechanics and parents for these young drivers, and the tension has started to build out on circuit. And now they say they're good luck, they give them their good wishes, a handshake there for one of the drivers, and it is time to go racing. Leo Hunt and Alex Marshall make up the front row of the grid, and it is all eyes up onto the lights. It is green lights, and we are underway in the opening heat for the Bambino Beast. But a fantastic start there for Leo Hunt. He is swept away from Alex Marshall in P2. Further back in the pack as well. A few changes being made for position, but they are all clean for the time being. But wow, what a start that was for the 66. He left the 13 for absolute dust, heading away from the lights there. So great stuff from Leo Hunt. But now recovering from his disappointing start is Alex Marshall, and he's starting to try and put the hammer back down. Oh, someone running very wide there in the background. I believe that was the 96 of LBJ Stubbs. He started in P3, now drops down to P4. Looks like Jax Wong has slid through in the number 67. And you can see just how little grip is out on the circuit. Of course, the track is declared wet, but the Bambinos do have to run the look on all-weather tyres. They don't have a tyre choice, but it's pretty chilly. The wind is picked up, the track is green from overnight rain, and it is still damp, so not a lot of grip out on the circuit. As Jensen Fathers has actually slid into P2 through LBJ Stubbs, so great start for the number 20. Oh, very, very wide. Runs the number 44 of Riley Aston Wilkins. That is not the line that you want to take through Stadium Bend. Very, very bumpy on the runoff area. The Jensen Fathers, great start for him, up into P2. Oh, a little mistake there, I believe, from Alex Marshall. Just glanced back to make sure he was safe as he came through the infield hairpin. Now we go into the Alfred Avenor, and once again running wide is the 13. Leo Hunt had the fastest lap by 5/10 on the opening tour, and he is absolutely flying out there at the moment in that number 66. He was 1.2 seconds ahead of everybody else, and Alex Marshall especially at the end of the last tour. Let's see what the gap is as he comes to the line this time. Visually you can see the gap has expanded quite significantly. Comes to the line now. It's not a new fastest, it is a new fastest lap at 53.626. 1.7 seconds the gap between the leader and the second place driver as this battle for second place between Jensen Fathers and LBJ Stubbs, the 20 and the 96. It still rages on the 20, maybe having to go defensive as they come to the infield hairpin, but not quite able to make their way through is the number 96. As Jack Swan is now having to go defensive from Riley Aston Wilkins, and further back problems there, it looks like, for the number 99. That's Arthur Bowers, who looks like they may have been having a few problems, but back to the battle for P3, and Fathers is on the defensive. He's pulling out all the stops, but it's a great exit from the 96 LBJ Stubbs, but with the outside line into the S's, it is not going to work. He can't carry the momentum around, unfortunately. These Bambino cars just don't have enough momentum to try and make a move around the outside through the S's. And would you look at that? Leo Hunt, his lap time was borderline identical to his fastest lap. He's 2.4 seconds ahead of everybody else. He is flying in this opening heat is the number 66. That being said, though, the battle for P3 rages on, and they are slowly closing in on Alex Marshall. Jensen Fathers was a quarter of a second faster than the P2 driver, Alex Marshall, on that previous lap. And all running very wide. There goes Jensen Fathers. That's an opportunity for the number 96, LBJ Stubbs, side by side. But Fathers slams the door, heading into Pylon Bend. Great defensive work there from the number 20. Happened to improvise, shall we say, after a mistake at the outfield hairpin. But my oh my, that could have been a change for the podium places. We've got 3 minutes and 35 seconds left to run in this race, and of course plus 1 lap. And well, it has got to be said, Leo Hunt, another fastest lap of 53.341 as LBJ Stubbs tries a Hail Mary round the outside at Stadium Bend. Maybe try and get the momentum into the infield hairpin. He's got the inside line this time. Is he later on the brakes? No, not quite. He has to back off from the move, but all very wide, bouncing over the curbs. That's not going to be nice on your ribs. There we see the 61 of Freddie Williams slamming the door on Arthur Bowers. This is the battle for P10 further down the order. As we head back to the battle for P3, LBJ Stubbs won't be able to make a move this time into Pylon Bend, but still putting that pressure on the 20 of Fathers. They are still absolutely on each other. You can see LBJ Stubbs is almost on the bumper of Jensen Fathers in front. Those two are so close. Another fastest lap for Leo Hunt. And once again closing in is Jensen Fathers and looking to the inside. Oh wow, slamming the door. Jensen Fathers, a defensive drive for the ages, and the race hasn't even finished yet. This is amazing stuff in the opening heat for the B split in the Como Bambino category. These guys are having an amazing race, clattering the curbs. Goes Fathers, and clattering the curbs on the outside goes LBJ Stubbs. He goes, you go one way, I'll go the other. Further back as well, the 61 of Freddie Williams, still in P10. Raphael Kurtzman actually has slid into 11th, so Arthur Bowers has dropped back somewhere. But back to this battle for P3. These two still neck and neck. Incredible racing still being displayed by these two young drivers with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock. It should be around about 3 laps left to run this time. And as they head back down, and oh, would you look at that? LBJ Stubbs has got through. So the 96 slides on by, back into the podium places, but Jensen Fathers to the inside, heading through Stadium Bend. Can he make it work? No, just front end washes out just a little bit. When the 96 is able to just about hold on and get those left-hand sided tyres working. Jensen Fathers, the hunted, has now become the hunter. Let's see how well he fares. There's a little mistake there from LBJ Stubbs. Runs slightly wide, heading through the left-hander of the infield hairpin. And there we see that is the number 61, Freddie Williams, and Raphael Kurtzman has really caught him up over the last lap. He gained almost a second on him in that last tour. And would you look at that? LBJ Stubbs is now attacking the 13 of Alex Marshall for P2. Okay, so LBJ Stubbs has been unleashed. He's pulled the pin, he's turned the wick up, and now he's absolutely flying. There we see a leader, another fastest lap for Leo Hunt. He is, just so far ahead of everyone else. To the inside, oh, contact between the second place driver and the third place driver. LBJ Stubbs did slide through. Does he get the switchback? The double switchback from LBJ Stubbs. They're side by side, heading through Reg's elbow. Can Jensen Fathers get involved in this? LBJ Stubbs is absolutely shifted back into P4. Jensen Fathers is trying to go through now. Unbelievable. Banging wheels on the run into the next hairpin. How they haven't had a big accident is beyond me. Fathers into P2. This is brilliant action here at the Rye House London Cup, and while they're fighting behind them, the other drivers are going to come through as well and maybe get involved in this battle. Jensen Fathers manages to, Jensen Fathers into P2, and now Alex Marshall into P3, should I say. We are on the final lap of the race now, I believe. No, it won't be the final lap. We will get one. No, it is last lap of the race. Okay, now to the inside. Here goes Alex Marshall back into the lead, heading into Stadium Bend. Now LBJ Stubbs runs very wide. More action further back. Fathers looks to the inside. They're banging wheels everywhere you look. Fierce racing out here from the B split in the Como Bambino class. But and as you can see, the 3 behind them as well. Jack Swan, Calvin Simon, Riley Austin Wilkins. These guys have closed right up while they're fighting. LBJ Stubbs to the inside of Jensen Fathers. They bang wheels. Once again, rubbing's racing, as they say, but karting is a non-contact sport. And now we have started the last lap. Leo Hunt as oh no! Round goes Jensen Fathers into the tyre barrier, down at Pylon Bend. He made a mistake coming through the outfield hairpin. Race is over. Leo Hunt checkered flag. He takes the victory in dominant fashion. Over 10 seconds ahead. Alex Marshall will take P2 and P3 will go to LBJ Stubbs. And that is a dominant victory for Leo Hunt. The number 66, 10.6 seconds ahead of P2 Alex Marshall. Jack Swan was fourth with Calman Simon and Riley Aston Wilkins P5 and 6. And Jensen Fathers looks like he should come home to finish in P7. But my, what a way to open the racing in the Bambino B split. What a race, what an opening heat we've just seen from these guys. Leo Hunt is delighted, and he absolutely should be. He was absolutely ferociously fast in that race. Jensen Fathers did finish P7 in the end after that contact and accident down into the tyre barriers at Pylon Bend. A big shame for him. But man, Leo Hunt, another fastest lap in that final lap as well. 52.591. I cannot believe his best lap was over a second faster. It was almost 1.5 seconds faster than the next best lap time. Leo Hunt, wow. Dominance. Speed at its absolute best. That is brilliant racing from that young man in the number 66 machine. And that's a force to be reckoned with over the remainder of the London Cup in the Bambino B split. That is it for your Heat 1, of course. They'll be back a little bit later on. There is a 20-minute break at 11:30 after the opening heat before the second split, and then the finals all after the lunch break. But wow, what a performance there. What a race in the Bambino B split for the Comma class. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. But of course, they'll be out a little bit later on. But wow, what a race that was. Just unbelievable action there. And they're making their way back into the pit lane. They will, of course, be back out a little bit later on for their second heat. The Honda Cadets are getting ready for their opening heat of the weekend, forming up out in the dummy grid in the pit lane. And they'll be heading back out now, of course, with the Honda Cadets. 2 different classes within this category, so you've got to keep in mind on that one. Of course, we've got the Honda Cadet GX 160 and the Honda Cadet GX 200 class. The 200 is, of course, the faster of the 2 categories. A bigger engine, more power. And as the 4-stroked Hondas make their way out onto the circuit for their warm-up lap, it will be Ralphie Branscombe starting on the pole position in the 200 class with Albie Smith alongside. The 160 karts, they are starting separately, so they will be back in their own kind of grid boxes. So 21st place is Zach Hunt. He's on pole in the 160 class. But they were qualifying at the same time. Some of the 160 drivers even were faster than some of the 200 drivers, so don't expect them just to be pottering around the back on their own just because they're a little bit less powerful. They will still be absolutely rapid and can maybe cause some chaos as well later on in the race. The drivers making their way onto the grid now. The 96 Ralphie Branscombe will start on the pole position, and then alongside him will be Albie Smith in the number 90, or Albie Smith starts behind him, apologies. It's Elliot Bork who starts alongside in the number 14. And we are getting ready to go racing. And we are, see there, grey skies coming over here at Rye House. And well, it's not a pretty sight at the moment. And well, here we are, getting ready to go racing. It'll be all eyes to the lights, and we will get ready to get going. The Honda Cadets getting ready for their opening heat of the weekend. A standing start once again here at Rye House in the London Cup. The opening heat for the Honda Cadets in the 2024 London Cup here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. And it is all going to be exciting. We've had 2 great races so far today in the Bambino heats. We've got a big grid of Hondas to look forward to. 27 karts supposedly out there. Anyway, it should be interesting to see how it all kicks off. And there is a small gap between the 160s and the 200s, actually. So there are a few empty grid spots in between the two classes just to differentiate them, which is good to see. It is Zach Hunt who starts on the pole. Red light is on. It's the green light. We are underway for Heat 1 in the Honda Cadet. It's a great start in the background for someone, but it will be Ralphie Branscombe that leads the way. Albie Smith drops down into P2, it looks like. Coming through, down through turn 1, the number 96 leads the way. A quick glance back there. Behind him, the 99 of Albie Smith got a great start. So, a disappointing getaway for Elliot Bork. Looks like they're down in P3 at the moment. And just behind them as well, Theo Bradshaw, the number 44, is pushing hard. But these front two already trying to bolt away from the tack. And, some gestures being made already by the man at the front, Ralphie Branscombe. He's already tried to play some mind games with the competitors behind him. They make their way through the S's for the first time here. The four-stroke, the rumble. It roars throughout the paddock here. They cross the line and already pushing along the straight is Albie Smith from Ralphie Branscombe. Cian Sullivan, a great start for the 26. He's up into P3 with Elliot Bork down into P4. Fastest lap of the opening lap was Albie Smith in that number 99. It's one thing to be fast, it's another thing to overtake the driver in front, but he's got a great run now out of the infield hairpin. He will have the outside line, and cutting across goes the number 96 of Branscombe, so he's not going to be able to go this time as they come through coming into Pylon Bend, and now Complex Novell. Will be interesting to see how it all unfolds. The SS section once again as they come through. And back onto the main straight. The two leaders are still neck and neck as they come to the line. 5 minutes and 25 seconds left to run here in this opening heat for the Honda Cadets. Make their way through Stadium Bend. Now Reg's Elbow. The top two starting to get caught by a few of the drivers behind. Leading in the Sun 60 class, Ella Dixon in the 16. She's in P14 overall. Great stuff, her. Freddie Ellingham in P2 in the 55 and P19 overall. We are continuing to follow this lead battle, which is starting to become multiple karts. Ralphie Branscombe leads from Albie Smith, who's ahead of Cian Sullivan, Theo Bradshaw and Elliot Bork in the back of your shot. And behind him as well, Thomas Harper in the 156. It is super close between all of these drivers. Coming across the line with 4 minutes left to run. And it is still Branscombe that leads the way, but is anybody going to try and make a move? Are they all being patient? There's still 4 minutes and 45 left to go. Are they all being patient? Are they all maybe trying to just hold on for the time being? And we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. A quick glance back from the two leaders as they come through. Oh, a little bit sideways there from the 44 of Theo Bradshaw, who has managed to slide into second place around Cian Sullivan. So great stuff there for Theo Bradshaw in the number 44. Of course, the number with great history here at Rye House being the karting and current number of Lewis Hamilton. Rye House being the place where he got his start. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. Now coming down the main straight once again. Looking to the inside, a little bit wide once the 44 and sliding through goes the 26 of Cian Sullivan. A spinner further down in the middle of the pack. Not sure who that was, maybe Joshua Owen potentially. It is the number 18, it would appear. That's Ayrton Rye. Shame for him as they come round. Here come the leaders now. And look at this pack we've got up the front. Super close. The 96 leads the 99, leads the 44 in P3. Theo Bradshaw doing a great job at the moment. And keeping so many karts out there in this Honda Cadet field. Absolutely awesome to see. Looks like Ayrton Rye is out of the opening heat. A big shame for him. Mechanics signalling away to their drivers as they are entitled to do. Sliding the front end in on those wet tyres. The 44 dives to the inside of Albie Smith. I'm not sure if he got through. Looks like he may have done in the background as Ayrton Rye definitely out of the race. And did the 44? Yes, the 44 did get through. So that is Theo Bradshaw now up into second place. And that's the 26 of Cian Sullivan now trying to move on the 99 of Albie Smith. Contact made between the pair of them. Mo moves made now 3 wide. Heading down into Pylon Bend. That's not going to last. And the big loser there is the 99 of Albie Smith, who has gone plummeting down the order. He has been absolutely mugged off for 6th there. And he is plummeted. Looks like he's down in P6 or P7 there. So a very disappointing lap there for Albie Smith in the 99. Out Ralphie Branscombe checks back. He looks back. He sees Theo Bradshaw behind, who is driving like a man possessed at the moment in that 44 machine. And behind them as well, Kian Sullivan up into P3. Freddie Wall looks to have had a few problems on that last lap. The 43 dropping down to P11. There is 2 minutes and 10 seconds left remaining in this race. There is the 888 further back in the pack. That's Shea Hilton fighting with Ella Dixon. Those two in different classes. Back up the front, though, it's still Ralphie Branscombe who leads from the 44 of Theo Bradshaw. And behind them, Kian Sullivan as well. Albie Smith did drop down to P6 on the last lap. There we see the stranded Kart of Ayrton Wright out of the opening heat. A big shame for him. But back to the front. There we see more hand gestures from Ralphie Branscombe, playing mind games, telling everyone just to calm down a little bit as the 44 has a look to the inside. The 26 behind just waiting and watching to see what's happened. With 1 minute and 30 left to go in this race, we should have, I believe, 3 more laps. The 44 to the lead. Super late on the brakes into the infield hairpin. Lovely, lovely move from Theo Bradshaw to take the lead in this opening heat of the weekend. The Honda Cadets. And now there goes Kian Sullivan, trying to get screwed. Oh, he's almost banging wheels, but he does squeeze through into second place. And that is the nature of Honda Cadet racing. You lose your momentum and suddenly you just start dropping positions. It is a brutal, brutal category for such young drivers. Now, glancing back, we will have, I believe it shall be 3 more laps as we keep going round. And it is Theo Bradshaw in the lead, and still dropping places is the number 96 of Ralphie Branscombe. But up the front, though, Theo Bradshaw now leads with a... wow, what a move that was. Superb composure. Further down the pack, that is the 88 of Ernest Hengula, with Ella Dixon in front, the leading 160 kart on that number 16 machine. Back to the front we go. And these two have started to bolt away from the rest of the pack, the 44 and the 26. Theo Bradshaw, Kian Sullivan doing a great job. It'll be the penultimate lap of the race now. There's 20 seconds left to go on the clock, so it's plus 1 lap. So next lap will be the final lap in this opening heat for the Honda Cadets here at the London Cup. Theo Bradshaw, he still leads the way. Coming up to some back markers now. Let's hopefully that doesn't cause those two any problems up the front with Kian Sullivan. He had the fastest lap last time of 43.782. Phenomenal pace from the second place driver and pushing the leader all the way. Ralphie Branscombe was back up to P3 at the line, but I believe he's dropped past, back behind Thomas Parper in the meanwhile. But as these guys come through to start what will be their final lap. Coming to the line now. A few more back markers to negotiate. Oh, and almost banging wheels, the 44 and the 26. Wow, oh, wow, oh, wow. Last lap, these guys, oh! Mounting the rear of the 44 goes the 26. He's able to continue. That could have been a horrific accident, but they keep their heads down. They keep pushing. The 44 able to pull away just a little bit as a result of the momentum that was lost from Kian Sullivan. Hopefully no damage to the 26 as they come round the outfield hairpin for the final time in this opening heat. Who's going to be on the top step of the podium? Kian Sullivan has the fastest lap, but he's only got half a lap left to make a move. He's pushing, almost touching again. They are touching again. With 1 turn left to go, it's going to be a sprint down to the line. Who's going to be on the top step of the podium? The number 1 finger waves for Theo Bradshaw, and he was turned and faced directly at Kian Sullivan. That was a message of intent to the 26. Theo Bradshaw was not happy with that. He wanted to let him know, I was on top in this heat. I was on top, and you could not stop me. Kian Sullivan, he comes home in second place with Thomas Harper rounding out our podium places. Ralphie Branscombe was in P4, Elliot Burke P5. Wow, what a race that we have just seen. Wow, just absolutely phenomenal. Of course, unfortunately, we did lose Ayrton Wright in that. Ella Dixon took the victory in the 160 class with Zach Hunt in P2 and Freddie Ellingham in P3. They were 16th, 17th and 20th overall. But, wow, what a race we've just seen. Ralphie Branscombe as well. Great job to recover up into P4. Albie Smith, unfortunately, could only finish in P7. A disappointing result for him as they make their way back into the pit lane. Of course, the Honda Cadets, they'll be back out a little bit later on for their second heat. So panic not, still plenty more cadet action to come. But wow, what a race that was in the opening heat for the Honda Cadets. 160 and 200s combined. And, well, a drama-filled race nonetheless as well. And potentially a little rivalry forming here at the London Cup between Theo Bradshaw and Kian Sullivan after a dramatic, a hectic, a chaos-filled race at the London Cup in the opening heat. And, well, I really hope that everybody watching trackside and everybody watching along at home is enjoying this as much as I am, because it's been, 3 races so far today, and it has been absolutely phenomenal action every single time. I've got a massive smile on my face. This is brilliant action. The London Cup in 2023. It's the biggest entry list ever for this historic Cup competition, and it is absolutely delivering what it promised. Hello and welcome to the 2023 London Cup. If you are just joining us, my name is Ross McIntyre, and I will bring you all of the coverage live from Rye House, one of the most historic karting circuits in all of the UK. So we'll have to go and, we'll have to see what is going to happen. We've had 3 fantastic opening heats so far. Still a few more left to go, then a short break, then we'll get the remainder of the heats done, then the lunch break, and then the finals kicking off at 2:30 UTC local time. The clouds are now coming over, the wind is picking up, the temperature is dropping, and well, if I look at the back of my commentary box, there is a particularly ominous cloud that is looming and heading straight this way. We are scheduled for some rain over the next hour and heading into the lunch break, so who knows, potentially more chaos to look forward to here at the London Cup in 2023. Let us know if you are enjoying the racing. Let us know who you're supporting and let us know how you're feeling, either in the chats on the broadcast or over social media. If you tag Rye House Motorsport Radio and with the hashtag London Cup, we will be reading all of your comments. And it's great to see so many of you watching along. And for those watching trackside as well, great to see everybody supporting the younger drivers out here. Of course, we are sending out the junior classes first, the senior classes coming out just that little bit later on in the session splits. And of course, we're running all the Heat 1s, then a 20-minute break, then all of the Heat 2s, then a 60-minute lunch break, and then the finals. The only difference between the finals and the Heats, the finals 1 minute longer on the timing board, so a few more laps left to run for each of the classes there in the finals. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know how you are doing. We have had some fantastic action here at Rye House already. It has been a brilliant weekend of racing so far, and it has barely even started here on Sunday. The racing barely underway. We're just having a short delay while we're just letting some karts go from the previous race. But I can let you know that the next class are lining up in the pit lane and almost ready to get going. So we'll have to wait and see. It will be the IAME Bambino Heat 1 up next. So some more Bambino action for all of you to enjoy. We've seen some great Bambino racing this weekend. Long may it continue. It's a fantastic class for the youngest drivers in the UK to get their start in motor racing. And they're making their way out now onto the formation lap. And it'll soon be chance to get racing. And we will get racing very, very shortly with the IAME Bambinos. Time then for the opening heat of the IAME Bambino class. The drivers making their way out of the pit lane. We'll be going racing in just a short moment's time. It will be the number 92, Freddie Baker, starting from the pole. I believe these things exactly the same as the Comma Bambinos that we've seen earlier, except they've got an IAME engine. So, your run-of-the-mill 50cc, 69 kilo minimum weight, ages 6 to 8, and, of course, those LeConte all-weather tyres. Making their way then into the grid slots. Bodie Batch in the 88, he starts in second position, and he'll be looking for a strong result here. A 13 kart grid, should I say, coming into this race. We've seen some fantastic Bambino action this weekend. Let's hope for the fact that it will carry on as the racing does. Last few words of advice from the mechanics and parents before we get racing. It'll be all eyes to the lights again. A standing start, as with all of our Bambino classes and our Honda Cadet classes as well. Now the engines roar into life. Start engines up on the Digi display. It is almost time for the opening heat of the IAME Bambino category here at Rye House in the 2023 London Cup. 13 drivers out on the grid. What is sure to be a fantastic race. It is all eyes now up to the lights as we wait. The tension rises, the excitement rises. It's time to go racing. Lights are green, we're underway. It's a fantastic start from the number 92 of Freddie Baker. A disappointing start from Bodie Batch in P2, who got overtaken by the 20 of Ollie Little heading into Stadium Bend down at turn 1. But they're all clean, a kerfuffle of karts further back in the pack, all trying to shift around and find their positions. But heading through, it's a great start there for the number 92 of Freddie Baker. It's been crash down pile of multiple karts getting involved. Down at the infield hairpin. 2 are spun and facing the wrong way. That's the 70 and the 40. Freddie Dye and Jensen James Williams. A few other cars got involved in that, were able to continue immediately. Those 2 have now managed to get back on circuit, but a disappointing way to start the opening heat of the weekend for this category. But leading the opening lap, it is the number 92, your pole sitter, Freddie Baker, who has managed to streak away from the pack a little bit. 1.3 seconds far ahead of everyone else. He was 50.967 was his opening lap. Only driver in the 50-second range. This is the fight though for P2. Ollie Little being chased by, that looks like the number 15, it looks like. So that's potentially a lapped car. It may actually be the number 15. So we'll just have the number 15 going around there. So interested to see. No number 15 out on the timing screen, so maybe a driver without a transponder, but the number 15 goes to the inside there with a lovely move, but Ollie Little fights back through. Bodie Batch behind as well. That is what looks like it's Ralph Martin in that number 15. So Ralph Martin with the number 15, he's all okay. He will continue to push through, and the timing screen has now updated, so luckily no transponder issues there for Ralph Martin in this fight for P2. Currently running though in the final podium place is Ralph Martin. And look, he gets through with a brilliant move into Reggie's elbow. Awesome stuff from the young man as they head through, and that demotes Ollie Little down into P3. And that last lap from the leader Freddie Baker was 2 seconds faster than everyone else. Unbelievable pace. Ralph Martin now trying to streak away from this fight between Ollie Little and Bodie Batch. We'll have to wait to see what is going to happen. Look at the 88 pushing the number 20 all the way through the S's and coming through the final corner. Actually shoves the 20 out a little bit wide. And now it's a drag race down the start-finish line. They come to the line this time. To the inside goes the 88. Will he get the position? Yes, he will. But he runs a little bit wide, but he's able to just check up a little bit. And that holds Ralph Martin back ever so slightly. And once again, Freddie Baker, 1.5 seconds faster than everyone that last lap. He has well and truly departed the crime scene, shall we say. He is streaking into the distance, over 5 seconds ahead already. Just 4 minutes left to run in this race. As this fight for P3 now, as it becomes, they head into the Complex Nivelle. And, actually it looks like it may be becoming a fight for P2 because Bodie Batch is now starting to catch up to Ralph Martin. So maybe he's got the pace on board that 88 machine. Only time will tell as they make their way down the start-finish straight. Again, great to see a big crowd watching along here trackside. Bodie Batch, he takes a very, very wide line coming through Stadium Bend, does the 88. Interesting to see, but whatever works for him. If it's fast, it's fast. But Bodie Batch, he did gain half a second on Ollie Little, should I say, on that last lap, or on Ralph Martin, shall I say, in P2. Very much a fight now for the remaining podium places. Further back, that is the 18 there of Elia Tang, being chased by Sophia Page in the number 14. The strikingly pink car. Having a look now to the outside as they head into Pylon Corner, but unable to make the gap appear. The 18 still holds on firm in this fight for P6 further down the order. And with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, these guys fighting very, very hard indeed. Great to see action everywhere you look here at Rye House. As they head down the main straight now, can Sophia Page find a gap? No, just a little bit too far back is the 14 at the moment, but looks a lot more comfortable. The kart looks a lot more settled than the 18 heading through Stadium Bend. The 18 was just moving all around. It was a real picture to see, but not sure if it's the fastest way to negotiate the tough and tricky Stadium Bend, one of the hardest corners in all of UK karting. The 18 though holds firm for that P6 at the moment. Elia Tang is doing a great job
up there. And as they head through, once again, you can see the 18 is really, really moving. He's really pushing that thing, is Elijah Tsang, and just extracting everything he can from that IAME Bambino machine. With 1 minute and 53 seconds left on the clock, here is a run maybe for Sophia Page coming out of Paddock Bend, maybe into Stadium Bend. No, decides against it. And just unfortunately not quite able to make the gap appear. Being very, very gentle on the tyres though. That is Bodie Batch on the back of Ralph Martin. Back to the battle though between Elijah Tsang and Sophia Page. Page gets a slightly tighter exit, but still can't quite find the gap. It's going to have to be a long, long dive bomb into the outfield hairpin, which ultimately she does decide against. Oh, but a great run out of the outfield hairpin, almost touching. They do touch on the run into pylon corner. Great move by Sophia Page. Up into P6 she goes, sweeping down into the pylon corner. Awesome stuff from the number 14, and now the number 18 of Elijah Tsang. The hunted has become the hunter. What can he do? With 1 minute left on the clock, we should have, I believe, 3 more laps left to run for this group here, depending on where the leader is. It will be 3 more laps. The leader's just coming into the final corner now. And this battle, absolutely titanic for P6 at the moment. And these guys, it was a great lap there from Sophia Page. Her personal best of 49.660. Awesome stuff there from the pair of them. And she is now starting just to streak away a little bit, stretching her legs, showing her pace in the number 14. Now, here we go, battle for P2 heading into Stadium Bend. Bodie Batch on the attack against the 15 of Ralph Martin. This is awesome action here at the London Cup in 2023. And these guys, you know, they are going to give it everything that they have as they come round the... coming through Reg's elbow, should I say the outfield hairpin, and up down through the balcony in front of many a spectator in the main complex here at the circuit. Through Pylon Bend and now Complex Nivelle, a corner which I must say I'm not particularly fond of because I can't get it right. But these guys have absolutely smashed it through there. They'll be coming to the line now to start their last lap of the race. Oh, a bit of mind games there from Ralph Martin. He takes it to the inside. He nods to Bodie Batch. He takes the inside. They're going to be side by side through Stadium Bend. We know how strong Bodie Batch is through here. Does he get through as we cut to the 8 of Etienne Gardner? And no, he doesn't quite get through. The 15 still in front of the 88. The number 92, Freddie Baker, has a 10-second lead. He's only got a handful of corners left to run. But this fight for P2, it still rages on as they head now through the outfield hairpin. The leader is exiting the final corner now, but this battle is still monstrous. There he is, Freddie Baker, dominance in the IAME Bambino Heat 1. He takes victory with another fastest lap of the race of 46.146, over 10 seconds ahead of everybody else. Who finishes in P2 though? Is it Ralph Martin? Is it Bodie Batch? I believe it will be Ralph Martin. Bodie Batch just got it. Or Ralph Martin, was it a dead heat? No, by a quarter of a tenth of a second, Ralph Martin pips Bodie Batch to that P2 spot. Those two ferociously fighting out on the circuit, but it will be Freddie Baker with a dominant victory. 13 seconds ahead of Ralph Martin in P2. A fastest lap though was a second quicker than anybody else's effort. Awesome stuff from the number 92. Ralph Martin and Bodie Batch as well putting on a display. Elijah Tsang did get through Sophia Page in the end as well, fighting back up into P6. We've got Ollie Little 4th and Daniel Genov in P5. Wow. No, it's, what a race we've just seen here. And, of course, what a race. Freddie Baker takes victory with Ralph Martin in P2, Bodie Batch in 3rd, rounding out our podium with Ollie Little in 4th. Daniel Genov is 5th with Elijah Tsang in 6th, Sophia Page 7th, Jensen James Williams in P8, Etienne Gardner 9th, Logan Edwards rounds out the top 10 with Freddie Dye, Nicholas Anser and Jetty Plowman. That is your 13 finishes for the IAME Bambino. Of course, they'll be back out for another heat later on. It is time then for Heat 1 of the Micro Max class. We're moving on to our Rotax runners here at the 2023 London Cup. It has been a phenomenal day's racing so far. And, I must say, I'm looking forward to each race more and more as time goes on. The clouds are beginning to loom here. It is certainly... it's not raining yet, I'll say that much, but... let's just say that the weather, it is certainly coming. We'll have to wait and see what is going to happen over the course of the next few minutes. As the Micromaxes, they make their way out. You can see their very aggressive weaving from the number 15 of Alfie Meyer. He'll be starting from the pole position with Jensen Sale alongside in the number 10. And this is where the going gets tough and the tough gets going, as they say. This is where the Rotax machines really come into their own. My karting career started and ended with a test session in a Micromax. It was amazing, and well, it was an experience of a lifetime for little 11-year-old me, it must be said. So these guys, these things are absolutely insane, and they are certainly fast. And crucially, it's time for some rolling starts as well. These things, it is rolling start time, and you can see now they are forming up. The 15 of Alfa Romeo on the inside, Jensen Sale on the outside in the 10. Your pole sitters for an 11-kart grid for Heat 1 of the Micro Max category. And we're rounding the final corner. Of course, we get a false start. We will go again, but it will be the 15, and we are going racing. Here we go. The 15 gets a good jump here as they rocket down into turn 1. The 15 leads the 10, but the number 10, Jensen Sale, gets the switchback. Restart. It is a restart, so false start there. What a move that was, though, by Jensen Sale up the inside. There you see the false start flag flashing in the background. The green flag with the yellow chevron, that is the false start flag. So there you are. If you see that on a digboard, you know what it means. But wow, that was a great start until it was a false start. But Jensen Sale had a mega move down into the inside. But now Alfa Romeo, he knows what to expect from the 15 starting alongside. Oh, hello. 15's just gone off. That's a little bit of a red-faced moment there for the pole sitter. Alfie Meyer. He's just taking himself out of the formation up. He regains his pole position. Potentially dirty tyres, but wait and see. Hopefully no false start this time. Let's go racing. We are underway in Heat 1. And a bit of waving false start once again, I believe, from the number 10. We're going around again. False start yet again. And Jensen Sale knew straight away in the number 10. He was, or unless we've not got a false start. I haven't had any messages. No, there we go. False start flashing in the background once again. It could take a little while. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. 2 false starts in a row, but that's racing sometimes. You need practice to get these things right, but it was good to see that Jensen Sale knew straight away, waving his finger in the air, letting the rest of the order know. And they're actually stopping them at this side of the circuit. I think marshals might be having a word, saying, what are you doing, mate? They are having a word with the pole sitter, Alfie Meyer. Possibly just saying, let's just calm down a little bit. You've got to wait for the green flag. Of course, in karting, if you're not familiar, the leader does not control the pace at race starts when it's a rolling start. It is not up to the leader when you go. It is up to when the lights go or the green flag drops. So it's not like something like NASCAR, for example, where the start is controlled by the leader. Here it's all up to the green flag. And when it drops, and you've just got to react to that. But the marshals are letting them go now, so we'll go once again. And hopefully, this time, we'll get going. We'll have to wait and see. Third time's the charm for the Micromax. Oh, a few of them haven't gone away. That's not ideal. But they should be able to make it back up. Oh, the 29 has not got away. Adam Galudi has wheeled off to the side of the circuit. I think we are going to go for the start without Adam Galudi. Big shame for him. But it's time then to go racing once again, and already Jensen Sale's already saying false start, but I think we are racing. Let's have a look at the marshals. Yep, false start again. Okay. Well, they say third time's a charm, but I guess fourth time's the charm this time, and the marshals are potentially going to have another word, although that could be potentially due to the stoppage of Adam Galudi. They might just be trying to get him back into the pack. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But they are forming once again. We don't know if they're going to stop that. Adam Galudi has been wheeled off into the rental car pit lane, so it is now a 10-kart race with Galudi now a DNS. So we are going to start again, and the marshals probably a little bit annoyed at them at this point, but the Micromax guys, they're just so keen to get racing. They want to get their London Cup weekend underway that they've false started 3 times in a row. But let's try again, shall we? Can't it hurt, at least? And the marshals are very adamantly telling them to take it nice and slow this time. So let's see how we're going. Round the final corner for the 4th time. Maybe this time Jensen Sale doesn't do the hand wave. I think we are racing this time. Yes, we are. It's a great stop from Alfie Up the inside, though. The 22 of Jensen Walker has a look, and he'll take P3 away from Jensen Sale, who's too focused maybe on his hand signals. But here you go, Sale back to the inside of the infield hairpin. Oh, running very, very wide. What happened to Alfie Meyer? He completely missed his braking point. Absolutely bizarre from the 15. He'll slide back into P3. He just hit the brakes and it just didn't stop. There's a spinner at the back. I believe that may be Edward Jones. But up the front, it is Jensen Sale who now leads from P2 on the grid. Just behind him, though, the 22 of Jensen Walker with a great start from P3. And behind them, your pole sitter after that early mistake, Alfie Meyer, behind him as well. It looks to be the 37 of Elliot Travis. A great start from him as they all now head down, coming into the stadium bend for the very first time. Harper-Daz P4, Elliot Travis now in P5. Sale leads the way from the 22 from the 15. And let's see what can happen. The 15 of Jensen Walker, very fittingly with the Jensen Button-inspired helmet on. And, well, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, but he's doing a great defensive effort at the moment from Polster to Alfie Meyer, who just hit the brakes heading into the infield hairpin, and the thing just didn't stop. Very, very bizarre. Maybe the brakes just weren't warm, or maybe he just missed his braking point by a couple of metres. Anything could have happened, but he's now dropped back into P3, but up the front it is my man in P2, Jensen Sale. Elliot Travis has got a contact warning. That's a contact warning from the number 37. He's been rubbing wheels, which is not allowed, and of course you get one warning and then a penalty, and if you get a penalty, no appeals allowed. What the race director decides is final. Further back in the pack, the number 95 fighting. That is Harper-Daz with Elliot Travis, who has just got that warning, so hopefully he's not going to get involved in any more scuffles. And just behind them as well, Marley Wordy and Charlie Page having a big fight indeed, and maybe looking to get involved. We did speak with Marley down in the paddock, a lovely, lovely young man who was really looking forward to this weekend with a number one plated car. Let's see if he can keep moving up the order, currently in P6. Further up though, back to the battle between Harper-Daz and Elliot Travis, and actually through goes Elliot Travis, sliding through at Stadium Bend. Lovely little move from the number 37. Oh, and there goes Marley Wordy to the inside. He completely missed his braking point, I believe. Marley Wordy disappeared at the back of the shot, and yep, he has dropped that down behind Elliot Travis. He did also drop behind Charlie Page in the number 33, but he negotiated his way back through him pretty quickly, and now Elliot Travis can continue to go ahead off into the distance. 4 minutes and 25 seconds left to run in this opening heat for the Micro Max class. These guys are pushing like absolutely crazy to the inside. Goes Marley Wordy, looking for a move on the number 96, or number 95 should I say, but just couldn't find the gap that time around. Maybe he'll have a go this time, but no, because that's he is going to have a go this time, should I say, but once again runs wide. Once again the 33 slides too. Can Marley Wordy get later on the brakes? Yes, he can. The number one slides back through again, and he's going to hold on to that P6, just not quite able to find the gap on Harper-Daz at the moment. Alfie Meyer just set the fastest lap of the race, the 41.620. Your pole sitter now in P2. He's got through Jensen Walker, and he's only a second away from the race leader, Jensen Sale, and is gaining a few tenths per lap. In this battle, though, Elliot Travis, following these guys fighting and ding-donging, he's managed to slide away and create his P4 safety. He's 1.4 seconds ahead of Harper-Daz, but all three of these drivers covered by 0.6 of a second. Nothing separate them at the line as the number one tried another move and was unable to go, but this time to the inside goes Marley Wordy. This time the number one of Marley Wordy gets past Harper-Daz, and maybe that's for good. He's up into P5 and he's made it stick as well as they head through the final section and into the S's. What can Charlie Page do? Can he find a way through on that number 95 machine? We'll have to wait and see. There's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go though. Time is ticking. The clock is running out. Not long left to go in this opening heat for the Micro Maxes. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be on top. That is the number 95 of Harper-Daz, who is now under attack from Charlie Page. It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds. There we see though, that is our race leaders, Jensen Sale in the 10 and Alfie Meyer in the number 15. Alfie has been flying the last few laps. He's set about 3 fastest laps in a row, and the gap at the line last time was down to just over a quarter of a second. visually it looks a bit smaller, and that's because visually it's now just 7 tenths. 2 minutes left to run. The pole sitter has found his groove, and now he's pushing. But Jensen Sale, he's been superb this race so far. Can he hold on and take victory in the opening heat for the Micromaxes, or can the pole sitter find a way through his last lap? Another fastest lap of 41.339, but Jensen Sale's last lap was his personal best of 41.417. So he is pushing very, very hard. This is now a battle for P3 between Jensen Walker and Elliot Travis. The gap between them has dropped right down. Elliot Travis is really, really pushing at the moment in that number 22. And actually, Elliot Travis has slid on through. So Travis up into the podium places now. A great drive for the number 37. He's been scything his way through the pack and now up into the podium positions. Awesome stuff for him. But it is still Jensen Sale that leads this race from Alfie Meyer. And Elliot Travis, he can be happy with the podium for the time being. There is your race leader. And there is Jensen Sale. And Alfie Meyer is still following him at the moment. He's actually got a bit of a crooked fairing on the front of that thing, so hopefully everything all right. But he is slowly catching, although the pace has started to drop off a little bit, and I think Jensen Sale has started to up the pace as well. Important to note, though, rain has started falling. They are all on wet tyres. The track was declared wet before this session, so they had to go out on wet tyres, but the rain has started to come down. It's not particularly hard at the moment. It could be causing an effect. It's going to be cooling the tyres. It's going to be cooling the track surface. That's going to make it harder to put heat in the brakes, which means it's harder to put heat in the tyres. And it confounds, and the lap times drop, and it just gets more difficult. Factor in the fact that you're driving in the wet, and it turns into an ice rink and there's puddles. Have to wait and see. 20 seconds left. The next lap should be the last lap, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to wait and see how quickly they get to the line. It's further back, I believe that was the number 5 of Edward Jones, currently in P10. Well, going to be interesting to see what happens. They are going to get 2 more laps in, it would look like. They've just made it to the line in time. So number 10 of Jensen Sale actually put a bit of a gap on Alpha Meyer at that time. The gap's now back up to a second. So Jensen Sale's really started to lay the hammer down. It wasn't a good lap from the number 15. Maybe made a mistake somewhere, disappointing for Alfie Meyer. But Jensen Sale is doing a great job in that number 10 machine. He's absolutely flying along in his element. You can see he's just making it look effortless in that Micromax, isn't he? He's just flying around, turning, and you can actually see the rain starting to fall on the camera now. But as they come through it will be 1 lap left to go for Jensen Sale. Alfie Meyer has dropped back even further. I think he's now just decided to bring it home a comfortable P2. But Jensen Sale begins his final lap, 1.7 seconds ahead of the pole sitter Alfie Meyer in P2. It's been a phenomenal performance from him, but there's still a few corners to go. He's put a marker down, but with the rain falling, can he hold on? The track changing every single braking zone, every single corner, but he looks cool, he looks calm, he looks collected, and then most importantly, he looks in control, not just of that number 10, but of this race, starting to slide around just a little bit now as the rain intensifies. With 1 corner left to go, Jensen Sale will take a brilliant victory in Heat 1. He salutes to his parent and mechanic. He takes victory in the opening heat with a fantastic drive here at Rye House. Alfie Meyer finishes in P2. End up being 3.5 seconds behind. I think he just coasted home on that final lap with Elliot Travis in at P3. Jensen Walker was 4th with Harper Daz and Marley Worthley being covered by less than a tenth of a second at line. Harper Daz managed to just slide through for P5 at the end there. But wow, Jensen Sale, what a performance that was in that opening heat. Just got to the front, withstood all the pressure and controlled the pace. And even with the track now changing, the rain now coming down and it's starting to intensify, that was an awesome race for Jensen Sale. The man started P2 and finished in P1. That puts him in good stead for the second heat. It shows he's got lots of form for the weekend. There you can see the rain is starting to fall. And the heavens not quite opening yet, but they are beginning to make their... the rain's beginning to make its appearance. It was scheduled to come. We know that it was. It's not too heavy, although it is quite big drops. And looking at the back of my commentary box, which is where the rain is coming from, there is more ominous clouds as far as the eye can see. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to be stuck with this wet weather for the foreseeable future. But, well, that's one heat done anyway for the Micromax. One more heat left to run, and then of course their final. Rotax into Heat 1 coming up next. And we are a few short moments away from the drivers making their way out onto the dummy grid. If you've just joined us, hello and welcome from wherever you are watching around the world. My name is Ross McIntyre, and it is an honour and a real privilege to be bringing you one of the most historic karting cups in all of the UK, the London Cup, here at Rye House in 2023. The rain has started to fall, but hopefully you are watching at home nice and dry, because the paddock is starting to get a little bit wet. Let us know how you're feeling wherever you're tuned in. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know how you are finding all of the racing action, either on the live stream at broadcast chats or over on social media, either tagging at Motorsport Radio, at Right House, or at or hashtag, should I say, London Cup 2023. Rotax Inter now making their way out onto the grid. Adam Turacek will be starting from the pole in that number 2. It's not a particularly big grid here, only 8 go-karts out on the circuit, but it's a very, very close field nonetheless. And we're getting ready to get going, of course. One formation lap, and then, well, half formation lap, should I say, because it's all about the rolling starts now with all the Rotax categories. It is all rolling starts. So they'll be forming up now, I believe, or they should be forming up now. Yep, there we go. And then it'll be time to go racing with a rolling start. Hopefully not too many false starts. We did have 4 in the Micromax race just a moment ago. And forming up now, hopefully we can get racing straight away. And yeah, hopefully all will be well. What's going to happen in this one? Round the final corner, it's Heat 1 in the Inters, and it is time to go racing. And looks like a false start already. Is the number 2 from the pole position, Adam Turacek. Yep, there we go. He was waving his hands. I think he was quite angry at those alongside him. 25 of Ella Lucia. Behind him, I believe it was the 12 of Max Wheatley, who I think he was a little bit frustrated with, shall we say, and already doing the hand signals for slow down. So that's one false start down. If we do another 4, we break the record for most false starts so far this weekend, which is hopefully not what we're going to do. But let's form up once again, and let's hopefully this time go racing. I mean, they even had a false start in the World Championship final this year in Frankie Quarter, so, you know, there's nothing wrong with 1 or 2 here at the London Cup at Rye House. As they round the complex Novell into the S's, all forming up bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, heart rate's rising, tension rising, blood is pumping. This time, it's time to go racing here in the Interclass. It is away in Heat 2, or Heat 1, should I say, and once again, the 2 on the front row accusing each other of a false start. We could be here a while, folks, I think. Yeah, they're Adam Turacek and Max Wheatley are not very happy with each other, are they? They keep accusing each other of the false starts. Of course, you have to wait until the green lights show. The leader does not control the pace. That's how it works in karting, and they're going to stop them and have a word as they come out into Parliament Bend. I can see they're showing a red flag on that one digiboard, and there's a marshal in the middle of the track. So they're going to do what they did with the Micromaxes. They're going to just stop them, have a word with the leaders, be like, look, let's not mess about it. Let's get on with it. We've got a time schedule to stick to. Many more races to look forward to today. Yeah, the London Cup. And yeah, they're going to come in and stop here. And then they'll need to restart them all, of course, so this could take a little bit of time. And yeah, tension's running very, very high in this Interclass already, it must be said. So the marshals having a quick word. Yeah, and Adam Turacek is really, really unimpressed. Up the front, he's throwing hands left and right and everywhere. He's accusing everybody else of false starts, but it looks like P2 Max Wheatley is accepting and maybe apologising to the marshal. Let's try and go racing this time, shall we? In the Rotax Interclass, of course, Rotax Inter, the intermediate class between the junior and the micro, funnily enough. Used to be called Minimax back in the day. Limited 125cc engine, and of course with the track declared wet, either your Maxis or your Mojo tyres on, so a tyre battle going on. Maybe not quite as intense as the tyre wars of the 70s and 80s when you have Bridgestone and Dunlop just turning up with what were essentially just super glued that would flip karts over in fast corners, but still a tie war nonetheless. And now we're going really, really slowly. Okay, there's going slowly and then there's being silly, guys. Come on. But I guess they want to make sure that the Inters get away nice and properly and don't do anything stupid. Running the final corner. Third time is potentially the charm for the Rotax Inter. Time to go racing. Here we go. This time we get away cleanly, I believe. And do we get away cleanly? I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, we are away clean. Okay, so it was just a disappointing start there from the pole sitter, who's dropped backwards. So, very, very bizarre there. But he's back into the lead already. So, chaos already on this opening lap. Adam Turacek just didn't get a great start and then fell back, and now he's back in the lead again. Not entirely sure what happened. Max Wheatley. Oh, spinner in the background. 2 spins. That's the number 12. That's Max Wheatley. Max Wheatley's gone round with the 49 and the 22. That's Nathan Edwards and Arthur Brooker. But Max Wheatley, who started from second on the grid, has gone round. Unbelievable. Ella Lucia in P2 now, currently fighting the leader, Adam Turacek. Great to see the 25 having a phenomenal start out there, half a second away on this opening lap with 6 minutes left to run in this race as they head through Stadium Bend for the second time. The 18, you can see there Ayrton Ray, who had a very disappointing end to his Honda Cadet race earlier with the engine conking out. Up the inside though, that's the 34 of Ilya Vilechko. And a great move, but once again to the inside. Ayrton Ray slides on through, but once again it's not quite worked out. And now here comes the 89 of Hugh Hobson, unable to make the gap appear though on the run into Pylon Bend. But look at how slippy it is out there on cold tyres still. The 18 is really, really struggling. The kart just moving about everywhere in the corners. I mean, if this was a drifting competition, he'd be taking first place, but unfortunately it is the 2023 London Cup for him. So he's really got to make it up. You can see how much lock these guys are trying to crank on heading into Stadium Bend as well. They are really trying to push the tyres, just trying to generate any sort of heat they can in them after stopping on the formation lap following those 2 false starts. Now Hugh Hobson. Does he have a gap maybe to the outside? No. Door is shut by the 18 of Ayrton Ray. Oh, that's a great exit though from the outfield hairpin. He will have the outside line. No. Doors closed once again. The 18 is doing a great defensive job at the moment, but again running slightly wide. Just no temperature in the tyres, no temperature in the brakes. And there you see your leaders, Adam Turacek followed by Ella Lucia, who was slightly faster on that lap. Gap is now 0.4 of a second, so she's putting the pressure on. Fastest lap though does belong to the leader in the number 2, Turacek, with a 46.896 up the front at the moment. But Ella Lucia is doing a great job in P2 at the moment. They head into the outfield hairpin with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And as they head under the balcony, under the main complex here at Rye House Kart Raceway, these two are fighting and fighting fiercely. As running a little bit wide there with Turacek again. All of these guys out there, it's not just the number 18, they're all struggling for temperature. The rain is still falling and it is starting to come down relatively hard now. But it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be on top at the end of this race. Of course, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the heats. So it's all open to be played for. As super late on the brakes is Ella Lucia. She is absolutely flying at the moment. She actually lost a little bit of time on the last lap, but visually she is closed right up to the back of the number 2, and maybe she smells blood from the race leader. Is she going to try and perform some heroics heading into the final complex through Complex Novell and now out into the S's? Adam Turacek's going to have to really start defending for his life here now in the opening heat of the Rotax Inter category at the 2023 London Cup. Once again, let's have a look at the delta when they crossed the line. It was just under 0.4 of a second. Ella Lucia overall gained about a tenth that last lap. Looks like she's superior in the middle sector. They're heading through the final sector. Adam Turacek is absolutely monstrous in that number 2 and is just able to catch up for lost time that he's maybe not quite had the pace elsewhere as they come through. 2 minutes and 40 left to run in this opening heat. And this battle for the lead, it still rages on. You can now see spray starting to be kicked up by the wheels of the karts. And as they head through, oh, look at that battling once again. That's the 12 of Max Wheatley fighting with Hugo Hobson, and he's actually got through Hugo Hobson on this lap, of course. Max Wheatley started from P2, and his spin on lap 1 has demoted him well back in the pack, but it's a solid comeback drive so far for the number 12. He is now up into P4, and is only 1.9 seconds away from Ilya Velechko in P3. But with 2 minutes left to go, time is running out for the number 12 if he wants to find his way onto the podium places. Heading into the infield hairpin now. Can Hobson try and have a go? No, he can't. He's now too far away. I believe that Max Wheatley has made that P4 his own. And once again, with Max Wheatley, as with many other drivers out in the field, you can see just how much lock he's having to crank on in the corners. He's just trying to generate any heat in the tyres that he can, just trying to scrub the fronts across the tarmac and just try and generate some heat. Here we see our leaders then. The number 2 of Adam Turacek and the number 25 of Ellen Lucia running 1 and 2. Turacek has started to extend the gap a little bit on that previous lap. We should have 3 more laps left to run, this lap included. So 2 more laps left to go at the line. So Anna Lucia, if she wants to make a move and take victory in the opening heat for the Rotax Interclass, she's not got long left to do it. But once again, coming through this section of the racetrack, she is super strong. You can see visually the time that she gains, especially coming through Complex Nivelle. But again, coming out of the last corner, Adam Turacek is just so fast. Across the line now. And, Anna Lucia getting 2 tenths on that last lap. Gap's now 4.5 tenths. And it's now the penultimate lap of the race as well, with only 35 seconds left on the clock. When they come to the line next time, it will be one more tour in this opening heat for the Rotax Inter class. As they make their way through into the outfield hairpin, Lucia gets a little bit sideways as Turacek runs wide coming out of the corner, but Lucia just unable to capitalise on that at the moment. No gaps appearing. Big slide from the number 2. That could really hurt his momentum if he's not careful. But as we come onto the last lap now, it's going to be a straight dogfight between Turacek and Lucia. One more tour in this heat. Who stands on top? Will it be the 2 or the 25? They make their way through Stadium Bend for the very final time in this heat. The kart sliding across the slippery track surface. Now the infield hairpin. This is where Lucia was able to make up a lot of time. She's super strong on the brakes and on the corner exits as well. Turacek is struggling with running wide just a little bit. And she's run a bit wide as well now. She got brought into the corner by the late braking Turacek. Only a handful of corners to go though. Pylon bend. Now Complex Nivelle. This is where she's super strong. Is she able to capitalise? A gap opens on the inside. Fierce defending from Turacek. He slams the door in her face. One more corner to go. It will be Adam Turacek who takes victory in Heat 1 here for the Rotax Inter. Ella Lucia was close, could only hold on to P2, but there was 3 tenths of a second separating them at the line. Ilya Velechko finishes in P3, a respectable P3 as well, with Max Wheatley only P4 by 3 tenths of a second. His comeback was on if there was another lap. He was almost certain to get back onto the podium places, but he'll have to settle for P4 following that lap 1 spin. But Adam Turacek, he had to fight for that one, didn't he? That was a fierce battle for the win, with Adam Turacek ultimately ending up on the top step of the podium. P2 went to Ella Lucia, with P3 Ilya Velechko, and P4 Max Wheatley. Hugh Hobson was P5, with Nathan Edwards in P6, Ayrton Ray in P7, and Arthur Brooker in P8. And as the rain seriously starts to hammer down, these guys make their way back into the pit lane, and of course they'll be back out for their second heat later on, and their final after the lunch break, to decide who will win the Rotax Inter London Cup in 2023. What a race we have just witnessed there. A few more drivers still yet to make their way back into the pit lane, but a big crowd watching along here down at the grandstand outside the stadium. Awesome to see for some awesome racing. It is almost time for Heat 1 of the Junior Rotax, and we can see that the crowds watching along in anticipation. Well, there's a dog watching along as well. There you go. Not often you see a dog at a racetrack, but there we are. But yeah, great to see a big crowd here at Rye House for the 2023 London Cup, one of the most historic events in all of UK karting. One of our younger drivers there also just watching along as well, spectating, seeing the racing. And another one of our younger drivers who's apparently just morphed out of the ground in front of our cameraman there. And of course, big thank you to all the camera operators from Motorsport Radio this weekend, doing a great job out there braving the storm. But it is time to start racing in the Junior Rotax. A big grid for this category. Over 20 karts. I mean, you could just see ridiculous scenes. All of these guys, aged 12 to 15, a full-size chassis with a limited 125cc engine, and the rain hammering down, wet track declared, of course. You can see wet tyres on. 27 karts out there on circuit. Absolutely unbelievable. They should be hopefully forming up their grid in a moment, and we'll get ready for the running start. Andrew Dixon, he starts on the pole with alongside Shaquille Joseph, who we spoke to yesterday. He was in high spirits, was young Shaquille. Let's see if he can brave the storm. Look at how heavy the rain is coming down now. We're at risk of happening like it did last year and turning into an ice rink. Let's see what is going to happen. Are we getting ready to go racing? Yes, we are. The Junior Rotax gets underway. The cone gets kicked up. Oh, crash in the background. 3 karts sliding off the circuit. One facing the wrong way. That is the 51 that's gone around. Hopefully everything is all okay. But problems there further back in the pack for that number 51. That's Luke Broadbent. Oh, red flag is out. Okay. Red flag. Interesting. I didn't think that was a red flag offence, but maybe the rain is just too heavy if they're aquaplaning off the circuit. And well, they're going to speak to the drivers. They're bringing the drivers to a halt. That'll be why there's a red flag, because one of the karts has stopped on the start-finish straight, which is a rather dangerous place to stop indeed. But the rain is properly hammering it down now. I'm very appreciative for the roof over my head in the commentary box. Someone waving in the background there, trying to get Marshall's attention. Hopefully everything is all okay, and hopefully we can get this Junior Rotax race, Heat 1, should I say, underway shortly. I think we may just need to move some stranded go-karts out of the way. That's the 32 there. That's a disappointing way to open your racing for the weekend for the number 32 of Aidan Large. But if you've just joined us, hello and welcome. We are just having a brief red flag period here. After chaos at the start of the Heat 1 for the Junior Rotax guys, need to clear a few stranded karts out of the way. With the rain hammering it down, it's not quite the ice rink that it was in 2022 here at Rye House, but it is now very wet. Gotta wait and see what is going to happen as we get going. Wait and see. But it's but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, you can see the rain just absolutely lashing it down there. And excuse me, just having a laugh at the commentary box with my producer alongside me. Also, big thank you to Motorsport Media for doing all of the production and bringing you all of the coverage from this weekend. Oh my goodness me, it is absolutely hammering it down. The heavens have opened. Wow. Okay, well, it wasn't an ice rink 2 minutes ago. It's an ice rink now. Yeah, we're at the levels that it was last year. Wow, this is unbelievable weather. I mean, we knew the rain was coming, but it kind of went from a light drizzle for 2 races to an absolute apocalyptic downpour. So, yeah, hopefully if you're joining us on the broadcast, you're safe and dry. I can't say the same for the drivers out on circuit or those watching along at the side, unless they've managed to find shelter or an umbrella. I've noted that many of the people stood out on the balcony of the main building complex have dropped back into the cafe, probably having probably just having a little coffee. But yeah, raining very heavily. Hopefully we'll get going in a short moment's time once we've cleared the stranded cars out of the way. But my goodness me, it is so wet out there. It's unbelievable. I genuinely cannot believe how fast the rain has come down. It has turned into an ice rink. You join the currently dry me, Ross McIntyre, as we bring you, hopefully, once the rain subsides and we get going again, the 2023 London Cup.
Live from Ryehouse Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome if you're just joining us. We've got some good vibes going on in the commentary box, but the rain is lashing it down outside. My name is Ross McIntyre, and if you just joined us, wherever you are around the world, it is an honour and a privilege to bring to you one of the most historic karting competitions in all of the UK, the London Cup, here at Ryehouse Kart Raceway. What a track to be at, even when it is wet. Of course, the starting circuit for many great British racing drivers, the likes of Anthony Davidson and Sir Lewis Hamilton, all got their start here. And the track being here since 1961, designed by Doug Jest back in the day. It is one of the first dedicated karting circuits in all of the UK. And, we'll have to wait and see, but the rain is absolutely pouring here. It's similar to how it was last year. But, going to be interesting to see. We had a red flag for a start line crash just a moment ago in the junior Rotax category. Everything, they're all okay. All the drivers are fine. Just had to clear some stranded karts out of the way. But the rain is now coming down here. But as I said, this is the starting place of many a world champion from the UK, Anthony Davidson and Sir Lewis Hamilton being the two best examples. I did get in touch with Anthony Davidson the other day, just asking him, about his experiences here at Ryehouse. He got back to me. He was very, very, very polite. Got back to me with a big message. He was racing it since he was 8. Apparently, it was never a track he was very good at, is what he said. It was always a bogey circuit for him, even though it was his home circuit. But of course, he was all right. He raced in Formula 1, World Endurance Champion. So he's pretty good. And maybe one of these junior Rotax guys, they'll be a world champion on a global stage in the future as well. And maybe, you never know, they could be a world champion in karting, because of course, on the Thursday of this week gone by, it was announced by the CIK that the CIK FIA 2024 Karting World Championship will be held at PFI once again. Great to see karting back in the UK. These guys, it looks like the junior Rotax guys, they're going to be going for a formation lap and then we will go racing, but it is an absolute downpour. It will be Andrew Dixon, though, starting from the pole on the 25. But great to see World Championship level karting back in the UK for the first time since 2017. Of course, Ryehouse, it's also got some World Championship claims. They had hosted a round of the World Championship back in 1968 and 1969 when it was a 5-weekend series. Those won respectively by the Swedish Thomas Nilsson and the Belgian Francois Goldstein. His first of 5 titles was when he won it here, and his first of 4 in a row before, of course, he was stopped by the British great Terry Fullerton in 1973 at Nivelle Buller. We're getting ready to hopefully go racing in a moment. They might be going around for another lap just to see the conditions, because look at that, it is a river. It is an absolute river. Are we going to form up, or are they going? We might be going single file here, you know. I believe we are. Yeah, I believe we're starting single file following the chaos of the previous lap. So, Junior Rotax, I think it's time to go racing single file. We're underway. The 25 of Andrew Dixon leads the way, but there goes the 63 of George Barker, immediately ducking to the outside. False start. We're going again. So, we tried, we failed, but we're going single file because of the weather, so that's a start. But we are going again. It is absolutely freezing here. It's cold, it's rainy. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But we are going to be starting single file. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But it will be Andrew Dixon leading the way at the start line from George Barker in P2, Shaquille Joseph in P3 on the number 20. Oh, sorry, apologies. There'll be Will Archer at P3. Shaquille Joseph will be further back in the pack, I believe, in this Heat 1 for the Junior Rotax. And are they gonna make him go again? Or are they gonna stop him? There's a marshal stood in the centre of the track. They're stopping them down on the start-finish. So are they making them go? Okay, so they are going double fast. There was a mishap. So they were supposed to start double file. But looks like the drivers elected to start single file themselves. So the marshals, I think, are just saying, no, you're starting double file. The rain is hammering down. I really feel for anybody who doesn't have a wetsuit on down there in the cars, because they're going to be catching a cold. It is absolutely freezing. If you've just joined us, hello and welcome. You join us, I believe it's our 4th attempt of getting the Junior Rotax Heat 1 underway. It's been a pretty crazy day of racing so far. And we've had a few red flags along the way, and the rain is hammering it down so far. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Are the drivers getting out, or are they saying... I'm not entirely sure what's going on. A few of the drivers further back are getting out. So maybe we're going to have a delay. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Not hearing anything from race control at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on. But as you can see, we're all stopped on the grid. I think there's confusion, not just in the commentary box, but down on the grid as well. I can see that's the number 196 of Thomas Hill is just looking around, looking for some answers out of my commentary box window. And I don't think anybody is really sure what is going on. And all the while, the drivers are sat there, the tyres are getting colder, they're getting wetter. It's, not a pleasant situation to be in, I don't think. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But they've marshals have stopped the drivers on the grid. If you just joined us, and we're waiting to see what the plan is if we're going to get this race going, because it is ridiculously heavy rain. I'm not sure if they've decided to maybe delay the racing. I'll let you know as soon as we have any information. But if you just join us, hello and welcome to the 2023 very wet London Cup, it must be said. Let us know how you're feeling on your sofas at home, and let us know who you're supporting today, if you've had a good day so far and been enjoying the racing. Well, of course, you could also go onto social media and get in touch with us with at Motorsport Radio, at Rye House, or the hashtag London Cup 2023. So still confusion down on the grid, but they are getting back in their karts now, the drivers, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. And the marshals are working their way down the grid and saying what's going on. But yeah, it's just... I think there's just mass confusion here at Rye House at the moment. The rain is lashing down. It's just crazy, crazy stuff. But the racing we've had today, to be fair, has been absolutely awesome. It's been a brilliant, brilliant day of racing so far. We've seen some fantastic racing in our junior categories. Of course, we've had the Bambinos, the IAME Bambinos, the Honda Cadets, and the Micromax so far as well, and the Rotax Inter, should I say. But no, it has been absolutely amazing to see. And just been fantastic racing. We've, of course, only had the Heat 1s so far. We were scheduled to be on a break by now, but with a few mishaps, a few red flags, looks like that break is going to get pushed back, so the second heat will probably be starting after 12. We'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. We've got a 27 kart grid here in the junior Rotax category. Andrew Dixon or George Barker starts on the pole position. And of course, junior Rotax, this is where it gets going. They are going again, so maybe we are going to go racing. They're waving them round. Of course, these things, they really are absolute monstrous machines. Full-size chassis, ages 12 to 15 in these things, with a limited 125cc Rotax 2-stroke engine. It looks like we are going again, so let's wait and see what happens, shall we? In the Rotax junior class, after chaos and confusion, I think we are going to be finally going racing. It's George Barker who starts from the pole, or apologies, it's Andrew Dixon who starts from the pole in the 63 or in the 25. George Barker will start alongside in the 63, or start just behind him, because it looks like the 29 Shaquille Joseph will be starting alongside in the number 29. Now, you can see just how wet it is out there. It's going to be a tough race, but we're going to go racing nonetheless. Hopefully this time we don't have a false start, as they are very, very slowly making their way round Into the final corner they go. Maybe this time we get racing. It's all eyes on the lights. We are underway in the junior Rotax, and they are aquaplaning all over the shop. It is so wet. You can see there's no grip out there over the curbs. You can't even see who's out there. I think Shaquille Joseph may have briefly inherited the lead for the moment, but there is no grip whatsoever. In the lead now, there's 63 of George Barker, who slipped down to 4th at the start. Oh, Spinner back in the back of the infield hairpin. A few karts getting involved. They get going again. That is the 21 going round there. Hopefully they're all able to get going. That was Alexander Stefanov. It looks all okay. Bouncing over the curbs. Just look at the spray being kicked up. Look at the lock they're having to crank onto these junior Rotax machines. It is absolutely soaking out there here at Rye House. Oh, aquaplaning on the straight. Oh, no. There's a big puddle on the straight. They're aquaplaning down the main straight. The two leaders went round, heading down the start-finish straight. I think they're all okay. There are mechanics over by the pit wall signalling to people to avoid it. George Barker did go round. Oh my goodness me. Andrew Dixon and George Barker, your two leaders, hit the puddle and went straight round. And that leaves Thomas Hill on the 196 now in the lead of the race. It is an absolute ice rink. The rain continues to fall here at the London Cup at Rye House. Oh my goodness me. So we've got a big puddle down the start-finish straight that's just spun round two of our leaders. And I think everyone else is wise to the word now. They're all going to run to the right-hand side of the straight. They're all going to try and avoid the puddle. Oh my goodness me. I don't think I've ever felt so nervous watching a motor race in my life. It is so wet out there. Thomas Hill leads the way from Bradley Keaton at the moment in the 53. These two guys are 2 seconds ahead of everybody else. They're doing a phenomenal job up the front at the moment. But it's just so wet. You can see the rain on the camera lens. It's more about just keeping it on the black stuff than being fast at the moment. To the inside, slides Bradley Keaton, and through he goes, drifting his way through Complex Novell. Oh my goodness me, this is unbelievably wet. As you can see the oh no! And there goes Thomas Hill, caught out by an aquaplane. And that's shot model onto the circuit as well. He's getting out of the car. Oh, another spin in the background as well. Oh my goodness me, it's too wet. It's surely too wet to be racing when they can't even control the go-kart in a straight line. Bradley Keaton now leads the way. They'll leave Aidan Large in the 32 in P2. This is unbelievable weather that we're experiencing here at Rye House. The London Cup 2023 has become a war of attrition in the junior Rotax. It's keeping on the circuit. Look at the puddle. Look at the puddle down the Complex Novell. Yellow flag is out on the main straight. There's your leader, Bradley Keaton. Oh my goodness me, he's probably holding on to that thing for absolute dear life because the size of the puddles down the main straight. They're tiptoeing around here at Rye House in the junior Rotax. 3 minutes 20 left to run, plus one lap. As that's battles, that's the 32 fighting with 100. That's the battle for second place. Aidan Large versus Aston Monday. Shaquille Joseph is just behind them as well, but there is the leader, 3.5 seconds clear of everybody else at the moment, and clearly got the confidence in the wet weather conditions. This is just unbelievable weather. The racing gods have chosen to dislike us at the moment and have sent the clouds rolling in. I just cannot quite believe just how extreme this is. You can see just how tight they're gripping on the carts. They're trying to spin themselves out of the straight line. There's another spinner there. Does he hold it? Wow, what a save. I didn't see who that was. I believe it was the 81 of Ryan Welsh. On the grass. Oh, spinning. That is the 81 of Ryan Welsh. Now he has gone round. And getting a shower there as well from a puddle. I really do feel for these drivers. Oh, my goodness me. And it is just absolute chaos out here. It is just trying to keep it on the road. And there's the 32 of Aidan Large, currently in P2. holding off Aston Monday and Luke Broadbent behind in that fight for the podium. There is your leader, Bradley Keaton. 2 minutes left to go. The marshal waving them out of the way of that dangerous puddle. Aidan Large holds on to that second place. Luke Broadbent had a look to the inside there. Shaquille Joseph in P5, holding on at the moment as there's changes further behind. Ollie Auto, he's up to 7th in number 27. Great to see him performing well. And further back as well, there we see the 33 and the 22. Lucas Theo and Mikhail Islam. And all round goes the 29 there. That is Shaquille Joseph, who was running P5 and started on the front row. He's gone round. Oh my goodness me, this is unbelievable here at Rye House. I'm very grateful I've got a roof over my head. At the moment, it's more about luck than skill. Red flag's out. Race control have made the call. With 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock, the red flag is being waved. The conditions are not safe to continue racing here at Rye House. The rain is just too strong. I'll just check the regulation. I believe we are far enough into the race to end the race. Yes, we are. So over 75% of the race has been completed. This is the final result. So it will be Bradley Keaton taking the victory. But of course we're going from a lap previous. So it was at the start of the previous lap was when they're taking the results. There could be a few drivers in different positions, but I can guarantee for a fact that Bradley Keaton takes the victory. Aidan Large is in P2 and Aston Monday is in P3. But this is absolutely torrential rain here at the London Cup in 2023. I just cannot believe what I'm watching in terms of the rain. Bradley Keaton takes a victory, and well, what a performance that was from him. I mean, the best of the best in that horrendous weather, was just able to just hold on in that weather. Of course, we've still got plenty more action to come as well. Now that it's a red flag, I'm not sure what the plan is. Of course, we're still due to run the 177 Rotax and the senior Rotax first heats, and then all of the heat 2s as well, but I get the feeling there may be a delay coming forward for the time being. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll keep you posted as soon as we know any information moving forward. But, well, I wouldn't say a great race, an entertaining race certainly, but it was just about survival in that one. Yeah, one for the crash compilation, I guess, for those who enjoy those things. I mean, you can clip streams. To be fair, if you're watching along on the live broadcast, either on the Motorsport Radio or the Rye House channels, you can clip any of your favourite crashes and put it in the crash compilation. Please just do clip Motorsport or tag Motorsport Radio, and that be greatly appreciated. Of course, a big thank you to Motorsport Radio and Motorsport Media for covering all of the coverage this weekend here at Rye House for the 2023 London Cup, one of the most historic Cup competitions in all of UK karting. If you've just joined us, hello and welcome wherever you're from around the world. We are experiencing a weather delay. The rain is too intense to go on, and we are so what it looks like is it looks like we're going into our break. So there was a 20-minute break scheduled after the senior Rotax Heat 1. Although we haven't had the 177 Rotax Heat 1 or the senior Rotax Heat 1 yet. But it looks like we are going to have a 20-minute break, and then we'll be back with the 177 Heat 1, the senior Rotax Heat 1, and all of our Heat 2s as well. I believe we're maybe just trying to see and wait and see what the weather does as Rye House turns into an ice rink. We'll have to wait and see what the plan is. So we see the rental carts down in their hidey hole, and that's where the marshals are heading to try and get dry, I presume. It is horrendously wet out there. I'm very glad I'm in a commentary box, I must say that much. Yeah, but thank you very much for tuning in here at Motorsport Radio and Rye House. It's been a real pleasure to bring you all of the coverage of the 2023 Rye House London Cup, one of the most historic kart racing cups here at Rye House. We're going to go on a break as well. while we wait for the rain to subside. So let's go over to some interviews. Elliot Travis up first.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight, so yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
In the holding area now with Ollie Ortu racing in the junior Rotax class here at Rye House. How are you feeling heading into the 2023 London Cup?
Excited. I'm just looking forward to getting hopefully a good qualifying session done, and very much looking forward to tomorrow.
And that's fair enough. I mean, Rye House is a track that you're familiar with. Do you enjoy racing down here? It can be quite tricky at times.
Well, I've done a few test days here, but this will be my first race, so looking forward to it, but also a little bit of nerves.
That's fair enough. And given that it is your first time racing here, is maybe your objective just to get some more track time in? Even if you are fighting for, good positions, is it more just about getting out there and getting the experience around here?
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be quite a big learning curve, but I'm very much looking forward to it.
And talk just a little bit about your car here, of course, stood in front of your junior Rotax machine. These things are pretty fast. What's it like for someone at home who's never driven one of these things? But what's it like just even being in one of these things?
Well, you don't really notice the sense of speed until something goes wrong. But while you're driving it, it really is just so much fun. The speed, cornering, everything that happens, it is just amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ollie. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Bradley Keaton, junior Rotax, back here for the London Cup at Rye House in 2023. How are you feeling looking forward into this one?
I've not had a very good day at the moment, but I'm looking to bring it back.
That's great to hear. I mean, Rye House, it's a very tricky circuit. There's not a lot of grip here in place. It's quite bumpy as well. Is it a track that you enjoy, that you've been to a lot before?
Yeah, I started karting here, so it's a really good track, yeah.
Well, I was saying some of our younger drivers in the paddock earlier on. I mean, it's a great place to start karting. Of course, got the likes of Lewis Hamilton got their going here. So, historically, it's not a bad place to get going. But shame to see you've not had the best day. So looking forward into Sunday, what's the plan? Is it just get out there in the heats and, get into a good position for the final and just get your head down and race on?
Get out there and win it.
So you want to win? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, I do.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck out there. Thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight, so yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
And now we're with Richard Allison racing in the Rotax 177 class. We're back here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the London Cup in 2023?
Yeah, well, it's pretty positive about it, It's everything's set up nicely. All I could do is really put it all out there, really, and leave it on the track. So, yeah.
That's fair enough. And we're stood here next to your Kart, of course. Why don't you run us through what it is that makes a Rotax 177?
Well, basically, it's not much different from the senior. It's just we're quite a bit heavier. Just a 125 Rotax engine, and just try and drive it as quick as possibly can, really. So
that's fair enough. And what kind of speed are you getting around here at Rye House and these things? You think? I mean, obviously it's a quite short circuit. It's a very fast circuit as well. Even if it's one you enjoy, the experience of driving one of these things around here has got to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, you get up to about 4.5 G around Stadium Bends. You up to around 60, 65 miles an hour, depending on the conditions and what tyres you've got as well. So yeah, it's pretty quick, and it's very, very technical. So if you don't have the setup right, you're sliding here, there, and everywhere, and it just won't work.
And what's your goal for this weekend? I mean, obviously you want to win at the end of the day, but is that the objective goal? Do you think you could be fighting for the win or maybe for the podium?
I would like to be, but there's guys out there who've got some mega engines. So, I mean, if I can come in the top 3, top 5, maybe that'd be nice. And also, I'm racing for in the name of Great Ormond Street, and because I had leukemia when I was 7, and that was 34 years ago when I was diagnosed and sort of become clear of all the treatment and so on. I'm just sort of go back to the hospital to every now and then to sort of go up to the children and basically say, look, you can follow your dreams a bit still, even if you've had all this treatment that knocks you out. Just don't give in. Simple as that, really. And you can basically live your dreams a bit still.
So you're racing for a fantastic cause, and that is great to see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and absolutely best of luck this weekend.
Cool. Thank you.
Here then with 3 of our younger drivers in the paddock at the London Cup, and in an eclectic of different classes as well. We've got Shaquille, Marley and Liam racing in Junior Rotax and Micromax. Let's start with you, Shaquille. First of all, hello, welcome to the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into the racing?
Well, I'm quite excited, really. I mean, I did it last year and it didn't really go too well. So I'm hoping this year we can have a bit of a better time.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan going into it. Of course, we've had a few days of running already so far here at Rye House. Is it a track you enjoy? Are you kind of getting to the grips with it after maybe a bit of a disappointing last year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing here in the IAME, so I know the track well. Testing's been alright. It's been a bit of wet and a bit of dry, sorry. So I think overall it's been pretty decent. I'm just trying to get a good setup, trying to practice in the wet a bit, and see how it goes.
And what's your plan to come into this weekend? I mean, obviously everyone would love to win, but is that on your agenda? Or is it, again, just kind of get some more track time as we head into the winter, and then, again, just keep improving as you go forward?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm looking for a good finishing position, maybe a podium. Obviously looking for the win, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Kill. Let's move over to Liam now. And Liam, I'll ask you the same thing. How are you feeling coming into the London Cup here at Rye House?
Excited, obviously. Came 3rd last year, won the championship this year at Rye House, so looking forward to it. Hope I can do well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've got maybe the results to back it up. Would a London Cup at the end of the season maybe cap off your year? Is that something you'd be looking to gain?
Yeah, it's my final junior race, so really I'm hoping to take it away, hopefully.
So final race in the junior, I assume you'll be moving up next year. Have you done any testing in the class above yet, or are you just going to jump in next year and see what happens?
Jump in next year and see what happens, really.
That's fair enough. Well, seeing as how it is your last junior race, why not let the people at home know what's it like driving a junior max? I mean, obviously not quite as fast as the senior cars. They're obviously a little bit limited, but those things, they're still rapid, aren't they?
Driving a junior is fun, it's fast, but it's annoying because as soon as you're slow, you're annoyed, you don't talk to them, but when you're fast, you're over the moon, and that's how it goes most of the time.
Well, best of luck in your final junior race ever, and we'll see how you go out there tomorrow. And then finally, let's move over to the youngest of our 3 here. We've got Marley, who is racing in the Micromax class. And Marley, how are you feeling coming into Rye House?
Pretty fast, and it's my home home track, so yeah. Fingers crossed, top 3 or maybe faster, but yeah.
Well, it's always great to have Rye House, your home track. I mean, it was the home track of Sir Lewis Hamilton back in the day, so we know many people have come quite good in their racing careers from here, but great to hear. So you've been running well over the weekend so far. Heading into the racing, what's your plan? Are you just going to go all out attack all the way through? You maybe just save it in the heats and then go for it in the final?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, like, go straight for it. But, yeah.
That's fair enough. And then, do you think you've had a good season so far? Of course, you know, you're still quite a young driver. You've still got plenty of time to learn and develop. But can you look back on 2023 as a year you can be proud of?
I mean, it's my first year in Micromax, but in Bambinos, smashing it around here. Yeah. So, yeah.
Always good to be confident looking back. But thank you very much, Marley, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Elena Gallio, racing in the junior Rotax class here at the London Cup in 2023. How are you feeling, should I say, looking into this weekend? We've got the sun beaming down at the moment, so maybe some good omens for Sunday's racing.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. My second time in junior, but it looks promising for now.
And what were you doing for junior Rotax? Were you racing in Micromax, I assume, or Intermax?
No, I was doing pro karts. Yeah, that's really it.
So, pro car, so bit of a jump there. What would you say is the difference then between a pro car and a junior Rotax? Maybe for someone watching along at home who hasn't driven either of them, it's quite a sizable jump.
The acceleration, it's very different and it's much more physical. Yeah.
Yeah, got to really use those muscles to haul the thing around the corners. But as I said, we're back here at Rye House in 2023. At the moment, the sun's out. How are you feeling looking into Sunday? Is Rye House a circuit you enjoy? Do you think you can do well here?
I think I can improve, but I know the circuit quite well, so I think I'll do better than today.
That's awesome stuff. And what's your goal heading into the weekend? I mean, obviously, everyone says they'd love to win the London Cup, because who wouldn't? That's the racing mindset. But, you know, thinking about it realistically, do you think you could be contending for the win, for the podium, for top 10s?
Second time junior, so I hope to get top 10 for now. Yeah, that's really it.
So it's more about just getting used to the car and getting some track time more than anything here this weekend?
That's all, yeah, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so very much, yeah.
Now then, we are here with Jack Gillingham in the Junior Rotax for MPS Performance. And Jack, back again here at Rye House for the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into this fantastic event?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to do well this weekend. Been a while since I've last been here. Used to race here a bit, won a few races, but we're back to try and win.
So is it maybe trying to get back into the historical racing that you've done here and maybe just try and find some form? Is that the plan?
Yeah, try and win. I mean, literally to win. There's no point racing if you're not here to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the racer's mindset there. Why don't you talk just a little bit about MPS Performance? Obviously, you're here with the team. How long have you been a member of the team? How long has the team been together? And what do you guys all do together to try and push forward as drivers?
So, the team's been around for like about 3 years now, maybe. I've only been here for a year. It's just basically we just get together, look at data, help each other, get faster, improve our lines, improve our racecraft, and just mess around and have fun.
Is there maybe any intra-team rivalry as well? Are you all good friends? Do you all get along?
We all get along, but of course we all want to beat each other at the same time.
Yeah, no friends out on a racetrack, of course.
Exactly.
And what's your goal then? I know you said obviously you want to come in and win the London Cup like everyone else, but, you know, coming in here, you know, what's your pace like? What's your goal? Are you absolutely determined to get that top spot, or is it just get a good finish, get some track time at the end of the year, and then maybe come back next year even stronger?
I mean, anywhere top 5, I'll be happy with that. That's my aim for the weekend. Podium would be lovely, win would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Jack, and best of luck out here this weekend.
Thank you.
The 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House Raceway. My name is Ross McIntyre, and as you can clearly see, we are still in a red flag for the weather. Rye House is an absolute ice rink at the moment. The racing gods are not smiling on us at the current moment. Unfortunately, we don't have any information on when we are going to get going again. This is supposed to be a half-an-hour break that was brought forward, and there was set to be a break between the Heat 1s and Heat 2s, but the red flag was thrown during the Junior Rotax Heat 1 due to the weather. The break was brought forward, but we're unsure if this half-an-hour break is going to stay at half an hour or if the red flag will continue due to the conditions. So, unfortunately, we're unaware here at the moment at what the plan is. We will update you as soon as we know anything, but we obviously want to get racing again as soon as possible. But we also want to get racing when it is safe. That is absolutely paramount, is driver safety, and unfortunately when the drivers can't even control the go-kart in a straight line, that's how you know when it is no longer safe to go racing. The marshals are doing what they can there, trying to sweep the water off the track. They've also got a hose to try and suck some of the standing water up off of the main straight. But yeah, we're just going to have to keep you posted, unfortunately. My name is Ross McIntyre. It's been a privilege to bring you all of the coverage so far, and once again, we will let you know as soon as we know what the plan is to go racing. Once again, this rain is set to subside, but not for another hour. Hopefully it'll lighten up and we can go racing again, but the rain is not due to stop for another hour according to the weather reports. So unfortunately it looks like we're just going to have to play it by ear, but we hope that you at home have been enjoying the coverage so far, and unlike most of the people in the paddock, and unlike our cameraman Michael, who's in the commentary box with us at the moment, have managed to stay bone dry as well. So as I said, we will keep you posted on what is going on with the rain delay, but just stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. We're going to go back over to some interviews, and as soon as we know what's going on, we'll come back and let you know. Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up the straight very fast, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
In the holding area now with Ollie Ortu racing in the Junior Rotax class here at Rye House. How are you feeling heading into the 2023 London Cup?
Excited. I'm just looking forward to getting hopefully a good qualifying session done, and very much looking forward to tomorrow.
And that's fair enough. I mean, Rye House is a track that you're familiar with. You enjoy racing down here? It can be quite tricky at times.
Well, I've done a few test days here, but this will be my first race, so looking forward to it, but also a little bit of nerves.
That's fair enough. And given that it is your first time racing here, is maybe your objective just to get some more track time in, even if you are fighting for, good positions? Is it more just about getting out there and getting the experience around here?
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be quite a big learning curve, but I'm very much looking forward to it.
And talk just a little bit about your car here, of course, stood in front of your Junior Rotax machine. These things are pretty fast. What's it like for someone at home who's never driven one of these things? What's it like just even being in one of these things?
Well, you don't really notice the sense of speed until something goes wrong. But while you're driving it, it really is just so much fun. The speed, cornering, everything that happens, it is just amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ollie. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Bradley Keaton, Junior Rotax, back here for the London Cup at Rye House in 2023. How are you feeling looking forward into this one?
I've not had a very good day at the moment, but I'm looking to bring it back.
That's great to hear. I mean, Rye House, it's a very tricky circuit. There's not a lot of grip here in places, quite bumpy as well. Is it a track that you enjoy, that you've been to a lot before?
Yeah, I started karting here, so it's a really good track, yeah.
Well, I was saying some of our younger drivers in the paddock earlier on. I mean, it's a great place to start karting. Of course, got the likes of Lewis Hamilton got their going here. So, historically, it's not a bad place to get going. But shame to see you've not had the best day. So looking forward into Sunday, what's the plan? Is it just get out there in the heats and, get into a good position for the final and just get your head down and race on?
Get out there and win it.
So you want to win? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, I do.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck out there. Thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight. It's very fast, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
And now we're with Richard Allison racing in the Rotax 177 class. We're back here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the London Cup in 2023?
Yeah, well, it's pretty positive about it, It's, everything's set up nicely. All I could do is really put it all out there, really, and leave it on the track. So, yeah.
That's fair enough. And we're stood here next to your kart, of course. Why don't you run us through what it is that makes a Rotax 177?
Well, basically it's not much different from the senior. It's just we're quite a bit heavier. Just a 125 Rotax engine, and just try and drive it as quick as possibly can, really. So
that's fair enough. And what kind of speed are you getting around here at Rye House and these things, you think? I mean, obviously it's a quite short circuit. It's a very fast circuit as well. Even if it's one you enjoy, and I mean, the experience of driving one of these things around here has got to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, you get up to about 4.5 G around Stadium Bend. You up to around 60, 65 miles an hour, depending on the conditions and what tyres you've got as well. So yeah, it's it's pretty quick, and it's very, very technical. So if you don't have the setup right, you're sliding here, there and everywhere, and it just won't work.
And what's your goal for this weekend? I mean, obviously you want to win at the end of the day, but is that the objective goal? Do you think you could be fighting for the win or maybe for the podium?
I would like to be, but there's guys out there who've got some mega engines. So I mean, if I can come in the top 3, top 5, maybe that'd be nice. And also, I'm racing for the name of Great Ormond Street, and because I had leukemia when I was 7, and that was 34 years ago when I was diagnosed and sort of become clear of all the treatment and so on. I'm just sort of go back to the hospital to every now and then to sort of go up to the children and basically say, look, you can follow your dreams a bit still, even if you've had all this treatment that knocks you out. Just don't give in. Simple as that, really. And you can basically live your dreams a bit still.
So you're racing for a fantastic cause, and that is great to see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and absolutely best of luck this weekend.
Cool. Thank you.
Here then with 3 of our younger drivers in the paddock at the London Cup, and in an eclectic of different classes as well. We've got Shaquille, Marley and Liam racing in Junior Rotax and Micromax. Let's start with you, Shaquille. First of all, hello, welcome to the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into the racing?
Well, I'm quite excited, really. I mean, I did it last year and it didn't really go too well. So I'm hoping this year we can have a bit of a better time.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan going into it. Of course, we've had a few days of running already so far here at Rye House. Is it a track you enjoy? Are you kind of getting to the grips with it after maybe a bit of a disappointing last year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing here in the IAME, so I know the track well. Testing's been alright. It's been a bit of wet and a bit of dry, sorry. So I think overall it's been pretty decent. I'm just trying to get a good setup, trying to practice in the wet a bit, and yeah, see how it goes.
And what's your plan to come with this weekend? I mean, obviously everyone would love to win, but is that on your agenda? Or is it, again, just kind of get some more track time as we head into the winter, and then, again, just keep improving as you go forward?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm looking for a good finishing position, maybe a podium. Obviously looking for the win, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Kill. Let's move over to Liam now. And Liam, I'll ask you the same thing. How are you feeling coming into the London Cup here at Rye House?
Excited, obviously. Came third last year, won the championship this year at Rye House, so looking forward to it. Hopefully I can do well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've got maybe the results to back it up. Would a London Cup at the end of the season maybe cap off your year? Is that something you'd be looking to gain?
Yeah, it's my final junior race, so really I'm hoping to take it away, hopefully.
So final race in the junior, I assume you'll be moving up next year. Have you done any testing in the class above yet, or are you just going to jump in next year and see what happens?
Jump in next year and see what happens, really.
That's fair enough. Well, seeing as how it is your last junior race, why not let the people at home know what's it like driving a junior max? I mean, obviously not quite as fast as the senior cars. They're obviously a little bit limited, but those things, they're still rapid, aren't they?
Driving a junior is fun, it's fast, but it's annoying because as soon as you're slow, you're annoyed, you don't talk to them, but when you're fast, you're over the moon. That's how it goes most of the time.
Well, best of luck in your final junior race ever, and we'll see how you go out there tomorrow. And then finally, let's move over to the youngest of our three here. We've got Marley, who is racing in the Micromax class. And Marley, how are you feeling coming into Rye House?
Pretty fast, and it's my home track, so yeah. Fingers crossed, top 3 or maybe faster, but yeah.
Well, it's always great to have Rye House, your home track. I mean, it was the home track of Sir Lewis Hamilton back in the day, so we know many people have come quite good in their racing careers from here, but great to hear. So you've been running well over the weekend so far. Heading into the racing, what's your plan? Are you just going to go all out attack all the way through? Maybe just save it in the heats and then go for it in the final?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, go straight for it. But, yeah.
That's fair enough. And then, do you think you've had a good season so far? Of course, you're still quite a young driver. You've still got plenty of time to learn and develop. But can you look back on 2023 as a year you can be proud of?
I mean, it's my first year in Micromax, but in Bambinos, smashing it around here. Yeah. So, yeah.
Always good to be confident looking back. But thank you very much, Marley, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Elena Gallio, racing in the junior Rotax class here at the London Cup in 2023. How are you feeling, should I say? Looking into this weekend, we've got the sun beaming down at the moment, so maybe some good omens for Sunday's racing.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. My second time in junior, but it looks promising for now.
And what were you doing for junior Rotax? Were you racing in Micromax, I assume, or Intermax?
No, I was doing pro karts. Yeah, that's really it.
So, pro car, so bit of a jump there. What would you say is the difference then between a pro car and a junior Rotax? Maybe for someone watching along at home who hasn't driven either of them, it's quite a sizable jump.
The acceleration, it's very different and it's much more physical. Yeah.
Yeah, got to really use those muscles to haul the thing around the corners. But as I said, we're back here at Rye House in 2023. At the moment, the sun's out. How are you feeling looking into Sunday? Is Rye House a circuit you enjoy? Do you think you can do well here?
I think I can improve, but I know the circuit quite well, so I think I'll do better than today.
That's awesome stuff. And what's your goal heading into the weekend? I mean, obviously everyone says they'd love to win the London Cup, because who wouldn't? That's the racing mindset. But, thinking about it realistically, do you think you could be contending for the win, for the podium, for top 10s?
Second time junior, so I hope to get top 10 for now. Yeah, that's really it.
So it's more about just getting used to the car and getting some track time more than anything here this weekend?
That's all, yeah, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Now then, we are here with Jack Gillingham in the junior Rotax for MPS Performance. And Jack, back again here at Rye House for the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into this fantastic event?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to do well this weekend. Been a while since I've last been here. Used to race here a bit, won a few races, but we're back to try and win.
So is it maybe trying to get back into the historical racing that you've done here and maybe just try and find some form? Is that the plan?
Yeah, try and win. I mean, literally to win, there's no point racing if you're not here to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the racer's mindset there. Why don't you talk just a little bit about MPS performance? Obviously, you're here with the team. How long have you been a member of the team? How long has the team been together? And what do you guys all do together to try and push forward as drivers?
So, the team's been around for like about 3 years now, maybe. I've only been here for a year. It's just basically we just get together, look at data, help each other, get faster, improve our lines, improve our racecraft, and just mess around and have fun.
Is there maybe any intra-team rivalry as well? Are you all good friends? Do you all get along?
We all get along, but of course we all want to beat each other at the same time.
Yeah, no friends out on a racetrack, of course.
Exactly.
And what's your goal then? I know you said obviously you want to come in and win the London Cup like everyone else, but, you know, coming in here, you know, what's your pace like? What's your goal? Are you absolutely determined to get that top spot, or is it just get a good finish, get some track time at the end of the year, and then maybe come back next year even stronger?
I mean, anywhere top 5, I'll be happy with that. That's my aim for the weekend. Podium would be lovely, win would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Jack, and best of luck out here this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House? Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
In the holding area now with Ollie Ortu racing in the junior Rotax class here at Rye House. How are you feeling heading into the 2023 London Cup?
Excited. I'm just looking forward to getting hopefully a good qualifying session done, and very much looking forward to tomorrow.
And that's fair enough. I mean, Rye House is a track that you're familiar with. Do you enjoy racing down here? It can be quite tricky at times.
Well, I've done a few test days here, but this will be my first race, so looking forward to it, but also a little bit of nerves.
That's fair enough. And given that it is your first time racing here, is maybe your objective just to get some more track time in, even if you are fighting for, you know, good positions? Is it more just about getting out there and getting the experience around here?
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be quite a big learning curve, but I'm very much looking forward to it.
And talk just a little bit about your car here, of course, stood in front of your junior Rotax machine. You know, these things are pretty fast. What's it like for someone at home who's never driven one of these things? What's it like just even being in one of these things?
Well, you don't really notice the sense of speed until something goes wrong. But while you're driving it, it really is just so much fun. The speed, cornering, everything that happens, it is just amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ollie. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Bradley Keaton, Junior Rotax, back here for the London Cup at Rye House in 2023. How are you feeling looking forward into this one?
I've not had a very good day at the moment, but I'm looking to bring it back.
That's great to hear. I mean, Rye House, it's a very tricky circuit. You know, there's not a lot of grip here in place. It's quite bumpy as well. Is it a track that you enjoy, that you've been to a lot before?
Yeah, I started karting here, so it's a really good track, yeah.
Well, I was saying some of our younger drivers in the paddock earlier on. I mean, it's a great place to start karting. Of course, got the likes of Lewis Hamilton got their going here. So, you know, historically, it's not a bad place to get going. But shame to you've not had the best day. So looking forward into Sunday, what's the plan? Is it just get out there in the heats and, you know, get into a good position for the final and just get your head down and race on?
Get out there and win it.
So you want to win? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, I do.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck out there. Thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. that's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before, gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight fast, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
And now we're with Richard Allison racing in the Rotax 177 class. We're back here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the London Cup in 2023?
Yeah, well, it's pretty positive about it, you know. It's, everything's set up nicely. All I could do is really put it all out there, really, and leave it on the track. So, yeah.
That's fair enough. And we're stood here next to your Kart, of course. Why don't you run us through what it is that makes a Rotax 177?
Well, basically it's not much different from the senior. It's just we're quite a bit heavier. Just a 125 Rotax engine, and just try and drive it as quick as possibly can, really. So
that's fair enough. And what kind of speed are you getting around here at Rye House and these things, you think? I mean, obviously it's a quite short circuit, it's a very fast circuit as well. Even if it's one you enjoy, and I mean, the experience of driving one of these things around here, it's got to be amazing.
Yeah, well, you get up to about 4.5 G around Stadium Bend, up to around 60, 65 miles an hour, depending on the conditions and what tyres you've got as well. So yeah, it's it's pretty quick, and but it's very, very technical. So if you don't have the setup right, you're sliding here, there, and everywhere, and it just won't work.
And what's your goal for this weekend? I mean, obviously you want to win at the end of the day, but is that the objective goal? Do you think you could be fighting for the win or maybe for the podium?
I would like to be, but there's guys out there who've got some mega engines. So, I mean, if I can come in the top 3, top 5, maybe that would be nice. And also, I'm racing for the name of Great Ormond Street, and because I had leukemia when I was 7, and that was 34 years ago when I was diagnosed and sort of become clear of all the treatment and so on. I'm just sort of go back to the hospital to every now and then to sort of go up to the children and basically say, look, you can follow your dreams a bit still, even if you've had all this treatment that knocks you out. Just don't give in. Simple as that, really. And you can basically live your dreams a bit still.
So you're racing for a fantastic cause, and that is great to see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and absolutely best of luck this weekend.
Cool. Thank you.
Here then with 3 of our younger drivers in the paddock at the London Cup, and in an eclectic of different classes as well. We've got Shaquille, Marley and Liam racing in Junior Rotax and Micromax. Let's start with you, Shaquille. First of all, hello, welcome to the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into the racing?
Well, I'm quite excited, really. I mean, I did it last year and it didn't really go too well. So I'm hoping this year we can have a bit of a better time.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan going into it. Of course, we've had a few days of running already so far here at Rye House. Is it a track you enjoy? Are you kind of getting to the grips with it after maybe a bit of a disappointing last year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing here in the IKR, so I know the track well. Testing's been alright. It's been a bit of wet and a bit of dry, sorry. So I think overall it's been pretty decent. I'm just trying to get a good setup, trying to practice in the wet a bit, and see how it goes.
And what's your plan to come with this weekend? I mean, obviously everyone would love to win, but is that on your agenda, or is it, again, just kind of get some more track time as we head into the winter, and then, again, just keep improving as you go forward?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm looking for a good finishing position, maybe a podium. obviously looking for the win, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Kill. Let's move over to Liam now. And Liam, I'll ask you the same thing. How are you feeling coming into the London Cup here at Rye House?
Excited, obviously. Came third last year, won the championship this year at Rye House, so looking forward to it. Hopefully I can do well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you've got maybe the results to back it up. Would a London Cup at the end of the season maybe cap off your year? Is that something you'd be looking to gain?
Yeah, it's my final junior race, so really I'm hoping to take it away, hopefully.
So final race in the junior, I assume you'll be moving up next year. Have you done any testing in the class above yet, or are you just going to jump in next year and see what happens?
Jump in next year and see what happens, really.
That's fair enough. Well, seeing as how it is your last junior race, why not let the people at home know what's it like driving a junior max? I mean, obviously not quite as fast as the senior cars. They're obviously a little bit limited, but those things, they're still rapid, aren't they?
Driving a junior is fun, it's fast, but it's annoying because as soon as you're slow, you're annoyed, you don't talk to them, but when you're fast, you're over the moon, and that's how it goes most of the time.
Well, best of luck in your final junior race ever, and yeah, we'll see how you go out there tomorrow. And then finally, let's move over to the youngest of our three here. We've got Marley, who is racing in the Micromax class. And Marley, how are you feeling coming into Rye House?
Pretty fast, and it's my home track, so yeah. Fingers crossed, top 3 or maybe faster, but yeah.
Well, it's always great to have Rye House your home track. I mean, it was the home track of Sir Lewis Hamilton back in the day, so we know many people have come quite good in their racing careers from here, but great to hear. So you've been running well over the weekend so far. Heading into the racing, what's your plan? Are you just going to go all-out attack all the way through? You maybe just save it in the heats and then go for it in the final?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, like, go straight for it. But, yeah.
That's fair enough. And then, do you think you've had a good season so far? Of course, you know, you're still quite a young driver. You've still got plenty of time to learn and develop. But can you look back on 2023 as a year you can be proud of?
I mean, it's my first year in Micromax, but in Bambinos, smashing it around here. Yeah. So, yeah.
Always good to be confident looking back. Well, thank you very much, Marley, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Elena Gallio, racing in the junior Rotax class here at the London Cup in 2023. How are you feeling, should I say? Looking into this weekend, we've got the sun beaming down at the moment, so maybe some good omens for Sunday's racing.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. My second time in junior, but it looks promising for now.
And, what were you doing for junior Rotax? Were you racing in Micromax, I assume, or Intermax?
No, I was doing pro karts. Yeah, that's really it.
So, pro car, so bit of a jump there. What would you say is the difference then between a pro car and a junior Rotax? Maybe for someone watching along at home who hasn't driven either of them, it's quite a sizable jump.
The acceleration, it's very different and it's much more physical. Yeah.
Yeah, got to really use those muscles to haul the thing around the corners. But as I said, we're back here at Rye House in 2023. At the moment, the sun's out. How are you feeling looking into Sunday? Is Rye House a circuit you enjoy? Do you think you can do well here?
I think I can improve, but I know the circuit quite well, so I think I'll do better than today.
That's awesome stuff. And what's your goal heading into the weekend? I mean, obviously everyone says they'd love to win the London Cup, because who wouldn't? That's the racing mindset. But, you know, thinking about it realistically, do you think you could be contending for the win, for the podium, for top 10s?
Second time junior, so I hope to get top 10 for now. Yeah, that's really it.
So it's more about just getting used to the car and getting some track time more than anything here this weekend?
That's all, yeah, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Now then, we are here with Jack Gillingham in the junior Rotax for MPS Performance. And Jack, back again here at Rye House for the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into this fantastic event?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to do well this weekend. Been a while since I've last been here. Used to race here a bit, won a few races, but we're back to try and win.
So is it maybe trying to get back into the historical racing that you've done here and maybe just try and find some form? Is that the plan?
Yeah, try and win. I mean, literally here to win. There's no point racing if you're not here to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the racer's mindset there. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about MPS Performance? Obviously, you're here with the team. How long have you been a member of the team? How long has the team been together? And what do you guys all do together to try and push forward as drivers?
So, the team's been around for like about 3 years now, maybe. I've only been here for a year. It's just basically we just get together, look at data, help each other, get faster, improve our lines, improve our racecraft, and just mess around and have fun.
Is there maybe any intra-team rivalry as well? Are you all good friends? Do you all get along?
We all get along, but of course we all want to beat each other at the same time.
No friends out on a racetrack, of course.
Exactly.
And what's your goal then? I know you said obviously you want to come in and win the London Cup like everyone else, but, you know, coming in here, you know, what's your pace like, what's your goal? Are you absolutely determined to get that top spot, or is it just get a good finish, get some track time at the end of the year, and then maybe come back next year even stronger?
I mean, anywhere top 5, I'll be happy with that. That's my aim for the weekend. Podium would be lovely, win would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Jack, and best of luck out here this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time, trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight, so yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
In the holding area now with Ollie Ortu racing in the junior Rotax class here at Rye House. How are you feeling heading into the 2023 London Cup?
Excited. I'm just looking forward to getting hopefully a good qualifying session done, and very much looking forward to tomorrow.
And that's fair enough. I mean, Rye House is a track that you're familiar with. You enjoy racing down here. It can be quite tricky at times.
Well, I've done a few test days here, but this will be my first race, so looking forward to it, but also a little bit of nerves.
That's fair enough. And given that it is your first time racing here, is maybe your objective just to get some more track time in, even if you are fighting for, you know, good positions? Is it more just about getting out there and getting the experience around here?
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be quite a big learning curve, but I'm very much looking forward to it.
And talk just a little bit about your car here, of course, stood in front of your junior Rotax machine. You know, these things are pretty fast. What's it like for someone at home who's never driven one of these things? What's it like just even being in one of these things?
Well, you don't really notice the sense of speed until something goes wrong. But while you're driving it, it really is just so much fun. The speed, cornering, everything that happens, it is just amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ollie. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Bradley Keaton, Junior Rotax, back here for the London Cup at Rye House in 2023. How are you feeling looking forward into this one?
I've not had a very good day at the moment, but I'm looking to bring it back.
That's great to hear. I mean, Rye House, it's a very tricky circuit. You know, there's not a lot of grip here in places, quite bumpy as well. Is it a track that you enjoy, that you've been to a lot before?
Yeah, I started karting here, so it's a really good track, yeah.
Well, I was saying some of our younger drivers in the paddock earlier on. I mean, it's a great place to start karting. Of course, got the likes of Lewis Hamilton got their going here. So, you know, historically, it's not a bad place to get going. But shame to see you've not had the best day. So looking forward into Sunday, what's the plan? Is it just get out there in the heats and, you know, get into a good position for the final and just get your head down and race on?
Get out there and win it.
So you want to win? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, I do.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck out there. Thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight, very fast, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
And now we're with Richard Allison racing in the Rotax 177 class. We're back here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the London Cup in 2023?
Yeah, well, it's pretty positive about it, you know. It's, everything's set up nicely. All I could do is really put it all out there, really, and leave it on the track. So, yeah.
That's fair enough. And we're stood here next to your kart, of course. Why don't you run us through what it is that makes a Rotax 177?
Well, basically it's not much different from the senior. It's just we're quite a bit heavier. Just a 125 Rotax engine, and just try and drive it as quick as possibly can, really. So
that's fair enough. And what kind of speed are you getting around here at Rye House and these things, you think? I mean, obviously it's a quite short circuit. It's a very fast circuit as well. Even if it's one you enjoy, and I mean, the experience of driving one of these things around here has got to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, you get up to about 4.5 G around Stadium Bend. You up to around 60, 65 miles an hour, depending on the conditions and what tyres you've got as well. So yeah, it's it's pretty quick, and it's very, very technical. So if you don't have the setup right, you're sliding here, there, and everywhere, and it just won't work.
And what's your goal for this weekend? I mean, obviously you want to win at the end of the day, but is that the objective goal? Do you think you could be fighting for the win or maybe for the podium?
I would like to be, but there's guys out there who've got some mega engines. So, I mean, if I can come in the top 3, top 5, maybe that'd be nice. And also, I'm racing for the name of Great Ormond Street, and because I had leukemia when I was 7, and that was 34 years ago when I was diagnosed and sort of become clear of all the treatment and so on. I'm just sort of go back to the hospital to every now and then to sort of go up to the children and basically say, look, you can follow your dreams a bit still, even if you've had all this treatment that knocks you out. Just don't give in. Simple as that, really. And you can basically live your dreams a bit still.
So you're racing for a fantastic cause, and that is great to see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and absolutely best of luck this weekend.
Cool. Thank you.
Here then with 3 of our younger drivers in the paddock at the London Cup, and in an eclectic of different classes as well. We've got Shaquille, Marley and Liam racing in Junior Rotax and Micromax. Let's start with you, Shaquille. First of all, hello, welcome to the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into the racing?
Well, I'm quite excited, really. I mean, I did it last year and it didn't really go too well. So I'm hoping this year we can have a bit of a better time.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan going into it. Of course, we've had a few days of running already so far here at Rye House. Is it a track you enjoy? Are you kind of getting to the grips with it after maybe a bit of a disappointing last year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing here in the IKR, so I know the track well. Testing's been alright. It's been a bit of wet and a bit of dry, sorry. So I think overall it's been pretty decent. We're just trying to get a good setup, trying to practice in the wet a bit, and see how it goes.
And what's your plan to come with this weekend? I mean, obviously everyone would love to win, but is that on your agenda? Or is it, again, just kind of get some more track time as we head into the winter, and then, again, just keep improving as you go forward?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm looking for a good finishing position, maybe a podium. Obviously looking for the win, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Kill. Let's move over to Liam now. And Liam, I'll ask you the same thing. How are you feeling coming into the London Cup here at Rye House?
Excited, obviously. Came third last year, won the championship this year at Rye House, so looking forward to it. Hope I can do well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've got maybe the results to back it up. Would a London Cup at the end of the season maybe cap off your year? Is that something you'd be looking to gain?
Yeah, it's my final junior race, so really I'm hoping to take it away, hopefully.
So final race in the junior, I assume you'll be moving up next year. Have you done any testing in the class above yet, or are you just going to jump in next year and see what happens?
Jump in next year and see what happens, really.
That's fair enough. Well, seeing as how it is your last junior race, why not let the people at home know what's it like driving a junior max? I mean, obviously not quite as fast as the senior cars. They're obviously a little bit limited, but those things, they're still rapid, aren't they?
Driving a junior is fun, it's fast, but it's annoying because as soon as you're slow, you're annoyed, you don't talk to them, but when you're fast, you're over the moon, and that's how it goes most of the time.
Well, best of luck in your final junior race ever, and we'll see how you go out there tomorrow. And then finally, let's move over to the youngest of our three here. We've got Marley, who is racing in the Micromax class, and Marley... I've got to really use those muscles to haul the thing around the corners. But as I said, we're back here at Rye House in 2023. At the moment, the sun's out. How are you feeling looking into Sunday? Is Rye House a circuit you enjoy? Do you think you can do well here?
I think I can improve, but I know the circuit quite well, so I think I'll do better than today.
That's awesome stuff. And what's your goal heading into the weekend? I mean, obviously, everyone says they'd love to win the London Cup, because who wouldn't? That's the racing mindset. But, thinking about it realistically, do you think you could be contending for the win, for the podium, for top 10s?
Second time junior, so I hope to get top 10 for now. Yeah, that's really it.
So it's more about just getting used to the car and getting some track time more than anything here this weekend?
That's all, yeah, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Now then, we are here with Jack Gillingham in the Junior Rotax for MPS Performance. And Jack, back again here at Rye House for the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into this fantastic event?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to do well this weekend. Been a while since I've last been here. Used to race here a bit, won a few races, but we're back to try and win.
So is it maybe trying to get back into the historical racing that you've done here and maybe just try and find some form? Is that the plan?
Yeah, try and win. I mean, literally to win, there's no point racing if you're not here to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the racer's mindset there. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about MPS Performance? Obviously, you're here with the team. How long have you been a member of the team? How long has the team been together? And what do you guys all do together to try and push forward as drivers?
So, the team's been around for about 3 years now, maybe. I've only been here for a year. It's just basically we just get together, look at data, help each other, get faster, improve our lines, improve our racecraft, and just mess around and have fun.
Is there maybe any intra-team rivalry as well? Are you all good friends? Do you all get along?
We all get along, but of course we all want to beat each other at the same time.
Yeah, no friends out on a racetrack, of course.
Exactly.
And what's your goal then? I know you said obviously you want to come in and win the London Cup like everyone else, but, coming in here, what's your pace like? What's your goal? Are you absolutely determined to get that top spot, or is it just get a good finish, get some track time at the end of the year, and then maybe come back next year even stronger?
I mean, anywhere top 5, I'll be happy with that. That's my aim for the weekend. Podium would be lovely, win would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Jack, and best of luck out here this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before. Gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time and trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up straight fast, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
In the holding area now with Ollie Ortu racing in the junior Rotax class here at Rye House. How are you feeling heading into the 2023 London Cup?
Excited. I'm just looking forward to getting hopefully a good qualifying session done, and very much looking forward to tomorrow.
And that's fair enough. I mean, Rye House is a track that you're familiar with. Do you enjoy? Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ollie. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Bradley Keaton, Junior Rotax, back here for the London Cup at Rye House in 2023. How are you feeling looking forward into this one?
I've not had a very good day at the moment, but I'm looking to bring it back.
That's great to hear. I mean, Rye House, it's a very tricky circuit. You know, there's not a lot of grip here in place. It's quite bumpy as well. Is it a track that you enjoy, that you've been to a lot before?
Yeah, I started karting here, so it's a really good track, yeah.
Well, I was saying some of our younger drivers in the paddock earlier on. I mean, it's a great place to start karting. Of course, got the likes of Lewis Hamilton got their going here. So, you know, historically, it's not a bad place to get going. But shame to you've not had the best day. So looking forward into Sunday, what's the plan? Is it just get out there in the heats and, you know, get into a good position for the final and just get your head down and race on?
Get out there and win it.
So you want to win? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, I do.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck out there. Thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem.
Well, we are here with Elliot Travis racing in the Micromax class. And Elliot, it's been a beautiful weekend so far here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the racing?
Pretty good. That's really it.
That's fair enough. And you enjoying Rye House so far? Is it a circuit you've been to before? Is it a circuit you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a circuit I've been to. I've won here, but I don't go here very often, so it's once a year.
That's fair enough, but at least you've been here before, gives you maybe a bit of a leg up over your competitors. What's your aims for this weekend? Is it to go out and win the London Cup, or are you just trying to get some track time, trying to get some practice in?
Obviously it would be to win the London Cup, but top 3 would be great.
That's awesome to hear. And potentially a threat of rain in the air as well come the racing. Would you maybe enjoy some of the rain, or are you hoping it's going to stay dry?
I would like it to stay dry, but I'm good in the rain, so I don't know.
And maybe for those at home who've never driven a Micromax before, what's it like driving one of these machines? I mean, even for someone as young as yourself, they are very, very fast, aren't they?
Yes, it is. You've got a lot of bottom end, and then it just keeps going up the straight fast, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Ethan, and best of luck for this racing.
Thank you.
And now we're with Richard Allison Racing in the Rotax 177 class. We're back here at Rye House. How are you feeling going into the London Cup in 2023?
Yeah, well, it's pretty positive about it, you know. It's, everything's set up nicely. All I could do is really put it all out there, really, and leave it on the track. So, yeah.
That's fair enough. And we're stood here next to your car, of course. Why don't you run us through what it is that makes a Rotax 177?
Well, basically it's not much different from the senior. It's just we're quite a bit heavier. A 125 Rotax engine, and just try and drive it as quick as possibly can, really. So
that's fair enough. And what kind of speed are you getting around here at Rye House and these things? I mean, obviously it's a quite short circuit. It's a very fast circuit as well. Even if it's one you enjoy, and I mean, the experience of driving one of these things around here has got to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, you know, you get up to about 4.5 G around Stadium Bends. You up to around 60, 65 miles an hour, depending on the conditions and what tyres you've got as well. So yeah, it's you know, it's pretty quick, and but it's very, very technical. So you know, if you don't have the setup right, you're sliding here, there and everywhere, and it just won't work.
And what's your goal for this weekend? I mean, obviously you want to win at the end of the day, but you know, is that the objective goal? Do you think you could be fighting for the win or maybe for the podium?
I would like to be, but you know, there's some guys out there who've got some mega engines. So, I mean, if I can come in the top 3, top 5, maybe that'd be nice. And also, I'm racing for in the name of Gosh, Great Ormond Street, and because I had leukemia when I was 7, and that was 34 years ago when I was diagnosed and sort of become clear of all the treatment and so on. Yeah, I'm sort of go back to the hospital to every now and then to sort of, you know, go up to the children and basically say, look, you know, you can follow your dreams a bit still, even if you've had all this treatment that knocks you out. Just don't give in. Simple as that, really. And you know, you can basically you know, live your dreams a bit still.
So you're racing for a fantastic cause, and that is great to see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and absolutely best of luck this weekend.
Cool. Thank you.
Here then with 3 of our younger drivers in the paddock at the London Cup, and in an eclectic of different classes as well. We've got Shaquille, Marley and Liam racing in Junior Rotax and Micromax. Let's start with you, Shaquille. First of all, hello, welcome to the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into the racing?
Well, I'm quite excited, really. I mean, I did it last year and it didn't really go too well. So I'm hoping this year we can have a bit of a better time.
Well, I'm sure that's the plan going into it. Of course, we've had a few days of running already so far here at Rye House. Is it a track you enjoy? Are you kind of getting to the grips with it after maybe a bit of a disappointing last year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been racing here in the IKR, so I know the track well. Testing's been alright. It's been a bit of wet and a bit of dry, sorry. So I think overall it's been pretty decent. We're just trying to get a good setup, trying to practice in the wet a bit, and yeah, see how it goes.
And what's your plan to come with this weekend? I mean, obviously everyone would love to win, but is that on your agenda? Or is it, again, just kind of get some more track time as we head into the winter, and then, you know, again, just keep improving and improving as you go forward?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I'm looking for a good finishing position, maybe a podium. Obviously looking for the win, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much, Kill. Let's move over to Liam now. And Liam, I'll ask you the same thing. How are you feeling coming into the London Cup here at Rye House?
Excited, obviously. Came 3rd last year, won the championship this year at Rye House, so looking forward to it. Hope I can do well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you've got maybe the results to back it up. Would a London Cup at the end of the season maybe cap off your year? Is that something you'd be looking to gain?
Yeah, it's my final junior race, so really I'm hoping to take it away, hopefully.
So final race in the junior, I assume you'll be moving up next year. Have you done any testing in the class above yet, or are you just going to jump in next year and see what happens?
Jump in next year and see what happens, really.
That's fair enough. Well, seeing as how it is your last junior race, why not let the people at home know what's it like driving a junior max? I mean, obviously not quite as fast as the senior cars. They're obviously a little bit limited, but those things, they're still rapid, aren't they?
Driving a junior is fun, it's fast, but it's annoying because as soon as you're slow, you're annoyed, you don't talk to them, but when you're fast, you're over the moon. That's how it goes most of the time.
Well, best of luck in your final junior race ever, and yeah, we'll see how you go out there tomorrow. And then finally, let's move over to the youngest of our three here. We've got Marley, who is racing in the Micromax class. And Marley, how are you feeling coming into Rye House?
Pretty fast, and it's my home track, so yeah. Fingers crossed, top 3 or maybe faster, but yeah.
Well, it's always great to have Rye House, your home track. I mean, it was the home track of Sir Lewis Hamilton back in the day, so we know many people have come quite good in their racing careers from here, but great to hear. So you've been running well over the weekend so far. Heading into the racing, what's your plan? Are you just going to go all out attack all the way through? Maybe just save it in the heats and then go for it in the final?
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, like, go straight for it. But, yeah.
That's fair enough. And then, do you think you've had a good season so far? Of course, you know, you're still quite a young driver. You've still got plenty of time to learn and develop. But can you look back on 2023 as a year you can be proud of?
I mean, it's my first year in Micromax, but in Bambinos, smashing it around here. Yeah. So, yeah.
Always good to be confident looking back. Well, thank you very much, Marley, and best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Here with Elena Gallio, racing in the junior Rotax class here at the London Cup in 2023. How are you feeling, should I say? Looking into this weekend, we've got the sun beaming down at the moment, so maybe some good omens for Sunday's racing.
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous. My second time in junior, but it looks promising for now.
And what were you doing for junior Rotax? Were you racing in Micromax, I assume, or Intermax?
No, I was doing pro karts. Yeah, that's really it.
So, pro karts, so bit of a jump there. What would you say is the difference then between a pro car and a junior Rotax? Maybe for someone watching along at home who hasn't driven either of them, it's quite a sizable jump.
The acceleration, it's very different and it's much more physical. Yeah.
Yeah, got to really use those muscles to haul the thing around the corners. But as I said, we're back here at Rye House in 2023. At the moment, the sun's out. How are you feeling looking into Sunday? Is Rye House a circuit you enjoy? Do you think you can do well here?
I think I can improve, but I know the circuit quite well, so I think I'll do better than today.
That's awesome stuff. And what's your goal heading into the weekend? I mean, obviously, everyone says they'd love to win the London Cup, because who wouldn't? That's the racing mindset. But, you know, thinking about it realistically, do you think you could be contending for the win, for the podium, for top 10s?
Second time junior, so I hope to get top 10 for now. Yeah, that's really it.
So it's more about just getting used to the car and getting some track time more than anything here this weekend?
That's all, yeah, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so very much, yeah.
Now then, we are here with Jack Gillingham in the Junior Rotax for MPS Performance. And Jack, back again here at Rye House for the London Cup. How are you feeling looking into this fantastic event?
I'm excited. I'm hoping to do well this weekend. Been a while since I've last been here. Used to race here a bit, won a few races, but we're back to try and win.
So is it maybe trying to get back into the historical racing that you've done here and maybe just try and find some form? Is that the plan?
Yeah, try and win. I mean, literally to win, there's no point racing if you're not here to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the racer's mindset there. Why don't you talk just a little bit about MPS Performance? Obviously, you're here with the team. How long have you been a member of the team? How long has the team been together? And what do you guys all do together to try and push forward as drivers?
So, the team's been around for like about 3 years now, maybe. I've only been here for a year. It's just basically we just get together, look at data, help each other, get faster, improve our lines, improve our racecraft, and just mess around and have fun.
Is there maybe any intra-team rivalry as well? Are you all good friends? Do you all get along?
We all get along, but of course we all want to beat each other at the same time.
Yeah, no friends out on a racetrack, of course.
Exactly.
And what's your goal then? I know you said obviously you want to come in and win the London Cup like everyone else, but, you know, coming in here, you know, what's your pace like? What's your goal? Are you absolutely determined to get that top spot, or is it just get a good finish, get some track time at the end of the year, and then maybe come back next year even stronger?
I mean, anywhere top 5, I'll be happy with that. That's my aim for the weekend. Podium would be lovely, win would be amazing.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Jack, and best of luck out here this weekend.
Thank you.
This is the 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 London Cup, live here at Rye House. We've had a bit of a lengthy rain delay, but now it is time to go racing once again in the senior Rotax Race 1. You join me, Ross McIntyre, to bring you all of the live coverage here from one of the most historic karting competitions in all of Britain, and at one of the most historic circuits as well. A place where you can very much start your racing career. Of course, the likes of Anthony Davidson and Sir Lewis Hamilton all got their going here at Rye House, and maybe some of the younger drivers that we'd have seen earlier and a little bit later on, maybe they'll be one of the new greats of motor racing in the future. But for the time being, it's time for Heat 1 of the senior Rotax, and a very, very big class of senior Rotax at that. An absolutely stacked grid, 15 plus, all the bells and whistles, you know the drill. Full card, unlimited 125cc Rotax 2-stroke engine. This is where your money is made in go-karting. As we see there, just a couple of people having problems at the back of the shot, but we will be going racing in just a short moment's time. And boy, oh boy, there are a lot of drivers out there in this field, and although the rain has subsided, it's still spitting ever so slightly. The track is nowhere near as wet as it was earlier, but it's still very, very damp. Coming down into turn 1, cold tyres, cold brakes. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed to try and get the kart slowed down, especially with such a big group of karts. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend. They've been doing a superb job, and we can't go racing without them. And especially a big shout out to them for their efforts during the rain delay. Some great sweeping action going on. So very much appreciate them and all of their efforts. And again, without them, we could not go racing. Not here, not there, not anywhere. So it's a real honour and a real privilege to have them here doing what they do best. So a big thank you to them. There we see the seniors just waiting in the dummy grid, getting ready to head out on their formation lap, hopefully just a few short moments away. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what is going to happen. There we go then. Marshall gives them the signal. It's time to head out for our green flag formation laps in the senior Rotax class. And this is the one that all eyes are on. Sean Berry in the 47 leads them out of pit lane. Charlie Turner just behind them as well. And you can see just a number of karts crossing the line. A 26 kart grid to look forward to here in the senior Rotax class. Looks like Charlie Turner had a bit of a moment there on the formation lap. So even when you're not at full racing speed, you can still very much get caught out as they start making their way around. And looks like they're going to do 2 formation laps. They'll go around once again just to give them a scope on the conditions of the circuit. And then it'll be forming up and waiting for the green lights. But they are trying to form up in my eyes, but maybe we are trying to go racing. Who knows? As they come to the final corner now, I think we are going to be going with the 47 of Sean Berry sat on the pole. Are we going to be going this time? I believe we will. And we're going to go around again. False start. Okay, so not quite yet. We are going to be going around again. My goodness me, you can see still how wet it is down into turn 1. And just to confirm, false flag start is out. We will be going around and forming up once again, and I can tell you our reason why. There seems to be a kart stopped down the back end of the circuit, so hopefully everything is okay. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but I have to wait and see. The karts are going to be held coming down the pit complex. Oh, and someone has not seen the red flag there. Red flag on the digi display, and they've gone straight through, so maybe some problems here. They're going to try and form up again. And, well, I think we're going to have to go around again and then maybe get held on the grid proper because, yeah, that's not the way to do it. They were definitely a red flag on the DJ display. I can see it out of the commentary box window. So they're going to, they're going to be held on the starting grid. Potentially some words to be had. Hello and welcome, if you have just joined us on the broadcast, to the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House. You join us just in time for the senior Rotax race. After a lengthy weather delay, we are all ready to go racing for the final of our first heats here at Rye House. And we're just having a few issues. Car unfortunately stopping before it was able to form up on the grid. So we're just being held here on the grid, and then we'll go around for another formation lap, and then hopefully it's time to go racing for real. And yes, indeed, here we go. So let's see how this all unfolds, shall we? Sean Berry in the 47. He starts on the pole with the 61 of Charlie Turner alongside him on the front row. Of course, the grid for Heat 1 decided by qualifying, and then the grid for Heat 2 later on decided by qualifying, and then the points that you score in Heat 1. And then the final even later on after that. As always, it's your points from Heat 1 and 2 plus your qualifying result on top of that. So we should be trying to form up for a grid in a moment. But they are leaving it very, very late to form up for a grid, so we'll have to wait and see. It's only a very short lap here at Rye House in dry conditions. The senior Rotax guys are going nearly 30-second laps. As there we see, that is the 25 slowing there down the back end of the circuit. Harry Canham in the Lando Norris kart having some real problems, and he is getting out as well, so I'm not sure if we're going to go racing just yet, but it's all eyes to the front. And are we going to go? We wait for the hand signals. Let's go racing, and it looks like we are away cleanly this time. The 47 leads the way heading into Stadium Bend, and as they come through, indeed we are racing. No full starts this time. Oh, contact further back in the pack. That was Sean Berry getting collected, I believe, was by Paul Janes, but all clean for the most part, heading into the infield hairpin for the opening time in this 7-minute and 1 lap race. Some more bumping and banging further back in the pack. There we see the 33 sliding his way through. Seamus Cox doing a great job there on the inside. Oh, big contact coming into the outfield hairpin, and these guys again, cold brakes, cold tyres, really just struggling to find any sort of grip. And as they come through, that is your leader, Charlie Turner in the 61, who's managed to get through Sean Berry. He leads the way on lap 1. Oh no! Big crash! Oh, big crash on the start-finish straight. The driver getting caught out by an aquaplane. A big puddle there. I believe that was Sean Berry. It was indeed the 47 of Sean Berry, the pole sitter. Goes round, he managed to collect someone else. Oh, and that is not a happy kart. Bouncing away, something is seriously broken. He pulls out of the way and retires from the race. But wow, a big, big crash. Puddles, although not as bad as earlier, still catching out drivers early in this race. My goodness me. That was a scary, scary moment for Sean Berry. Glad to see that he was able to drive away, and although he's retired, glad to see that he's okay as well. Up the front though, Charlie Turner now has a 1.6 second lead, another spinner. That is the 55 going round. That's Paul Janes, who was running in second place. Charlie Turner, fastest lap, 45.244, 3.1 seconds ahead of the second place Ryan Mills now, with Janes going round. Again, it's just all about the confidence. At this point, it's all about trying to find any sort of grip you can. It's just about being brave, trusting the car, but it's a fine line between bravery and getting it wrong when it's this wet out on circuit. Bit of contact there between teammates, it looked like, in the Xenon karts. Hopefully everything is all okay between the ASR team. Just a few more bumping and banging as we come out of the outfield hairpin once again. They're coming through. And a yellow flag is out coming into the final corner. Hopefully everything is okay. Can't see anything wrong as they make their way down the start-finish straight. Ryan Mills in P2 on the 66. George Sanders behind him on the 56. Two teammates there doing a great job in second and third. But Charlie Turner still leading the way with 3.3 seconds to the good at the moment. He is sitting very, very pretty out the front as it stands. With the 66 and the 56, they're giving each other a hot battle. They may be teammates off the track, but of course on track you've got no real teammates. It's every man for himself out there in the wet at Rye House. And the 2023 London Cup is further back as well. Slow going, that is the number 98 that seems to be having problems there. Hopefully everything is okay. But we'll have to wait and see. Charlie Turner, 4 minutes left to run as he crosses the line. The two teammates once again, second and third. Look at the amount of lock that they're cranking onto the steering wheels. Just desperately trying to get the front end hooked up, trying to find any sort of bite point for the front tyres. Very out of shape goes Ryan Mills on the brakes coming into the infield hairpin. Got very, very squirrely indeed with that left foot down. Had to put a bit of opposite lock on as the rear steps out on him. Further back as well, the 71 of Tom Pryor and Kyle Dunford, while the 66 and the 56 are fighting. They have started to close the gap to the drivers in front as well. And all while this is happening, Charlie Turner continues to extend the gap out at the front. Make it 5 laps gone with 3 minutes left to go. A 45 dead. A new fastest lap last time, 8 tenths faster than Ryan Mills. The gap now 4.5 seconds between the leader and the 66. But Ryan Mills, he's focused on fighting George Sanders. At the moment, his teammate in the 56 as they head back into the infield hairpin. And just behind them, there is another of their teammates, Kyle Dunford. All of them for ASR running that Xenon chassis. All of them desperately trying to compete and get onto the podium. And Tom Pryor as well getting involved. This may be Callum Ingray as well. And not far behind him, Jake Riches. These guys could all get involved in this battle as the clock ticks on. Again, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. But another lap to run once the clock hits 0 as well. Charlie Turner continues to run away with it up the front of the pack. He is so far clear of everyone, 4.8 seconds. But further behind them at the moment, the 3 Xenon chassis, Ryan Mills, George Sanders and Kyle Dunford, all giving each other a fantastic battle. Running slightly wide there goes Ryan Mills. That may be a dive to the inside from the 56 of George Sanders. Yes, it is. The 56 moves up into the second place position. But how is Ryan Mills going to take that for an answer? As he gets a touch from the 7 of Kyle Dunford behind him as well. And there is Tom Pryor. This is now a 4-car battle for the podium places. And it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be in P2 and P3 when the checkered flag flies in just 1 minute 50 and a lap's time. They are almost bumper to bumper as they head down the main straight once again in that tandem, getting the slipstream while they can. The 7 dives it to the inside. Can Dunford make the impossible happen? No, not quite, as Pryor also has a look to the inside of Dunford coming to the exit of Stadium Bend. But oh my goodness me, look at how out of shape Ryan Mills gets on the brakes, just squirreling all over the place as that 66. But that just shows how hard he is pushing, how hard he is attempting to get back into the podium places. There is the 22 out of the race, seemingly furious. A tyre is that off of the go-kart. I wonder what has happened to Callum Ingray, who was running in 6th place. That is coming down into the outfield hairpin, so possibly wheel hub failure there. Very, very bizarre incident, but as we continue anyway, back to this battle that we see in front of us. It is now George Sanders, should I say, running in P2. Ryan Mills in P3 has dropped back a bit from his teammate. He's trying to go on the defensive from his all-other teammate, Callum Dunford, in P4. And Tom Pryor is there just lurking in the background for the time being. As they make their way out of the outfield hairpin and into pylon bend, this group has separated just a little bit for the time being. You see there, crowds watching along. There is the man in second place, George Sanders, doing a great job on that 56 machine at the moment. Next lap for these lot will be the final lap. 8 seconds left, so we are going to have time for one more tour of this circuit here at Rye House Kart Raceway. There is the 71 of Tom Pryor. Can he maybe perform some miracles on the number 7 of Kyle Dunford? At the moment, he's a little bit too far back. Dunford is going maximum attack on Ryan Mills at the moment. We'll have to wait and see if anyone can do anything. It's late in the race. The tyres now maybe starting just to go a little bit. Potentially some graining coming in as well. We'll just have to wait and see what it's going to be when the checkered flag flies. Charlie Turner will begin his final lap with a dominant lead. 6 seconds at the line last time. We wait and see what it is this time. We'll have to wait and see. It's actually dropped down a little bit, 5.53, but the 61 of Charlie Turner has a fantastic lead at the front at the moment. This battle for P3 still rages on. Ryan Mills with Kyle Dunford and Tom Pryor all looking to get onto the podium places in this opening heat for the senior Rotax. But there is your race leader. The number 61 has been imperious out there. He has been dominant, he has been confident, and he has mastered the wet conditions here at Rye House. He will round the S's and come into the paddock bend, the final corner now. It will be Charlie Turner who takes victory in the opening heat of the senior Rotax with a fantastic drive from the number 61. Just behind him, George Sanders will finish in second place, and Ryan Mills manages to hold on to that P3, the final podium position, after an intense battle with Kyle Dunford and Tom Pryor. Only half a second covering Mills, Dunford and Pryor at the line with the checkered flag flying. Wow, what a race we've had here to get going once again after the rain delay. Just brilliant action. And, Charlie Turner, maybe someone to be reckoned with moving onwards if the wet weather continues. He just looks super confident out there in that number 61 machine. And we'll have to wait and see what he can do. But the final few drivers just crossing the line now. But it is Charlie Turner, your race winner in Heat 1, with George Sanders in P2 and Ryan Mills rounding out the podium places. That is it for Heat 1 for the senior Rotax. Of course, they've got a Heat 2 to look forward to later on as well. But for the time being, they'll go away, clean the carts up, do any work that they have to do, and they'll be back out later. And of course, later on in the afternoon, they'll have their final as well to look forward to. So senior Rotax, although Heat 1 is done, fear not, plenty more action to enjoy from them later on today. Heat 2 for the Bambino A split coming up next. We had a fantastic race in Heat 1. We are a few short moments away from heading out for our formation lap, and of course back to standing starts we go now. The Bambinos and the Honda Cadets all running standard starts. Of course, if you missed this morning in action, they're running standing starts, everyone else running rolling starts. So just bear that in mind when they pull up onto the grid and stop, instead of doing your typical karting, everyone 2 by 2 to the green flag. Hopefully they'll be getting going in just a short moment's time, waiting for the signal from the marshal, and then it'll be time to get racing in Heat 2 for the Bambino A's. Again, a fantastic opening race of the day earlier on. The track was still somewhat dry, although, of course, it doesn't really matter for these Bambinos. They have to run those Lacon all-weather tyres. So no matter the conditions, they're on the same rubber. But it must be said, a very, very enjoyable race. Nonetheless, a few chats being had with the parents/mechanics before they head out onto the circuit. Of course, these drivers can be young as 6 years old. It's the youngest form of motorsport that you can partake in the British Isles. And it's where your racing career really gets going, and it's fantastic to see such a healthy grid of Bambinos. Of course, we had to split the Como Bambinos up into an A and a B split, and the IAME Bambinos, who've got a little bit later on as well. They've also got a very, very packed grid. So plenty of young drivers here at Wright House for the most historic Cup competition in all of UK karting, the London Cup, here in 2023. And hopefully we've seen the last of the rain. It seems to have subsided for the time being. So, yeah, fingers crossed that that is the case. But who knows? We will have to wait and see. Last few moments before the karts make their way out onto the circuit. If you're just joining us on the broadcast, or if you've been here all day trackside and brave the weather, hello and welcome. It's a pleasure to be bringing you all of the action from the 2023 London Cup here at the Wright House Kart Raceway. One of the first dedicated karting circuits ever in the UK. And of course a karting circuit that's held world championships before. Of course, all the way though back in 1968 and 1969. So quite some years ago, but they did host a round of the CIK FIA World Karting Championship back when it was a 5-weekend series, the 68 edition run by the Swedish Thomas Nilsson and the 69 edition run by the Belgian Francois Goldstein. His first of 5 World Championships and 4 World Championships in a row before, of course, he was stopped by the great Terry Fullerton over a Nivelle Baller in Belgium in 1973. However, it wasn't all doom and gloom for British drivers in those World Championships. Mickey Allison finished 3rd and 2nd in these championships. And it also hosted the Junior World Championships in 1974 when the Worlds and the Junior Worlds were split up and didn't do the same weekend. That was won by the Italian Felice Ravelli 1 year after it was won by a certain Alain Prost. Of course, good news, you may not have seen it, but great news, in fact, for British karting. It was announced on Thursday, just gone by, that the 2024 CIK FIA Karting World Championship will once again be held at Paul Fletcher International at Brandon in the UK. Of course, last hosted the World Championship back in 2017. So great to see the World Championship back on British soil. Both times it hosted the World Championship, a British driver won as well. And Dexter Patterson, now a British Touring Car Championship driver, won the OK Junior category in 2017. And it'll also be hosting the OKN World Cup, the new category that'll be taken that weekend as well. So plenty to look forward to in British karting in 2024. But plenty to look forward to now, as well as the Bambino A-Split make their way out onto the track to get on their formation lap for the start of their second heat. Of course, this is perhaps the most crucial heat of the weekend because once this is done, your grid for the final is set. And then it's one race between you and etching your name in the history books. So we'll have to wait and see. Noah Wilklope, the 53, he leads the way out onto the circuit for all of the young drivers. He had a great race one, as did Toby Biggs in the 68 as well. Several strong competitors out there in this 11 kart grid. And they're making their way round Paddock Bend now, and they'll stop on the grid. And it'll be time to go racing for the second heat of the Bambino A-Split. If you're watching along on the broadcast, let us know how you're feeling. Let us know how you found the racing so far, and let us know who you are supporting this weekend. And if you're trackside, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And hopefully don't enjoy it any more rain. It looks like it has finally passed over us. Sat on the pole position, Toby Biggs alongside Jesse Bailey in P2. Just behind them, Noah Wilklow in P3, and the 78 of Benjamin Slivyar in P4. Last checks are being made, and now for the second time, for the final time in the heat, it'll be all eyes up to the lights for the Bambinos. We are underway in the Como Bambino A heat number 2. A strong start from the 68 of Toby Biggs. He will take the lead, but a very strong start from Noah Wilklow as well. He's going to slide up the inside of Jesse Bailey and take second position. heading through Stadium Bend, but it will be Toby Biggs that leads the way, similar to what he did in Heat 1. Just a strong start. Hopes to say there's spinners in the background. Over goes the 77. Nikola Veselovsky goes up and over after contact further back in the pack. The yellow flags will wave. He extracts himself from the kart. He looks to be okay, which is great to see. Up on his knees, everything all okay. Maybe a little winded, dazed and confused. The red flag waves and a marshal comes over to assist him, but he is up and out of the go-kart, which is the main thing. Of course, we hope that he is okay, but looks to be okay. Red flag is waving here in Heat 2 of the Bambino A-split at Rye House after a horrible accident heading into the infield hairpin on the opening lap. But luckily, everybody seems to be okay. We will wait and see when we will get racing again. A few other drivers were also involved in that incident. Of course, hoping that everybody is okay as well. It seems like the rain has started to fall once again here at Rye House. We thought we'd seen the last of it. The racing gods had other ideas. Lady Luck is not going our way today at the London Cup in 2023. She is not being kind to us. But it doesn't seem too heavy at the moment. So hopefully just a quick shower and it will pass. We're just waiting to see if everybody is okay. And hopefully we'll get racing again. The young drivers lining up on the start-finish straight. The clock, I believe, has been stopped. But anyway, as the regulations state, red flag with less than 10% race distance covered, which is what has happened. There'll be a total race restart anyway. So what the clock does at the moment is not really of a massive concern. Yeah, I think some of the drivers just being told to stay sat in their karts just while they're maybe cleaning up anything that's down over there at the infield hairpin. And I can tell you that the rain is coming down now because I can see out of my commentary box window people on the balcony now putting their hoods up, escaping back indoors to the Circuit Cafe. So that's how you know the rain is falling. It's the best way to tell is to watch the crowds and watch the hoods and the umbrellas go up. Of course, hope everybody stood on the balcony over there. It's having a great day and has been enjoying all the racing so far. And yeah, hope it's all going well. And it looks like everybody is all okay for the time being. The 77 of Nico Veselovsky has gotten back in the kart. Whether he will continue in the heat, I'm not sure. I think they're just doing a mechanical check after a rollover. But great to see that he's okay back behind the wheel. If he could rejoin the race, what a display of determination and tenacity from the young man that would be. But it's great to see him sat behind the car. Whether he's going to get wheeled back to the pit lane or restart the race, that is a phenomenal sight to see from the young 77 driver after a pretty scary accident in the opening lap. There you can see him, Nico Veselovsky. Just, I think, mechanics and marshals just making sure that the car is still functional. I think he would like to rejoin this race if he can. But he is now out of the go-kart. So I think, they are trying to get the thing started. So we'll have to wait and see what he's doing. I think, though, Nico does want to rejoin the race, which is absolutely fantastic to see. If you've just joined us on the broadcast, hello and welcome to the 2023 London Cup. We are just experiencing a red flag delay at the beginning of the Bambino A Heat 2 after an accident. Everybody is okay. We are hopefully going racing once again in just a few short moments. And the rain shower has seemingly come and gone in incredible time because everybody's hood on the balcony is back down. So there you go. That's a good start. But yeah, marshals and mechanics and engineers are heading back out onto the grid now, I can see. So they're going to just have a chat with the young drivers, make sure everything is okay. And Nico is going to rejoin the race by the looks of things. If he does, that is absolutely phenomenal. He's just bringing it back through, as you can see. But I'm not sure if that's them taking the kart to the pit lane or if they're ready to go racing again. Which, if the 77 is ready to race again after that incident, Just unbelievable. Absolutely phenomenal from that young man. Indeed, the drivers now making their way back into the grid slots. It will be a race restart, complete restart. So original positions on the grid, and then we will go racing once again here for the Bambino A Heat 2. And we wait and see what is going to happen, and wait and see if Nico is going to rejoin the race as well. I don't think he is, unfortunately. No, looks like the 77 has been told he is not allowed to race. The kart has been wheeled back to the pit lane. That is a real shame, but showing the young racer himself, he wanted to race. He was back out in that car. He was ready to go after that rollover. So fantastic for him, but unfortunately he will not be racing in this second heat for the Bambino A's. As we once again get ready to go racing. Hopefully this time we remain a little bit cleaner and a little bit safer as well. Likely going to do another warm-up lap. No, I don't think we are. I think we're going to go racing straight away. So it's all eyes then, up to the lights. The 68 of Toby Biggs sits on the pole position. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. They've been sat there a long time. Are we going to go racing? Have we got another formation lap? Only time will tell. We're just waiting and seeing. There we go. We are racing this time. Toby Biggs will lead the way from the lights with Jesse Bailey in P2. And coming up the inside, once again, the fast-starting Noah Wilklow will slide on through. But for the time being, it is still Toby Biggs that leads the way, coming down through the opening section now on the run into the infield hairpin for the first time. And it will be Biggs from Bailey, from Wilklow, or Wilklow in P2, should I say. Bailey under the attack from Noah Smith there. So Smith, another fast starter with Benjamin Stiviar just behind them as well. And now as they make their way through the outfield hairpin and into pylon bend for the first time, looks like Noah Wilklow under attack from Jesse Bailey further back. That's Benjamin Stiviar. Under attack from Arlo Gamble in the 72. There is race leader Toby Biggs with 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go as they will complete lap 1. He has already got a fairly comfortable lead ahead of the pack behind him. Once again, we see Noah Wilklow under attack from Jesse Biggs as they make their way into Stadium Bend. Can Jesse Biggs, or can Jesse Bailey even, make a phenomenal move? And yes, they do. The 33 up the inside. Awesome manoeuvre there from the number 33 to retake that second position. But while these two are fighting, Toby Biggs is going to start pulling away up at the front, and they need to start thinking smart. They can't let him get away too early, because if they do, he's going to be untouchable and is going to be starting in a very strong position come the final later on. There we see the 33 of Jesse Bailey now in P2, but the hunter, or the hunted should I say, has become the hunter. Noah Wilklow back down into P3. We saw him in race 1, was absolutely phenomenal in that heat, and just chasing down and cutting his way through the pack. But Jesse Bailey doing a great job at the moment, leading in P2 should I say. Leading though, Toby Biggs crosses the line and sets a 59.336 first lap time under the 1 minute mark in this heat for the Bambino A split. As they head through, looks like Noah Smith just starting to struggle a little bit compared to the two drivers ahead, Jesse Bailey and Noah Wilklow. So he will maybe just drop back just a tad ever so slightly. But Wilklow unable to make the gap appear at the moment. He's just following Jesse Bailey as they come through the outfield hairpin. Of course, running the wet racing line, you want to avoid the dry line at all costs just because of how slippery it becomes when the rain comes down. And even though the track has been declared wet all day, there was still dry running yesterday and on Friday. So you want to be just slightly altering your line to maximise your grip. As there we see race leader Toby Biggs, who once again has decided to try and shoot off into the distance. It'll be 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. As he crosses the line, the gap is 1.2 seconds back to Jesse Bailey, who set a very competitive lap time last time out, it must be said. Only ever so slightly slower than the 68 on that tour. Further down in the order we go, or further around the track, should I say. And it's still Biggs from Bailey, from Wilklow, your top three here at Rye House. And as they continue to go round, it's all plain sailing at the moment for this front four. None of them really challenging each other at the moment. But as they continue to go round, it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds. And there we see race leader once again sitting very comfortably up the front of the pack at the moment. Not really under pressure from Jesse Bailey at the moment, but with 3 minutes left to run plus a lap as well, anything can change over the remaining course of this race. Anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does, as the saying goes. We'll have to wait and see. But on the topic of things changing, Jesse Bailey set the fastest lap last time of 58.694, but it was only 4 thousandths faster than Toby Biggs. So these two running very, very similar lap times at the moment. Unfortunately for Jesse Bailey, Toby Biggs is the one up the front of the pack. Both of them taking very, very wide lines, heading through the outfield hairpin as they come up past the main building complex here. You can see those watching along on the balcony with intent, with furore. The racing here at Rye House never been stronger at the 2023 London Cup. The biggest entry list we've ever had for a London Cup, which is absolutely phenomenal to see. 2 minutes to go at the line this time by. Can Bailey close in any further as they cross the line? Oh, yes, they can. Toby Biggs, a very poor lap that time. Made a mistake somewhere. That's disappointing for him, because Jesse Bailey closed up 0.8 of a second on that last lap, and a new fastest lap as well of 58.189, gaining more and more confidence with each passing corner, with each passing lap. Can they maybe try and make a miracle happen over the remaining minute and 30 of this race? They have closed in on Toby Biggs on the 68 by quite some margin over the previous tour. As they head round out of the outfield hairpin and down into Pylon Bend, this is where Jesse Bailey seems to be very, very strong as they head through. But as we wait to see where they come out and who's going to be in front of the pack, it is still Toby Biggs for the time being as they all head through. It'll be 1 minute and 5 seconds left to run at the start-finish line. So the next lap will be the penultimate lap of the race. Of course, the format for the heats, 7-minute races plus 1 lap when the clock hits 0. So when the clock hits 0, the second the leader gets to the start-finish, that is the final lap of the race. The finals are 1 minute longer, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. So a little bit more racing action to look forward to later on when we get to the finals. But Toby Biggs still holding on strong for the time being. Jesse Bailey pushing very, very hard. The cart squirreling underneath them, but just unable to make anything happen at the moment. Just unable to capitalise on any mistakes, unable to truly force their way through. But as it stands, it will still be Toby Biggs that leads the way as they come into the S's and come through. And it should be the penultimate lap this time. There's 10 seconds left to go now, so they will have time for 2 more laps. 5 seconds left on the ticker as they cross the line. So 2 more tours for these young drivers. Can the 33 of Jesse Bailey force their way through, or will Toby Biggs put on the defensive performance of the weekend to hold them off and take a victory in the second heat and set themselves up perfectly for the final later on? Only time will tell. They've started to come up to some back markers now, so potentially some irritation there as they're all trying to slide their way through. Toby Biggs could have been really compromised there. Now Jesse Bailey's going to get compromised. Looks like Toby Biggs, despite being really held up, managed to get away the better of the pair of them there. So, and with a few corners left to go, unless a mistake befalls Toby Biggs, I think it's all over for Jesse Bailey as they come into the S's. Or should I say, not the final time, it's the last lap next time. So they've still got 1 more tour left to go. So, but that has held up Jesse Bailey nonetheless. So still time for the driver in P2 on board that 33 machine. Last lap of the race. Here we go. Cranking on the lock, desperate to get those all-weather lock-on tyres biting, desperate to find any sort of grip they can. It has started raining once again here at Rye House, but not particularly heavily, but maybe just a mental rain appearing on the visors of the drivers. and just playing with your head a little bit, you automatically just start to be a little bit cautious when you see that spray landing on the helmet. Half a lap left to run now in the Bambino A Heat 2. Can anybody find a way through on Toby Biggs? Can Jesse Bailey perform some late heroics, or will the 68 hold on with only a handful of corners left to run into Paddock Bend for the final time? It was good but not good enough for Jesse Bailey. Toby Biggs will take a victory in race 2. The second heat falls the way of the 68. He is delighted with that one, and that sets him up perfectly for the final later on. Jesse Bailey try as hard as they could, just not quite close enough. 3.5 tenths separating them at the line. Noah Wilklow did manage to finish in P3, but some 9.2 seconds away from Jesse Bailey. These front two were absolutely ferocious out there, even in these wet weather conditions. Noah Smith manages to finish P4 with Arlo Gamble in P5. But Toby Biggs, a great victory there for him, withstood all of that pressure. And now he lines himself up for the perfect position in the final. He's got the momentum behind him. He will have the grid position in the final. And he's looking very, very dangerous indeed as we head into the final race of the day, which of course will be later on and a little bit longer as well. So more opportunity for some fantastic racing action later on for the Bambino Split A. Bambino Split B, their second heat is just a few short moments away with all the drivers in the pits lane. It is very, very chilly out there at the moment. The rain has started falling rather heavily once again. The umbrellas are up on the balcony of the main building and the hoods are up as well. So conditions hopefully not getting too much worse. We've seen already today what happens to Wright House when it turns into an ice rink. But we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. In just a few short moments' time, you can see the puddles up ahead, the rain falling down, but as they make their way out of the dummy grid, now let's go out on their formation lap in the Bambino Split to be Heat 2. You can see spray being kicked up by those Lacan all-weather tyres. The 50cc engines will ironically be running technically more powerful in these conditions due to the temperature and the rain that's in the air. The air gets denser, and that means you actually get more power out of an engine, but it's probably not significant enough to be noticeable. But hey-ho, the more you learn every day. And the mechanics and the parents making their way out onto the grid. Of course, this is the final heat for all of the drivers, not just in the Bambino B Split Heat 2, but of all of the other Split 2 Heat 2s that we're going to see later on. This is the final chance to secure a good qualifying spot for the final before it is time to crown some London Cup champions in 2023. Adding their names to the historic Roll of Honour. Of course, this being one of the most historic karting cups in all of the UK at one of the most historic circuits at all of the UK as well. Alex Marshall, he lines up on the pole with Albie J. Stubbs alongside. The number 96 is in P2. Jack Swan will be in P3. The 34 of John Stevens in P4. Keep an eye out for Jensen Fathers in P6. The number 20 was awesome in Heat 1. And scythed his way through despite not the best starting position. The marshals clear the mechanics away. It is time to go racing. It'll be all eyes to the lights, and we'll be underway in Heat 2 for the Bambino, B Split here at the London Cup. It is lights out. We are underway, and it is a good start from Alex Marshall, but Albie J. Stubbs is keeping him honest on the outside, but the inside belongs to the number 13 as they splash their way through Stadium Bend for the very first time. There goes Albie J. Stubbs. He sweeps by on the outside. A wonderful move there from the number 96 to take the lead of the race ahead of the number 13 further back as well. Oh, spinning, that's Jensen Fathers, who's gone round in the number 20. He manages to get it pointing in the right direction. I think just maybe locked up the rears on the brakes. But he's managed to get it going again, but that's a disappointing opening to Heat 2 for that young man. As further back in the pack as well, he's already trying to overtake some other drivers, trying to get through Freddie Williams in the number 61, ahead of Freddie Williams as well. That looks like Leo Hunt in the 66, but back to fighting for position. This is for P2, Alex Marshall and Riley Aston Wilkins putting on a huge ding-dong for us as Albie J. Stubbs leads the way as they cross the line now. He's already got a very comfortable lead, 1.7 seconds at the line. Once again, running quite wide there was Alex Marshall. Can Riley Aston Williams potentially capitalise on that as they head through? As there we see on your screen the 100 of Raphael Kurtzman, who had a fairly solid Heat 1, who'll be looking for an even better Heat 2 moving forward. And further up the front, no. Riley Aston Wilkins could not find a way through, but there's a big battle going on further back between Kurtzman and behind him, I believe, is Arthur Bowers in the number 99. Jensen Fathers has already scythed his way through this pack here. And the 100 doing a stoic defensive effort at the moment. Actually, I believe Jensen Fathers may have had another spin on this lap. He's dropped down to the back. So big shame for him. As we see once again this battle for second place that rages on. Alex Marshall versus Riley Aston Wilkins. It's still the lead for Albie J. Stubbs. New fastest lap of 58.818. Very, very fast indeed given the conditions. The rain has once again stopped, so it's intermittent showers at the moment at Rye House, it would appear. But Riley Aston Wilkins is only 7/10 back on Alex Marshall on that previous tour. Further back in the order, we see a dive bomb there. That looks to be the number 66 of Leo Hunt up the inside of Jack Swan. Can Jack Swan try and get the switch back? No, he cannot. So great move there by Leo Hunt to get up into P4. But runs very, very wide coming out of the infield hairpin. But somehow doesn't compromise himself. Up into P4 goes Leo Hunt with a lovely, lovely move. That was brilliant, brilliant stuff. Just sliding up the inside. Maybe a little bit of rubbing panels as well as they went through. Wow, great stuff there between the pair of them. A fierce battle for P4. Action everywhere that you look here in the London Cup in 2023. And continuing back up at the front, Alex Marshall started to pull away from Riley Aston Wilkins. 1.1 seconds separating the second and third place drivers as Leo Hunt now starts to lay the hammer down. 9/10 ahead of Jack Swan after getting through. Albie J. Stubbs currently 2.2 seconds clear up the front of the number 13 as it stands. We'll have to wait and see what is going to happen over the remainder of this race. As there we see, that is the 100 of Raphael Kurtzman trying to hold off the 34 of John Stevens, who has just got through. So great stuff there for Raphael Kurtzman. And through there, on, I believe that was the number 12 they just went through on, of Calvin Simon, who may be having a bit of a mistake there as they slid on through. 3 minutes and 20 seconds still to run in this race. Up the front, it is still Albie J. Stubbs, who is flying away as it stands, setting very, very consistent lap times all around the 58.5 mark. Alex Marshall, a great lap last time. He actually gained on Albie J. Stubbs a little bit at 58.499. That was his personal best. But behind Riley Aston Wilkins, dropping further and further back from the number 13 driver. Here we see this battle for number P5 at the moment. Jack Swan versus Raphael Kurtzman. Both of these guys doing a great job. And now we see John Stevens and Calvin Simon as well. Further back, this is for P7. John Stevens runs very, very wide out onto the bricks, actually. But unfortunately for Calvin Simon, just unable to find the gap. As they head on through, down into the pylon corner and through Complex Devel, one of the trickiest parts of the circuit. It will still be Calvin Simon behind John Stevens. 1 minute and 57 seconds left in this race until we reach the end of Heat 2 for the Bambino B-split. The 67 still holding off the 100. Jack Swan doing a fantastic defensive effort, but can Raphael Kurtzman try and squeeze his way through? Only time will tell, but he is running out of time. The clock is ticking and time is dropping away. As there we see, looks like Calvin Simon has managed to slide through John Stevens down at turn 1. So great result for him there. He's now up into P7. But John Stevens, he's not going to take no for an answer. He's going to try and slide his way back on through. But again, as I said, clock is ticking. Can Stevens find his way, or Stevens find his way back through? Can Simon put on a defensive effort for the ages? We will have to wait and see as we continue to follow this battle. Just over a minute left. New fastest lap for your leader, Albie J. Stubbs at 58.439. Nearly 5 seconds is the gap now back to Riley Aston Wilkins. Albie J. Stubbs is putting on a display here for everybody watching. What a drive he is having at the moment. And as they slide on through the 100, still trying to find a way past Jack Swong. Raphael Kurtzman, he's looking left, he's looking right. He just cannot find the gap at the moment, which is a real shame for him, but everything he's trying just does not seem to be working out as it stands. Maybe a little mistake there, though, from Jack Swong, losing him a bit of momentum, bit of time, but Raphael Kurtzman, he just cannot capitalise on this for the time being. We are going to have 2 more laps after this as Albie J. Stubbs comes to the line. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race as there is 8 seconds left on the clock. So 2 more tours for the leader. Another fastest lap for the 96. A 58.329. 5.5 seconds is the gap to Riley Aston Wilkins. Albie J. Stubbs absolutely ripping it up out there at Rye House. He is soaring in the lead and no one can touch him at the moment. There we see Jensen Fathers, who's had a very, very disappointing heat too after having a few spins, getting involved in a few collisions. The number 20 had an awesome race in race 1, but unfortunately in this heat it's not quite gone his way. He's currently holding off the 34 John Stevens, who he's managed to slide on by. And just ahead of him, Calvin Simon as well. So maybe this is an opportunity for Stevens to try and find his way through on Calvin Simon if he's able to follow Jensen Fathers. We'll have to wait and see as we start the final lap of the race for the number 96. Albie J. Stubbs has simply been ferocious out there. He is taken to the wet weather like a duck to water, quite literally, due to just the amount of standing surface water there is on the track. And he is 6.5 seconds ahead of his competition. Absolutely flying. He runs a little bit wide coming out of the infield hairpin, but what a performance it has been from this young man. Simply untouchable out on circuit. He sends a glance back almost to say, where's everybody else? I can't see the competition. But with only half a lap left to go and into the pylon bend, all he's got to do is keep it on the black stuff and he can celebrate a dominant victory in Heat 2. Albie J. Stubbs rounds the final corner to make it a fantastic victory in race 2. He wins here at Rye House and there is nobody within sight of him. Absolutely flying was the number 96. A fist to the crowd. He knows how much that means because that gives him points for the final. Checkered flag waves. Riley Aston Wilkins in P2. Alex Marshall's had a problem on the last lap. He's dropped down to P4. Leo Hunt in the 66 managed to slide up into P3. So Alex Marshall encountering problems with Jack Swong in P5 and Raphael Kurtzman in P6. Calvin Simon was 7th with John Stevens in P8. And I believe that Jensen Fathers may have had another problem. He finished in 9th with Archie Witt in 10th, Arthur Bowers in 11th, and Freddie Williams in P12. That then is it for your heats for the Comet Bambinos. They are done and dusted. They'll be back out for the finals a little bit later on, but now it's time to sit and wait. Time to get your game face on. Time to focus in because the London Cup final for these guys is just around the corner. Close the window. Heat number 2 awaits for the Honda Cadets. Lined up on the dummy grid, moments away from getting going. Marshall's just waiting to give them the signal to head out on their formation lap before they line up on the grid and get racing for, as always, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. We had a fantastic Heat 1 in the Cadets class. We saw some fantastic performances as well. Some of the 160 drivers fighting and taking it to the 200 drivers, which is something you really don't often see. So shows that we've got some spectacular talent out there on this Cadet grid. And we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. The Marshall gives them the wave. Out come the Cadets. The roar of the 4-stroke fills the air here at Rye House as they make their way out onto the circuit. Of course, wet tyres have been mandated for this race by race control. Track declared wet as Theo Bradshaw leads the way on this formation lap. Ralphie Branscombe, Cian Sullivan, those 3 guys were pretty dominant in the opening heat, but some great fighting out there as well. Ella Dixon, the number 16, one to keep an eye on. She was the winner in the 160 class in race 1 and was absolutely ferocious out there on the circuit. You can see there the sun now actually starting to peek through the clouds a little bit, which is rather bizarre, but hey-ho, the weather does what it wants to do here at Rye House, it would seem. It's been a crazy, crazy, crazy weekend of weather. And after the chaos of the latter stages of the morning, it's nice to see some sun. Lining up then on the grid, Theo Bradshaw in the 44 sits on the pole with Ralphie Branscombe alongside him. Just behind them, Cian Sullivan and Elliot Bork as well. And it's now the tension begins to rise around the circuit. The heart gets pumping in the drivers. We are moments away from going racing in Heat 2 for the Honda Cadets. Or a problem maybe for someone further back in the grid, waving arms. That is the 16 of Ella Dixon. A problem potentially. Marshall goes over just to check. Or maybe not. He gave her the 1 minute finger, so she's going to have a word with another one of the marshals, and then he'll go over and sort whatever her problem is. But gesturing now over into the pit area, Ella Dixon seemingly with a problem on that Honda Cadet. So hopefully that can get sorted after a fantastic result in race 1 for her. And now the marshal heading back over and hopefully sorts whatever problem that may be. The drivers, they're all sitting there. The engine's pumping, of course. That left-hand sided engine of Honda Cadet. So bizarre to many of us, yet so iconic at the same time. It's almost time to go racing here at Rye House in Heat 2 for the Honda Cadets at the 2023 London Cup. The thumbs up is given. It is all eyes up to the lights. It's lights out and we are underway. It's a great start there from Theo Bradshaw. He'll take the lead down into turn 1 and through goes the 26 of Cian Sullivan up into P2, as well as there's a whole gaggle of cars, 26 karters out there on the circuit. But it is the 44 that leads the way. Theo Bradshaw coming into the infield hairpin as they side their way through. Drivers darting this way and that way, trying to find space, trying to find grip. Anything will do. Now the outfield hairpin, through they go. Bradshaw still leads the way from Ralphie Branscombe. I think has managed to slide back up into second place now. So great stuff to see from them as they make their way down the back end of the circuit through the S's and paddock bend. And you can see already Theo Bradshaw has a very commanding lead, avoiding that big puddle there. You don't want to clip that as they come through to complete the first lap. So it is Bradshaw from Branscombe, from Sullivan, your top 3. And looks like Archie Ray Watson had a big problem on that first lap. He's dropped significantly down. We'll have to wait and see what's happened there. Zach Hunt leads the way in the 160 class with Ella Dixon in P2 and Harry Search in P3. They are 15th, 17th and 18th overall respectively. Bradshaw though doing a fine job up the front at the moment as they make their way round. The sun now beaming down on us here at Rye House. We are getting ready to finish off the day's racing with fantastic efforts. Looked like the number 10 out there having problems potentially. That could be the 18 of Ayrton Rai. He's very frustrated down the back end of the circuit, but up the front it is still Bradshaw that leads, half a second ahead of Ralphie Branscombe, who himself is half a second ahead of Cian Sullivan. Branscombe, fastest lap of the race, first driver into the 48, so 48.993. Great pace from him. He massively gained on Bradshaw that last lap. Took 2-3 tenths almost out of him, as there we see some pushing and shoving further down the order, heading through the infield hairpin. These drivers are giving each other their absolute everything. I believe that's Albie Smith and Thomas Harper that are having that ding-dong there. And as we head through into Pylon Bend and back out of the Complex Novell, it's still Bradshaw that leads the way from Branscombe in second and Cian Sullivan in P3. Ashley Haas managing to hold on to that fourth place position at the moment, but for how much longer? Because they are under attack from the 99 of Albie Smith, all over their tail. Can they try and find a way through? You can see a dry line starting to form down at turn 1. Can Albie Smith, though, try and get a slingshot coming out of turn 2? No, not quite, as we see there, all the drivers making their way, trying to find any sort of grip that they can through turn 1. At the moment, just unable to do anything as it stands. This Honda Cadet Heat 2 hotting up here at Rye House. The London Cup providing the best karting action of the weekend. One of the most historic circuits in the country. Further back in the pack, that is the 88, who seemingly had problems earlier. That's Ernest Hangier, but they seem to have solved whatever issue they have of the 99 of Ashley Haas. Continues to push the 99 of Albie Smith, should I say, continues to push the 5 of Ashley Haas as they head through. Quite literally pushing him that time. Gives him a love tap, heading through Stadium Bend and into Reg's elbow. Now maybe this on-track action hotting up into a bit more than good, clean racing. I think Albie Smith wants to get past and has had enough of staring at the rear bumper of that number 5, and he tries to get the inside, tries to get the drive coming through the infield hairpin, but unfortunately just unable to capitalise, even if he did gain a little bit of time. Theo Bradshaw continues to lead the way further at the front of the pack. This battle rages onwards for the 4th place position, and Cian Sullivan not far ahead in front either. 3rd place, only a stone's throw away for these two. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this heat. The 26 is now big time under attack from the number 5, who is big time under attack from the 99. It could be anybody's guess as to who's going to end up on the final podium position. Could it be Cian Sullivan holding off from Ashley Haas? Can Haas get through, or can Albie Smith perform a miracle and slide by on both of them? He's going to try and slide at the inside this time of Ashley Haas on the number 5. He does get the drive, but he's going to have to go the long way around at Pylons Bend, and he gets the door shut on him. There's contact between the 5 and the 99, but they are able to keep going in the same direction as they come back out now. The 99 still putting fierce pressure on the number 5. He's looking left, he's looking right, but he just can't find the gap at the moment with 2 minutes remaining in this second heat. There goes Ashley Haas up the inside of the 26. A wonderful move to retake or get into the podium places, but can the 26 of Cian Sullivan try and slide back through and retake the podium place? Because that was a beautiful move, just slid the kart up the inside. Absolutely phenomenal action there as they head down to the outfield hairpin. Now comes the 99 on the 25 of Cian Sullivan. Once again, he's going to try the same thing, but this time it's not going to come into fruition. Backs out of the move early. So this could now potentially be a 5 and 4th place unless the 26 has something in their back pocket. But as it stands, it's all action stations. They're all still maintaining the order as they come round onto their next lap. Theo Bradshaw has just disappeared off into the distance, 1.1 seconds ahead of Ralphie Branscombe, who himself is actually less than a second ahead of Ashley Haas, so maybe getting involved with Ralphie Branscombe if time allows, but the clock is ticking, not long left to go in this second heat. Oh, getting shoved there is Cian Sullivan by Albie Smith, and getting moved out of the way is Cian Sullivan by Albie Smith. All right, this is now getting almost personal here. Albie Smith has got through on Cian Sullivan after physically moving him out of the way. I'm not entirely sure if the stewards or indeed Cian Sullivan will be happy with that one, but a nice move nonetheless from the 99. Meanwhile, the leader of Theo Bradshaw will be starting the penultimate lap now. 26 seconds left to run. That is not enough time to complete another lap. So this is now the penultimate lap. The next lap will be the final one. Ralphie Branscombe still in that second place. He's closed up to the leader a little bit. Ashley Haas himself has also closed up to Ralphie Branscombe. Meanwhile, further back, this fight for what was once P3 is spread out just a little bit. They're now all kind of evenly spaced. Everyone's very calm. Maybe they just want to bring it home at the end of this one. And time has run out, so white flag next time by. If you're an American watching along, of course, final lap here at Rye House for the second heat in the Honda Cadets. And as they cross the line now, one more lap to go. And for Theo Bradshaw, it'll be a very, very sweet lap indeed. The number 44 has been maybe not dominant because he's not streaked off into the distance, but he's been very, very composed. He's handled the pressure. He's handled the problems. He's handled the weather incredibly well. And the 44 has a quick glance back there as he brings it into the outfield hairpin. He has driven a masterclass in this race too. Of course, not to take it away from the likes of Ralphie Branscombe or Ashley Haas, who've all been superb in their own right. But unfortunately, there can only be one winner in this heat. And with only a handful of corners to go, it is going to be the 44 who rounds Paddock Bend for the final time in this race. Theo Bradshaw with a brilliant drive. He will win Heat 2 here in the Honda Cadets at the London Cup in 2023. And that will make his life significantly easier heading into the final. The 44 with a great display of racecraft and tenacity and determination. Ralphie Branscombe finished in P2, only 7/10 off in the end, with Ashley Haas, who got the fastest lap of the race with a 48.5, finishes in P3. Albie Smith was fourth, with Cian Sullivan in P5, Elliot Bork 6th, Esme Rose 7th, Thomas Harper 8th, Freddie Wall 9th, and Riley Boxall rounding out your top 10. Zach Hunt did take the victory in the 160 class with Ella Dixon in P2 and Harry Search in P3. They were 17th, 21st and 22nd overall. That'll be it then for your Honda Cadets. Of course, they'll be back out for the final later on, but no more heats for them. It's focus time. It's time to get your heads down. Time to focus in. Of course, there may be a slight lunch break in between, but now it is time to focus up because the final of the London Cup for the Honda Cadets awaits, and it is almost time for those young drivers to go out there in an attempt to etch their name into the history books. Moments away then from the final heat of the day for the IAME Bambino class. Put on a fantastic display in the opening heat. Here's hoping for some more brilliant racing from these young drivers as they're lined up in the dummy grid, getting ready to head out for their formation lap before they go out onto the grid and then, of course, line up. And it is time to go racing. As we wait, we can see some of the drivers there just cleaning off helmets, getting any excess of rain away from the visor. Although it's no longer raining at the current moment, still lots of standing water around the track. Spray still a big issue as the young drivers make their way out onto the circuit. We're going to have to wait and see. Freddie Baker leads the way out onto the track with Bodie Batch, a real highlight from race or Heat 1, should I say. It was his overtaking. He's following him in the 88 machine. Ralph Martin in there as well. Some fantastic drivers in this class. And we are only moments away from seeing them going racing for the final heat of the weekend before they get going for their final later on. You can see the sun is now out here at Wright House. It's it's a bizarre instance where the, very heavy downpour. Now the sun is shining. The wind has dropped a little bit, but it's still a little bit windy here. But for the most part, the sun's shining. That's the main thing that we care about. No more rain scheduled for the rest of the today after the downpour that we've seen. I think that's a relief to absolutely everybody. The drivers make their way out onto the grid then. Freddie Baker, the number 92, will start on the pole position with Bodie Batch in the 88 alongside. Those two put on a great display in race 1. Let's hope they can do more of the same here in the second heat. The rest of the drivers all filing in to their grid slots. Moments away from Heat 2. Moments away from perhaps the most important race of the weekend, excluding the final, because this is where you decide where you start for the final. So this is all about just getting out there, running a clean race, but you've got to be faster as well. And if you had a disappointing race 1, you need to be making moves in this one, in the second heat. But Baker and Batch on the front row, just behind them Ralph Martin and Ollie Liddell as well, the numbers 15 and 20 respectively. They also put on a fantastic effort in the opening race. Going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds. We are waiting for the nod to start the engines. There we go. The engines of the IAME Bambinos roaring to life, and we are now moments away from the start of the second heat of the weekend, the final heat of the weekend for these young drivers. And it'll be all eyes to the light in a short moment's time. It is lights out. We are underway. It's a great start once again from Freddie Baker, but Bodie Batch also got away very, very well. Further back in the pack, Jensen James Williams was trying to make moves there as they slide through Stadium Bend. Still not a lot of grip available through that monstrous first corner, but it's Baker from Batch from Liddell. Your top 3 at the moment is someone making big moves there, sliding up into P2, that was, I believe. I believe that may have been Ollie Liddell that tried to go through. No, it was Ralph Martin who's actually managed to get into P3 and now trying P2. He slid through on Bodie Batch, and through there goes Ollie Liddell as well. Bodie Batch loses 2 places in one corner, but he's going to try and fight to get it back though, coming through the left-hander and now into the complex Novell pylon bend. Seemed to be a place to try and make a move, and it was, but there is Ollie Liddell not taking no for an answer as they come into Paddock Bend, and indeed Ollie Liddell has squeezed through and up into 3rd place he goes. Great stuff there from him, or should I say 3rd place, as Ralph Martin continues to hold on to that P2. Bodie Batch currently unable to make a way through, currently unable to find a gap as Freddie Baker 1.3 seconds ahead already, similar to what we saw in Heat 1. Freddie Baker just streaking away at the front and doing his own thing, keeping it on the black stuff, and that's how he runs a race. But Ralph Martin, though, up into P2. Great start for him. Ollie Liddell as well, still fighting with Bodie Batch further back in the pack. The number 13 of Daniel Genov fighting with Elijah Tsang. And they're putting on a great display, and now Bodie Batch is under attack from Jensen James Williams, who's going to slide at the inside and complex of a lovely move by Jensen James Williams, just shutting the door on Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch, the number 88, is having a very disappointing opening to this second heat. He'd be loving to maybe try going forward instead, but something just seems to be not working, not clicking for him, just seems to be struggling at the moment. The 18 and the 13 there. Genov and Sang still fighting for the time being, just behind the fight in front of them of James Williams and Bodie Batch. And Batch is currently in front of Jensen James Williams, or should I say Jensen James Williams is currently in front of Bodie Batch, but it depends how long that is going to last. It's all running very, very wide there. That was Bodie Batch, and that's exposed him to an attack potentially from Daniel Genov, but Luckily, he was able to get the drive out of the outfield hairpin and was able to protect himself. But once again, into complex, Novell runs very, very wide. Almost contact between the 13 and the 88, but not quite. Missed by mere millimetres as they came through. It's still very, very wet, very, very tricky down at that part of the circuit as we come through. Ralph Martin still leading the... Ralph Martin... Ooh, what's happened to Freddie Baker? Freddie Baker's had it off somewhere. Freddie Baker's dropped down into 4th place. Ralph Martin now leads the way. Freddie Baker into 4th. Ollie Little in 2nd. That promotes Jensen James Williams into 3rd. So what has happened to Freddie Baker? It's a bizarre incident there for him, but nonetheless, we are going to move on. As we see here, the 18 and the 14... Elijah Tsang and Sophia Page reliving their fight from Heat 1, but this time Daniel Genov is getting involved as well in that battle in Heat 1. Elijah Tsang came up trumps and pipped Sophia Page to the line by millimetres. But this time, maybe Sophia Page can try and fight back, can try and work some magic. Martin with the fastest lap of the race there, a 53.661 until Freddie Baker demolishes it with a 53.657 to the inside. Goes Tsang up the inside. Goes Tsang on the 13, but unless... almost Genov was able to try and fight back on the inside, coming through Stadium Bend, but just not quite able to make the gap appear. That is then Elijah Tsang up into P6. So great stuff for the number 18, who gets through on the number 13, but just behind them, the number 14 is also trying to get involved in this fight. So we'll have to wait and see how it all unfolds later on. As there we see this battle continuing down the bottom end of the circuit into Pylon's corner. And now the complex Novell. And running very, very wide there was Elijah Tsang in the 18 machine. But luckily he was able to get the drive down off of the corner. Was able to keep it pushing, keep it rolling. There we see a battle further on. Oh no! Round goes the 40 of Jensen James Williams, taken out by Freddie Baker for P3. A furious Jensen James Williams, gesturing and cursing the racing gods. Freddie Baker, I think just a miscalculation under the braking. They came together and round went Williams. Luckily he's able to continue, but he will have dropped down the order. He's just in front of Elijah Tsang at the moment, so running in P5. So Bodie Batch is in front of him now. But wow, that is disappointing for Jensen James Williams. The number 40 was having a great race up in the podium positions. But unfortunately, it has all come to naught. Ollie Little has been given a warning with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. So not far to go then in this Heat 2 for the IAME Bambino class. Can Jensen James Williams hold off Elijah Tsang, or does Elijah Tsang maybe fancy another position? Only time will tell. As there we see the 13 and the 14, Genov and Sophia Page still fighting. As it stands, Page unable to find a gap as they head into the infield hairpin. A very tricky left hairpin section, hard on the brakes, but you're not going to lock the rear, but you've got to rotate the rear at the same time. It's a very painfully tricky corner. Round goes the 18 of Elijah Tsang. So I'm not entirely sure if he just carried too much speed or if he locked the rear, but the 18 goes around. He'll drop behind Sophia Page, who still continues to fight the number 13, but still unable to find a way through. There is Bodie Batch. You can see at the front of your shot now. There is Freddie Williams, or Jensen James Williams even, just behind, who started to pull away and to close in on him. And then there we see Genov and Sophia Page, with Tsang now behind Sophia Page, about 3 seconds away, and with 14 seconds left on the clock. The next lap set to be the final lap. I unfortunately don't think he's going to have the time to catch up. But Sophia Page continues to put the pressure on the number 13, continues to hoard the bumper of Daniel Genov, but at the moment just cannot find a way through. We are now starting the final lap of the race for Ralph Martin, your leader. And just behind, Ollie Little and Freddie Baker as well are having a right scrap heading down into turn 1. As someone running very, very wide there. But there is your race leader, the number 15 of Ralph Martin. who's just got his head down and done his job, and done a very, very sound job at that. 1.6 seconds back to Ollie Little at the line, but with Little fighting with Freddie Baker. I only think that gap is going to increase over the remainder of this lap, just wrestling the car through some of the final few corners. No pressure from behind. It's all about keeping it on the black stuff now. Heads through Pylon Bend and into Complex Novell for the final time in the heats, just trying to generate some grip in the front tyres. But it doesn't matter, because with one corner left to go, rounding Paddock Bend for the final time in the heats, Ralph Martin will win in Heat 2 with a classy drive. Second place will go to Ollie Little, who's able to hold off Freddie Baker by just over a tenth of a second. But what a performance there from Ralph Martin, who was brilliantly able just to control the pace up the front and do what he had to do. Bodie Batch finishes in fourth. Daniel Jedoff manages to hold off Sophia Page for P5. And Jensen James Williams was able to get through Elijah Tsang for P6 or 7 in the end as well. So great to see from them. But man, what a performance there from Ralph Martin. Great showing from the number 15. And of course, that now decides the grid for the final as well. Of course, the final a little bit later on. It'll be a little bit later on than intended as well, due to the lengthy rain delay. The original schedule had us going to lunch in 10 minutes, but we've still got 5 heats left to run. So lunch will shift back a bit, so the finals will be a little bit later than intended, but nonetheless, still a phenomenal weekend of racing so far, and the IAME Bambinos continue to put on a show. Up next here at the London Cup in 2023 at Rye House, we have the Micro Max Heat 2. We've seen some great Micro Max racing this weekend, and I'm sure that this time it's not going to be any different. Just waiting for the go-ahead from the marshals to make their way out onto the track, and once again it's back to rolling starts, so no more standing starts. Of course, hopefully it goes a little bit better this time than it did last time. We did have about 4 or 5 attempts at a start, so we'll have to wait and see. The drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Alfie Meyer leads the way ahead of Jensen Sale, and the number 15 and the number 10, both of them putting on a phenomenal display back in race 1. Jensen Walker as well, another driver to look out for in the number 22 machine. Also a lot of pace on board that kart this weekend. But really, it is all about Alfie Meyer and Jensen Sale judging off a race 1 at the moment. They are going to form up the grid now, and shortly we will be getting ready to go racing. There we can see the drivers with Meyer on your left-hand side of your screen, Jensen Sale on the right-hand side of your screen, the 15 and the 10 respectively. Once everyone is formed up, we'll come round, hopefully no false starts, and we can get going once again. The yellow flags wave, the tension soars in the paddock as they round the final corner. Let's get to racing in Heat 2, shall we? Heat 2 gets underway, and it's a good start there on the outside from Jensen Sale. We are going to go around again. Another false start in the Micro Max class. Well, I don't really have anything else to say about that. It took us a few goes to get going in Heat 1, so I'm not entirely surprised, but there we can see, just to confirm, a false start there in the Micro Max class. So they will form back up, and then we will try again. So once again, it's possibly the most difficult thing to do in racing is when you've had a problem and you need to restart a race, especially if it's a false start. You know, you spent all that time preparing, getting your head in the right spot, and they're being held by marshal, or they're being let through. But you spent all that time preparing, you know, getting your head in the right spot, and then suddenly, once you're ready to go racing, the adrenaline soars, and then you've got to go and do it all over again. It is very, very difficult indeed, but the 10 and the 15, once again, getting ready to lead the way as they come through the S's. And then hopefully this time, we will be racing here at Rye House. They're being held by the marshals but they go to cross the line now, and it's a false start again. Another false start then in the Micro Max class. Or are we racing, or is it a false start? Yep, it is a false start. There we go. No yellow flag out on the digiboard, just had me confused for just a short moment. So we'll go around and regroup once again. Again, back in Heat 1, Maya and Sale both blaming each other for false starts the entire way through. Oh, and they're going to get held here for a marshal, I think. Well, the red flag is flashing on the digiboard, but no one seems to be stopping. Oh, they're going to get held down by the next corner. That's why. Okay, no worries. So the marshal's going to have words again, and then we'll get going racing. And then hopefully it'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap of nice, brilliant Micro Max racing to look forward to. But the marshal just going to have a word with the front runners. Again, we did have 3 false starts the first time round. Hopefully it's get going on the third one this time. As the 15, they're getting rolled forward here for some reason. Maybe they're saying that you've got to be a bit closer or maybe a bit further away. Unsure what's happening, but certainly kill the engines. They're doing something, but yeah, words being had with the drivers. Is adhering to the regulations. And part of that is not jumping the gun at the start line. So it would seem to be so I thought I'd just give it a moment's silence just to let the conversation be had. But what seems to have happened is they've just pushed Alpha Maya and Jensen Sale to the back of the pack. They've had enough of them doing false starts. And the iron fist has been laid down, so it will be Elliot Travis and Jensen Walker starting this race. So once again, just to reiterate, it looks like Alfie Maya and Jensen Sale have been penalised for too many false starts. They've been pushed to the back. So it's Elliot Travis and Jensen Walker starting on the front row for this race. And stern words were had with the karters as well. And there we see the 15 of Alfie Maya, who was supposed to be starting on the pole position. He's hanging back a bit, trying to get a good run. But this time, hopefully, we do go racing as we come to the line. Yes, we do. It's a go time in Heat 2 of the Micro Max. And as we head through down into Stadium Bend, coming around we go. And it will be the 37 of Elliot Travis in the way. A collision in the back of the pack. The 33 and the 27. Charlie Page and Mason Munzer both getting together, as there we see Marley Wordy, who had a great Heat 1, now trying to challenge Elliot Travis for the race lead, but unable to make the gap appear at the moment. Further back as well, that looks like the 10 and the 15 of Jensen Sale and Alfie Maya have already sighed their way through the pack and are up into P3 and P4 respectively. So those guys, despite starting from the back of the pack, have absolutely sighed their way through. And very interesting to see how that's going to all unfold. But we complete the first lap here at Rye House. And it will be Elliot Travis leading the way. Elliot Travis also with the fastest opening lap of 49.678. Only driver in the 49s on that opening lap. As they make their way out of Reg's elbow and into the infield hairpin. Looks like that's an effort being made by Alfie Maya on Jensen Sale. And it's an effort that's been completed. These two who are at each other's throats during Heat 1 and now once again having a big battle, but they need to focus their attention ahead on Marley Wordy and Elliot Travis in front of them. But Alfie Meyer, he's taken P3 as they get power slide out of the complex Novell again. Still very, very slippery down that part of the circuit. But to start the next lap, Elliot Travis will still lead from Marley Wordy in P2, Jensen Sale in P3, and Alfie Meyer in P4. Meyer now best lap of the race of 49.109. 0.2 of a second faster than anybody else, but still being attacked by Jensen Sale. Those two, I feel like this is going to be a battle that's going to last all race long unless they're able to get past the opponents in front of them. And actually hanging on to the back of Jensen Sayel, I believe that's Adam Galudi, who's was a bit quiet during race one. Didn't really see much of him, but now he's on the back of Jensen Sayel. He's following one of the fastest drivers out there, and now he's on the lines and could potentially become a threat because he's now sticking to the back of Sayel. And well, we'll have to wait and see how that's going to unfold. But it looks like the 15 is already on the back of the number 1, Marley Wordy, under pressure from Alfie Meyer. As they come through Stadium Bend once again, it's surely not a matter of if, but a matter of when Alfie Meyer is able to squeeze by into second place, because there's so much pace aboard that go-kart. He's going to have a go into the infield hairpin. Textbook maneuver from the 15, late on the brakes. Up the inside he goes. Lovely stuff. Oh, but Alfie Wordy, Marley Wordy tries again to the outside, but unfortunately just overshot his braking ever so slightly, and that was the end of that maneuver. 15 now can set his sights on the number 37 in the lead of the pack. Meanwhile, Marley Wordy is going to maybe try and go defensive. He can try and attack the 15, but he's also got the 10 of Jensen Sale behind him. So he's got to think about his priorities here, as once he is going to try and attack Alfie Meyer, but unfortunately it's not going to come to much fruition unless he is able to get the switch back on the inside. Brilliant move by Marley Wordy. Now here comes Alfie Meyer. He's going to maybe bang wheels a little bit as up into the lead goes Alfie Meyer. Jensen Sale even, may I say, goes through. So Alfie Meyer goes up into the lead. Marley Wordy once again tries to the inside. Unfortunately, it's not going to come into fruition for the number 1. Into the lead though, Alfie Meyer. From pole to last to pole. That's one way to do it in the Micro Max Heat 2 here at the 2023 London Cup. And with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, it has been an action-filled race already, and there's still plenty more moves to be done. A glance back from all of the drivers as they make their way down the main straight. Alfie Meyer cranked on a lot of lock there, trying to get the front end to grip up as the 37 goes on the defensive from the number 10 of Jensen Sale. Trying everything he can just to keep that number 10 behind. He's desperate to hold on to that second place position, but I don't think he's able to get anything out of it at the moment. The 37 runs a little bit wide onto the bricks, kicks up some standing water as well. But the number 10, almost contact between the pair of them. Again, you can see just how much lock they've got to put on to make it through the corner down at Complex Novell. Oh, my goodness me. Wow, Elliot Travis just took so much curb pushing and just almost got stopped dead in his tracks by a load of standing water as through goes Jensen Sale. Up into P2 he moves. But wow, that was I don't think I've ever seen something like that before. Just, maybe taking a bit too much curb and getting greeted with a lake of standing water, and it stops you dead in your tracks. Alfie Meyer has the fastest lap of the race at the moment of 48.765. Only other man in the 48s at the moment is Jensen Sale, who has obviously moved up into second place now. Elliot Travis is now fighting to hold on to that P3, with Marley Wordy not far behind him doing a chase. And here we go, your two leaders with 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock. Nothing to separate them. The 15 leads the 10. Alfie leads Jensen as they rocket around Stadium Bend. With two-stroke fury fills the air, and there is nothing to separate them. You couldn't even fit a paperclip between them as they make their way into the infield hairpin. And now getting the drive out, got to watch the bricks where the water will still be hanging around. And now into the outfield hairpin. There's still a lot of standing water offline and off track, so you do have to be very, very careful indeed as the 15 has to go on the defensive a little bit. He has to cut across Jensen Sale, but Sale's got the drive out of Complex de Vel. Will have to go the long way around though, coming through the S's, and it won't come to fruition this time. 45 seconds left on the clock. This should be the penultimate lap of the race. 2 more tours of Rye House in Heat 2 for the Micromaxes. The 10 looks to the inside of the 15. Can Jensen Sale produce a miracle here? No, not quite on that manoeuvre, but he certainly gave it a good go. He does look like the driver with the pace at the current moment. The 15 doing everything he can to try and put on a defensive masterclass, but the 10 is just looking super pacey at the moment. Just looks very calm, collected, smooth, and just in control of that car. And, well, as they come through, once again, the 10 had a little look to the inside through pylon bend. Wasn't able to capitalise once again. The drive out of Complex de Vel. This time, maybe, yes! Brilliant move! Brilliant move by the number 10 of Jensen Sale to take the lead as they head on to the final lap of the race. Swept around the outside at the S's. That was brilliant stuff from Jensen Sale. With 1 lap left to go, now he's in the driving seat here in race 2. Now he has the advantage, and he's got the fastest lap of the race at 48.422. His last lap was 5/10 faster than Alfie Maier, unless Maier can produce something brilliant as Marley Werney and Elliot Travis come to blows heading out of the infield hairpin. Oh, there's now a spin there coming out of the outfield hairpin. I believe it may have been. But back to the front there, coming through Complex de Vel for the final time. Jensen Sale was patient and saved the move to exactly when it needed to be made. Brilliant racing from the front pair, but there can only be one winner. Jensen Sale takes the victory in heat number 2 for the Micromaxes. Alfie Maier takes second place and spins the kart somehow. I think that may have been in frustration more than anything, as Elliot Travis rounds out the podium. But Jensen Sale take a bow. What a superb move that was. Sweeping round the outside, coming into the S's. That's one of the best moves we've seen all day, without a shadow of a doubt, and a very, very well-deserved victory. Fastest lap to boot as well. And ultimately, just a great performance from the number 10. Awesome racing here at Rye House. That concludes the 2 heats for the Micromaxes, but of course, they'll be out later for their final. Moments away from heat number 2 in the junior Rotax category. Of course, this heat number 1 was red flagged with the rain coming down. Now it's time for them to truly show what they can do with the track drying out. It is still very much wet weather conditions, but it's not like the ice rink that we saw earlier. The drivers then making their way out onto the circuit, and it will be Adam Turacek who leads the way from Ella Lucia in P2. Max Wheatley third as well. A big grid. Oh, it's in this Rotax Inter-class. And, well, we'll have to wait and see. Again, these guys were the last full race that we completed before the red flag for the weather. And they were really struggling in the rain. It was very much just a turn in and pray it sticks sort of affair. So, hopefully, this one is a little bit more efficient, given the lack of standing water on the track, although it is still very much there. The number 2 of Turacek and the number 25 of Lucia, they line up on the front row. And as we wait for them to round the final corner and begin this race, it is time to go racing in Rotax into heat number 2. And we're going around again. False start. Another false start then here at Rye House. And, yep. We will surely get racing in a moment's time. And there is the false flag start, just to confirm it. And, yeah, hopefully we can just go round again in formation and start nice and properly. And it'll all be fine. We'll have to just wait and see. But, again, a very entertaining Heat 1 with the rain coming in. Now the rain has gone away, but it is very... So we have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold with the temperature dropping. Are they going to hold them or are they going to slow them down? Nope, they're going to hold them. So a little bit more of a delay to look forward to here. Yeah, the marshals just having a quick... The marshals just having a quick word with the drivers, letting them know the order of business, and then they'll let them back on their way. So we are hopefully just a few short moments away from racing. If there's no more false starts, we'll wait and see. But the marshals have had a word, and of course a big thank you to the marshals this weekend. Once again, without them we couldn't go racing. They are the real heroes of motorsport. So a big thank you to all of them here who've been doing a great job. But now let's turn our attention to the Rotax Inter. Rounding the final corner, do we go racing this time? Yes, we do. We're underway in heat number 2 of the Rotax Inter. Now, who's that that's fast starting? The number 34 of Ilya Velechko. Superb launch off the line, but it is Ella Lucia that teased the way. The 14 of Nathan Edwards as well. Superb launch. What's happened? Oh, getting caught up in the grass there. I believe that was the number 12 of Max Wheatley. And already hand gestures being thrown around. I don't think everybody's particularly happy with the start there. But Adam Turacek just did not really get away as well as he wanted to. He's dropped down, I believe, into 3rd place behind Nathan Edwards. I'll have to double check. No, he's up into 3rd place. Yeah, so he is in 3rd place behind Ilya Velechko. But wow, what a disappointing start for him. But what a getaway that was there for Ilya Velechko and for Ella Lucia as well. Awesome stuff. As actually Ilya Velechko's fallen back, so it is Nathan Edwards in P2. Ayrton Rise up to P4 in the number 18. The 25 of Ella Lucia leads the way. There is the 34 of Ilya Velechko, who's fighting with Hugh Hobson at the moment, who also had a fantastic Heat 1. Oh, big dive bomb there from behind. That's Max Wheatley banging wheels with Hugh Hobson coming out of the infield hairpin. So, yeah, already getting a bit aggressive out there in heat number 2 for the Rotax intermediate class. But they're still out there giving it their all anyway, and there's still 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to run. Further down in the pack, it is the 12 of Max Wheatley, who's now trying to bring the fight to Ilya Velechko, who was very fast starting, but I think had a small mistake or a small issue later in the lap, who dropped quite far back after that rocket getaway. But Ella Lucia leads the way up the front with Nathan Edwards in P2, 1.4 seconds away. Lucia sitting very, very pretty at the moment as up the inside of Velechko goes Max Wheatley in the number 12. Again, another superstar from heat number 1 with a disappointing start. He'll be looking to move forward and keep it going here as they come through Pylon Bend and into Complex Nivelle. It will be Max Wheatley that leads this gang of 3 out. But as starting the next lap goes Ella Lucia. It's all Hugh Hobson trying to have a look at Ilya Velechko there. Unable to get the drive out of Paddock Bend though. So for the time being, it will be still Ilya Velechko that holds on to that P6 out of 8 here in the Inter Rotax class. The 2023 London Cup at Rye House. As they continue to make their way around this battle further back in the pack. It's the closest action that we got on circuit at the moment. And it's all eyes on Hugh Hobson and all eyes on Ilya Velechko. Who is going to finish in front of each other? Because these two, it looks like they're the two most likely to come together at the moment on the circuit. So we're waiting and seeing what is going to happen here. But as it stands, Hugh Hobson is going to give it another go. But once again, just can't get the drive of the corner, can't get the traction down. He's looking superb coming through the corners. He looks like he's got the pace advantage in the corners, but on the straights, there's just nothing quite there. Maybe he's got a different sprocket on to Ilya Velechko, maybe prioritising acceleration rather than top speed. We'll have to wait and see. As there we see Max Wheatley putting the pressure on Ayrton Wright. The number 18 having to go defensive. The number 12 finds a gap to the inside, but cannot capitalise on the running wide Ayrton there. But the 12 looking very, very pacey. Once again, with 3 minutes left to go in this heat number 2 here at Rye House. And it's all eyes now on Hobson and Wheatley. Those are the two that seem to be moving. Those are the two that seem to be hungry for more, who seem to be trying to push for more. But as it stands, they're just unable to really do much at the moment. Rye House is a tricky track to overtake at the best of times. When it's this wet, it can be a downright nightmare for the drivers. Ella Lucia continues to extend her gap up the front, as there we see to the inside. Wheatley makes it work on Ayrton Wright. He slides through and he will take that P4 position. Max Wheatley with a lovely move, but he's got a bit of a gap to Adam Turacek up in P3. 1.9 seconds to make up in 2 minutes and 30 plus a lap. Seems like a bit of an ask, but we'll have to wait and see what Max Wheatley has in his locker. As there we see up the front, that's Nathan Edwards being followed by Adam Turacek. Turacek, seemingly a man on a mission at the moment, gained 0.3 or nearly 0.4 of a second over that last lap on the 49, so he's looking to get back into second place. He does have a little look to the inside, heading into the infield hairpin, but just unable to make that gap up here for the time being. Nathan Edwards doing an exemplary job of holding on to P2 at the moment, just putting the kart where it needs to be. But for how long can he hold off from the fast-charging Turacek? We'll have to wait and see if he is able to find a way through. But the clock is ticking, time is running out, 2 minutes left to go, and of course plus a lap before these guys have run out of heats and it's off to the final later on. We'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold here at Rye House. Turacek had a look to the inside there, unable to make that gap appear for the time being, but it is still going to be interesting nonetheless. As they come through, Turacek still putting the pressure on. We should have 2 more laps, I believe, or 3 more laps, should I say, including this one. No, my maths is failing me, apologies. It should be the next lap where we begin, which will be in a short amount of time. It'll be 3 laps left to run, just about, unless Ella Lucia makes a mistake and somehow loses 6 or 7 seconds. We'll have to wait and see. This battle for second, they cross the line now. Edwards still holding on for P2. 0.3 was the gap at the line. We will wait and see how it is going to unfold. But not long left to go now. Next lap will be the final lap, it would appear then. Turacek has also found his way through in the meanwhile. So Adam Turacek up into P2 he goes ahead of Nathan Edwards. The clock has now run out, so next lap is the final lap as they come through. Ella Lucia has been dominant in this race. She will begin the final lap. Turacek will follow her through shortly with Nathan Edwards just behind. But the 25 of Ella Lucia, what a drive it has been for her. I mean, it has been a phenomenal drive from the young Rotax into driver. And she has just been out there and put on a display as she picks the rear of the kart up, trying to get it turned in to the outfield hairpin. She was brilliant in race 1 when the rain was hammering down, and now in race 2 with a slightly drier track, with a few corners left to go, it will be Ella Lucia. She will round Paddock Bend and take a wonderful, masterful victory in race 2. Lovely stuff from Lucia. She takes victory in heat number 2 here. Turacek will bring it home in second, and Nathan Edwards brings it home in P3. Max Wheatley is fourth, with Ayrton Rice set to finish in fifth, Hugh Hobson sixth, Ilya Velichko in seventh, and Arthur Brooker in eighth. A brilliant result there for all of them drivers. And of course, they'll be back out for their final later on this afternoon. Ella Lucia then takes victory in the 25 with Adam Turacek in P2. Nathan Edwards is third, with Max Wheatley in P4, Ayrton Wright in P5, Hugh Hobson in P6, Ilya Velichko in 7th, and Arthur Brooker in P8. Junior Rotax heat number 2 gets starting, and hopefully for the first time this weekend we're going to complete a Junior Rotax race. Of course, red flagged earlier on, and unfortunately the race was concluded early following the harsh weather, shall we say, that came down and wreaked havoc for us all here at Rye House. Aidan Large leads them out. And, well, they should be forming the grid up now, but they haven't, so I know straight away it's going to be a false start. It will be a rolling start, but I can tell you straight away because there's so many drivers out there. There's 27, and they've started forming the grid too late, so it'll take a miracle to actually get going, given the themes of the day's racing so far. But we'll wait and see. And I actually haven't managed to get everyone formed up, so fair enough. We'll see how it all unfolds. Coming through the S's now, getting ready to go racing for heat number 2. Aidan Large and Will Archer on the front row. Are we going to get going? First time. Let's see as we come to the race start. Yes, we are racing here at Rye House in heat number 2 of the Junior Rotax, and they force their way through Stadium Bend, flying around as the 2-stroke fumes fill the air. And a big smash from puddle. Who's that that's gone off? A big off for someone up the front. That's the number 63. That's George Baker. That was gone off down. He was running in P4. A big off there coming through Regis King. Very. Another crash in the background as well. Coming through the outfield hairpin. That is the 29. That has gone around and come a cropper. Shaquille Joseph. A big shame for him. He was running superbly well in heat number 1. But he finds himself pointing the wrong way in heat number 2. Aidan Large has a dominant lead already, 1.3 seconds. Oh, wow. That's already phenomenal. And further back, battles continuing to rage on. As here we see Will Archer, getting all sorts of out of shape. The 100 of Aston Monday, chasing down the 166 of Will Archer. Bradley Keaton in P4 just behind them as well. As we keep going round though, someone facing the wrong way. That's the 53, that's Bradley Keaton, who's gone into the barrier at the exit of the infield hairpin. Hopefully the card is okay for the Addicts driver, but that is not the way that you want us to go. Yellow flags, of course, will be out in that sector. 5 minutes left to go. Aidan Large starts the next lap. 1.7 seconds is the gap back to Will Archer. Aston Monday in P3. Liam Phillips currently 4th, but maybe he'll be able to try and find a way forward. He's made up 2 places on that previous lap. Has the number 3, so a great showing from him. And then further back in the pack as well. You see action everywhere you look. There's the number 79 of Teddy Cooper being followed by Luke Broadbent in the number 51. Is running very wide. There goes Liam Phillips in the 3. Had to really get on the anchors, just slightly misjudged his line and ploughed straight on at the Complex Nivelle. Aidan Large starts the next lap. And once again, the gap extends. 2.5 seconds now is the gap for Aidan Large. So awesome stuff there for him. Aston Monday still holds on to that P3 at the moment, gaining a little bit on Will Archer on that last lap, so that could be the battle that we need to focus on maybe. But further back in the pack, we still see action everywhere you look. The 27 of Ollie Auto holding off the 95 of Caden Walsh at the moment. Oh, Spinner in the background. That's the number 97 who's gone around facing the wrong way. Big shame for Rex Ashley, but able to get it going again and make it moving as they come back onto the main straight. Under 4 minutes to go. 3 minutes 50 now as around the outside. The 166 of Will Archer tries to make a move on Aston Monday, who's tried to slide through there, and I believe Aston did get the move done. So great stuff for him. And negotiating the number 3 there as well. Liam Phillips getting involved. So Liam Phillips has actually gone through Aston Monday there. So this is now a 3-way fight for P2 and 3. Yellow flags are out coming into the complex Nivelle, so no overtaking allowed in this section, as hopefully everybody is all okay. And now back onto the green flag racing surface. There is the 166 of Will Archer roaring down the front straight at Rye, getting a little bit sideways. The front right picking up as he cranks on all the lock and then some, heading into Stadium Bend, and actually he dragged along Liam Phillips with him a little bit as well. Aston Monday though still behind, still waiting for us. Oh, Liam Phillips, great move up the inside. Will Archer missed his braking point, but he did get the drive out of the corner. Once again goes to the switchback, does Will Archer. Through he goes. So 2 overtakes, and ultimately nothing came out of it between the 166 and the number 3. 2 minutes 30 left to go on the clock, and Aidan Large has disappeared into the distance. All 22 stopped. That's coming through. That's coming out of Stadium Bend there. That's a very, very strange incident for Mikhail Islam. He's just come to a halt heading through the Stadium Bend, so hopefully everything is all okay. Of course, this is the Junior Rotax heat number 2, and that is Liam Phillips once again trying a dive bomb up the inside of the 166 of Will Archer, but once again Will Archer gets the drive out of the corner, and ultimately Phillips' efforts come to nothing. This is the final heat, of course, for the Junior Rotaxes. Not too far to go until we are into the finals here at Rye House for the London Cup in 2023. There we see the 51 and the 27, Luke Broadbent and Ollie Auto fighting each other heading through Stadium Bend. Good to see that Mikhail Islam's kart has been cleared. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds here. 77. Ooh. 196. The 166 is still falling away from Aidan Large. The 32 is streaking off into the distance. Liam Phillips is also falling away from Will Archer up the top, and everyone else is just in running order at the moment, apart from this a few battles that we see here and there. Ultimately, Aidan Large can essentially cruise home. We'll have 2 more laps after this one. And yeah, so not far left to go, as there we see that's the 196 on the 25 trying to make a move. Thomas Hill up the inside of Andrew Dixon. Doesn't quite make it work. The 77 of George Hart also there in the background trying to make some moves there. But for the time being, it's still the 25 that holds on for position as it stands. Oh, there's just no grip down there. There's no temperature in the tyres. The temperature has dropped right off. It's getting quite late in the day, of course, coming up to 3 p.m. local time. And, of course, with the clocks going back, that's realistically 4 p.m. So the temperature's getting very, very cold indeed. It's all 25. Does they get it wrong? Did they catch it? I'm not entirely sure, but a big kick up of spray there in the background. We should be starting the last lap next time by, but this fight for the latter points paying position still rages on further down in the pack. So there we see, watching the 166 and the number 3 of Liam Phillips and Will Archer. Liam Phillips seems to have actually got through on Will Archer, but once again running very wide at the complex Nivelle. Can the 166 find a way through? Final lap of the race starts now. Aidan Large begins his final lap. But this battle for second place still rages on. Phillips finally gets through the number 3, but can the 166? Oh, the 166 gets it very long. Runs very, very wide. And that may as well kill all momentum that he had as Aston Monday is able to slide on by. There we see race leader Aidan Large in the number 32. It's 3.3 seconds ahead of everyone else. A dominant performance. He's looked so in control up the front, and as he comes through Pylon Bend and into Complex Novelli for the last time in this heat, nothing could have stopped him in this one. An absolutely brilliant victory for Aidan Large as he rounds the final corner. He will take the victory in Heat 2 and sets himself up perfectly for the final later on. A great drive from the number 32. Liam Phillips finishes in P3 after finally getting through Will Archer, who rounds out our podium. Aston Monday finishes P4 with Teddy Cooper 5th, Andrew Dixon 6th, Ollie Auto 7th, Thomas Hill 8th, George Hart in P9 and Ryan Walsh in P10.
The 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House. We are moments away from getting racing in the 177 Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Drivers just waiting down in the pit lane. Hopefully they'll be sent out in just a short moment's time. Just some clear up clearly happening from the last race. And then they will head out and we will get racing and get going as well. The sun is now shining here at Rye House after a day of mismatched weather and of course a big welcome if you're tuning in on the broadcast online. Hope you have enjoyed all of the coverage so far, and of course a hello and welcome if you're trackside as well. Hope you're enjoying the sun more than you were enjoying the rain earlier. Yeah, great to see so many people out trackside watching along on the balcony and over by the grandstands as well. We are not too far away from the start of the 177 race. Apparently we have just had a delay due to scrutineering, and then we will get going. It seems like, oh well, yeah, previous race, yeah, so there's just a bit of a delay by scrutineering, so everyone's just having a sit, having a wait. let's just see if we can see what the issue is. I can see out the commentary box window the previous race from the junior Rotax heat number 2. They are just still sat in the pit lane for some reason. So there's obviously a problem down at scrutineering, so everyone's just sat there in the pit lane. So we could still be a little while until we get racing in the 177 class. Again, if you're tuned in online, please let us know who you are supporting wherever you are watching from around the world. Let us know who you're supporting, how you're finding the coverage, and of course, if you want to get in touch with your thoughts, don't be afraid to with the social medias at Motorsport Radio or at Right House or with the hashtag London Cup. Hopefully this whatever's going on down at scrutineering won't be too long until that's resolved, and then we can go racing in the 177 class. Has been a fantastic day's racing so far here at Rye House. Some brilliant racing, some not so brilliant weather, but the sun is now shining, which is absolutely fantastic to see, and very much looking forward to the remaining few heats and in the finals, which will happen shortly later. And looks like this here scrutineering are moving in slowly, so I unfortunately feel like we might be sat here for a little while. Of course, if you're watching along on the broadcast, my name is Ross McIntyre. It's been a real pleasure to bring you all of the coverage live on the Motorsport Radio channel for the second year in a row. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we do really hope that you are enjoying the broadcast here at Rye House. Hopefully we are not too far away from getting racing, and they are now heading out onto the circuit, and that is fantastic to see. And hopefully no false starts, please, and we can go racing here at Rye House. It will be Hayden Carter that leads the way out onto the grid, followed by Jack Taylor in the number 99. Nicholas Walker on the number 27 is third in there. Yeah. Tyler Cox, though, in P4 as well. And then P5, looks like it will be Joe Hunt. So they should be forming the grid up now, and then hopefully we can go racing straight away. And then it'll all be fine. There we go then, forming up the grid then. And the last few drivers slotting into position. They're going a bit too fast, I think, to be going away first time, but we'll have to wait and see. I've been wrong about this before, and they have actually slowed down, which is brilliant to see. So, heat number 2 for the Rotax 177 class. Let's get racing. We are underway. And we're going again. We're not underway. Fortunately, a false start there, so we will be racing or reforming once again. You can see the wind is up a little bit here, but it's not too bad compared to what it once was. But yeah, so hopefully we'll reform, and we'll get going again in a short moment's time. And they're getting stopped, having a few words with the marshals. That's been a common theme today after a false start. Just everyone calm down. This time it seems a lot more calm and collected than it did in the I believe it was the Micromax race 2, heat 2, should I say, when the two of them just got sent straight to the back of the grid. So that'll do. So we'll reform and we'll go again. Hopefully, second time's a charm, or so they say. Less false starts, the better, in my opinion, because it just takes away from the tension, it takes away from the excitement. It leaves you waiting, it leaves you hanging. This time, though, we are going to go racing properly, and it's the 44 of Hayden Carter who leads the way down into turn 1. The 99 of Jack Taylor getting hung out to dry. Up on the inside, that was Nicholas Walker, who got a great start there, and already Hayden Carter streaking off into the distance. But a big battle going on for P2 is the 99 and the 27, Nicholas Walker and Jack Hunt. So a very disappointing start for some of the drivers who qualified at the front. Spinner down at the outfield hairpin. That is the another spinner as well. The 171 and the 12 both going around, or the 127 should I say. That's Bobby Bourgoin, and the 12 I believe also went around of Josh Constable. He had a dire race one, unfortunately for him, so let's hope that he can improve from that spin and get back into the swing of things. Hayden Carter leads the way from Jack Taylor in P2 and Nicholas Walker in P3. Joe Hunt is in fourth, with Aaron Timberlake capping off your top 5 at the moment. As you can see, it's still wet tyres at the moment. The race director has declared the track wet. You have to wear wet tyres, but there is very much a dry line forming now, which, even though the temperature has dropped, is creating problems for those on the wet tyres. So maybe drivers starting to look for some wet lines. We'll have to wait and see. The 44 still leads the way up the front. Jack Taylor following Hayden Carter in second. Oh, big splash of water there, hitting the apex of the S's. As they head down now, Carter leads the way, 5 minutes and 25 left to go. And having a look to the inside, I believe that was Joe Hunt on Nicholas Walker. And Joe looking left, looking right, but unable to find a way through. Oh, diving up the inside. Joe Hunt does get the move going, and he does make it stick as well. Lovely stuff from the 66. Well, Joe Hunt up into P3, and Nicholas Walker down into P4. Disappointing for him there. But the 66 with a lovely little move through the infield hairpin. Textbook stuff later on the brakes, up the inside. Get the rear rotated, get on the power earlier. Simple as you like, and yet they're still beautiful overtakes every single time. Carter leads them on to lap number 4. Or lap number 3, apologies, should I say. Fastest lap as well for Hayden Carter. A 45.206. He's now 1.6 seconds ahead of Jack Taylor in P2. Flying away once again. Contact warning for Aaron Timberlake in the number 42. We'll have to wait and see, but it should be quite interesting. It's almost contact between the 42 and the 27. That is Nicholas Walker and Aaron Timberlake. Timberlake seems to have slid through, but how is Walker going to take that? We'll wait and see as it all unfolds, as they continue to head round now. Almost contact again further back in the pack. The 44 of Hayden Carter still leads the way. Jack Taylor in P2 and Joe Hunt in P3 there. Jack Taylor's now 2 seconds back from Hayden Carter. He's really dropped back. Carter's just so fast as well. And we'll wait and see what is going to happen as we head through. Further back though, this battle continues to rages on. And Carter still leads the way. There we see, that is the 52 further back in the pack. And these guys still running around doing a good job. A dry line is definitely forming though, so it's starting to become a struggle out there on these sides, but race director has not signalled for an open track, for an open choice of tyres. It's still wet mandatory tyres. Of course, you do get a choice of your wet tyres. You can choose between the Maxxis or Mojo tyres, unlike the dries where everyone apart from the Bambinos who run all-weather LeConte tyres, everybody has to run Maxxis Sport Slicks when it's dry, but in the wet you do get a choice between the Mojos and the Maxxis, so it'll be interesting to see how that, if that causes any effect. Oh, that's a big shove there. Wow, who was that? Was that the number 0? That's Tom Thompson giving George Willis a mighty shove heading into the infield hairpin, but unfortunately nothing has come of it at the moment, but he's still trying to have a go. He's also trying to fight with Bobby Bourgoin in the 127 behind him as well, as they come round. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to run in this heat number 2 for the Rotax 177 class here at the 2023 London Cup. The sun is now shining. Finally, the racing gods and the Lady Luck have come through our way, but we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. And, that's interesting. Number 9, Dimitri Mandrek, has been handed a mechanical black and orange meatball flag. So he's been ordered back into the pit lane. So problems there for the number 9 of Dimitri Mandrek. A real shame for him, but Unfortunately, that's racing. Sometimes it doesn't always go your way, so he will pull into the pit lane and he will have to either retire or repair the car. But with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock, I think there's no real point, or no real time, should I say, getting the car repaired. Hayden Carter, another fastest lap, a 45.181. Well, that last time extends the gap to second place by 2.6 seconds. And that is phenomenal going from the number 44. Jack Taylor do as much as he can only watch as Carter disappears off into the distance. But as it stands, it's going to be interesting to see how far ahead he's going to finish. With 1 minute left on the clock, we will have 3 more laps, including this one, as they continue to head around. So, back to the action then. And it is still Carter leading the way. There we can see him in the number 44, dominating this race in the 177 Rotax class. But as it stands, he is flying away at the front of the pack. And he will be starting the penultimate lap as he crosses the line. This time by Hayden Carter has just been untouchable in the 177 class this weekend. No one can even get near him as he cranks on the lock on the front end. He's just been that superb out there. And to wait and see how it comes and goes. Jack Taylor, though, still doing a good job. There we see that is Simon Bradfield on the 199 and the 27 of Nicholas Walker doing a good job in P7 and 8. Oh, 27, Nicholas Walker. The ferocious move up the inside of Simon Bradfield coming out of Stadium Bend. As here we go, starting the last lap in a moment's time, the 42 and the 30 doing a great job. But we will start the last lap now with Hayden Carter, who's done, just look at the water lying on the track down there, down at the S's, the penultimate corner. Final lap of the race, though, in heat number 2, and this battle between the 42 and the 36, Aaron Timberlake and Lee Todd for P4, still rages on. And as they continue on their way around, there is your race leader, gives a nod to the camera. He's that confident. That's how well his race has gone. Nobody can even touch Hayden Carter in this event. Rounds the S's in the final corner. It's been a dominant victory. Hayden Carter will take the win in heat number 2 for the 177 Rotax class. But what a race it has been for the number 44. Jack Taylor finishes in second with Joe Hunt in P3. Aaron Timberlake will bring it home in 4th, but Hayden Carter, that was a dominant performance and lines him up very, very well for the final later on. The rest of the field, slowly but surely, crossing the line there. It's Hayden Carter. He finishes on top at the 1. P2 is Jack Taylor with P3, Joe Hunt. Aaron Timberlake is 4th with Lee Todd in P5, Tyler Cox P6, Nicholas Walker P7, Simon Bradford P8, Tomo Thompson was 9th and George Willis in 10th, followed by Bobby Bourgogne, Martin Jackson, Jake Bradfield, Richard Allenson, Daniel Gibbs, Mike Edwards, Josh Constable, Dimitri Mandrick and Tyler Kelsey rounding out our grid. Now then, it is time for heat number 2 for the senior Rotax, and it's the one that everyone has been waiting for, the heat that decides the grid for the senior Rotax final and the final of the London Cup in 2023. It's been an amazing event so far, and even with some dampened spirits and a lengthy rain delay, it has been absolutely phenomenal to watch. And we are just waiting for the senior Rotax to make their way out onto the circuit. A short delay, but hopefully not a long one, is ensuing. We were expecting a good race. We had a good race, Heat 1 earlier, so we'll have to wait to see how Heat 2 unpacks itself. The senior Rotax guys doing a good job at the moment, just, you know, sitting there chilling, maybe having a conversation. Now, here we go, heading out onto the grid. Charlie Turner leads them out onto the grid in that number 61. And George Sanders just behind him, and Carl Dunford in there as well. But a huge grid of karts in this one. 28 senior Rotaxes out there. Forming up the grid then for the senior Rotax heat number 2. There we see the drivers getting ready. Only one corner to go, and then hopefully with no false starts, we can get racing here. As they round the final corner, it looks all clean. The 61 of Charlie Turner leads them away, and it's a false start again. Another false start here at Rye House. I'm starting to lose count of the amount that we've had across all the classes. It's been a fair few. But 61 of Charlie Turner will lead them away from the pole position once they regroup and reform. And then hopefully... Oh, no, they're getting stopped by the marshals yet again. So the marshals clearly want another word, so we'll... just be quiet over the PA so they can continue with that one. Right then, let's try to do this properly, shall we? No false starts this time, please, guys, as they head on through. But I think they might be being sent... Okay, they're being sent back around for another formation lap, so not quite. So they're going to go around on another formation lap, and then hopefully that time there will be no false starts, and we can get racing for the senior Rotax heat number 2 here at Rye House Kart Raceway. Oh, problems there for someone, maybe? Someone's slowing the 89. That's Craig Jones. Yeah, Craig Jones had a problem. Craig Jones has a problem on the exit of Regis Kink. That is not ideal, but hopefully everything is all okay for him. As they now form up, hopefully we can get going this time. Of course, if that problem persists with Craig Jones, then we may have to abort the start on safety grounds. But the kart is being pushed out the way, so hopefully we can get racing. Let's wait and see, shall we? No false starts this time, please, boys. The 61 of Charlie Turner will lead them to the line. Are we going racing this time? Yes, we are. Charlie Turner leads the way down into turn 1 with the 56 of George Sanders on his outside, but Turner slams the door, and the 7 of Kyle Dunford will slide up into second place. Jake Richards, meanwhile, will hold on to that 4th place position as they make their way to the infield hairpin for the very first time in this race. Sanders from Turner, or from Dunford rather, or Turner from Dunford, from Sanders rather, is your top 3 at the moment. We've had someone off there in the background, but for the time being, it is still, back to the lead rather, goes Turner. So Turner leads the way and he will lead the opening lap here at Rye House in the senior Rotax heat number 2. Already the order starting to spread out just a little bit. There are a few kerfuffles further back in the pack, but for the most part already running single file, and initial races already being picked, already being run. So we'll have to wait and see how this all unfolds. There is the 7 of Kyle Dunford on that ASR Xenon car, being followed by George Sanders, one of his teammates, on number 56. Of course, a lot of ASR cars out there running the Xenon chassis this weekend here at the London Cup. Yeah, Xenon was quite often tested around here at Rye House, so it's a chassis that can go quite well around here, as that's the 64. Having an off, everything hopefully okay for Luke Collins. He gets going once again. Charlie Turner, 1.4 seconds in the lead now, ahead of Dunford and Sanders. Jake Richards is there in the background as well, with Finlay Patterson further back in P5. He's in a bit of no man's land at the moment, but this battle for P2 is still roaring. Oh, dive up to the inside. Goes the 56 of Sanders, banging wheels with his teammate. Does the 1-1-2 of Jake Richards go through as well on the number 7? No, not quite. The 7 is just able to hold the inside line, but up into P2 goes George Sanders on the number 56. That was a lovely, lovely move by him. Just touching wheels, a little kiss with his teammate, gives him the wave, going, come on, let's race. Let's chase this guy down. Let's chase down the leader, the 61, Charlie Turner. Currently 2.1 seconds is the gap, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to run in this race. There we see some action further back in the pack. That being the number 81, I believe that was. Followed it's the 91 of Finlay Patterson, Simon Parfit and Taylor Bellini behind him. Although it looks like Bellini has since got through on Simon Parfit and is seemingly a little bit frustrated with him. Gave him a little bit of a hand gesture there. Hopefully everything's okay between the pair of them. While they're all seemingly being held up in this Finlay Patterson trade. Patterson just simply doesn't really have a lot of pace on board the car this weekend, and with the slipstream, here comes Bellini. He's going to pull to the inside, surely. No, he decides not to. He decides just to hold back for the time being on his Xenon number 28. So he's going to hold position. Oh, someone going very slowly there. That was the 87. Simon Parfit's had a massive issue coming through Stadium Bend there. This battle continues to rage on over P5. Taylor Bellini chasing, hunting Finlay Patterson like there's no tomorrow. Is further back as well. Moves being made. That was the 66 or the 166, I believe. It was Ryan Mills in the 66, getting through Jack Gillingham on the 166. And there we go. Through on Patterson goes Bellini. Up into P5 he goes, kicking up the spray from the rain. As he does so, Charlie Turner, new fastest lap of 44.552 for your race leader at the front of the pack. George Sanders unable to close the gap any further. Well, he himself is running very, very impressive lap times. 44.6 was the last lap time for the man currently running in P2. And as they head on down now, following this pack here into the outfield hairpin, the 71 has a look to the inside of Simon Parfit. That's Tom Pryor trying to go through. Tom had a fantastic race one. And now the number 91, I believe that is on the 22, or the 87? Yes, it is. So Callum Ingre's got past Finlay Patterson as well. So Patterson is now trying to attack Ingre on the 22. Patterson's just seemingly struggling in this race. Doesn't seem to have anything to offer out there. He's just going on the defensive lap after lap after lap. As Ronnie Bradley in the 21 gets a contact warning from the stewards. But 2 minutes left to run in this senior Rotax heat number 2 here at Rye House. And side by side, the 66 and the 27 even of Oliver Johnson and Ryan Mills. And there goes the 166 through on Oliver Johnson as well. Jack Gillingham takes the opportunity and capitalises. Through he goes. As there we see the 71 and the 91. Finlay Patterson and Tom Pryor now fighting. Tom Pryor was rapid in heat 1. When it was a lot wetter. Now it's drier, the temperature's dropped. Something just not quite clicking, not quite working for that number 71 car. Running on that cosmic machine is Tom Pryor. Charlie Turner, though, still leads by 2.6 seconds up the front of the pack. George Sanders in P2, Kyle Dunford in P3. As it stands, neither of them close enough to anyone to make a move to change the order at the top of the track. Tom Pryor, meanwhile, he has got past Finley Patterson, so he can now continue his charge forward. Finley Patterson, again, just really struggling in this race, whatever reason that may be. 50 seconds left to run. We will have 2 more laps after this one. The leader just heading into the infield hairpin at turn 3 now. As here we see some action further up as well. Currently, Tom Pryor, the 71, hasn't been able to drop Finley Patterson as much as I think he'd have liked it on. He liked to have really put the hammer down and shifted away. As there we see the 87 of Simon Parfitt trying to go past Finley Patterson as well. It's not long enough before Finley Patterson gets moved out of the way. To be brutally honest with you, we'll have to wait and see. So, there'll be 2 more laps left to run at the line this time for this group here. And the 87 still looking for that way through. There is the 61 of Charlie Turner, your leader. And now back we go to the 87 of Simon Parfitt. He's trying to hold off from Ryan Mills, and that's distracting him, which means he can't get onto the back of Finley Patterson, which is a lifeline for the number 91 at the moment. But we know how fast that Mills is. We know how fast that Patterson is. Or Parfitt, shall I say. Patterson has just been really struggling out there at the moment. But Charlie Turner, he rounds the final corner. He will make it one more tour of the Rye House circuit. In heat number 2, he begins his very final lap here in the Rotax senior class. And he's just cruised, hasn't he? 2.5 seconds to the good, making it look effortless. The number 61 can bring it home blindfolded, quite frankly. He has done a fantastic job out there. And with only a handful of corners to go, he is putting himself in the driving seat, heading into the final later on. Complex Novell for the final time. Into the S's he goes, kicks up the spray. Now he rounds the final corner. It's advantage. Charlie Turner, he wins heat number 2 in the senior Rotax class with a very, very smooth and consistent performance. Charlie Turner probably hasn't even broken a sweat beneath the helmet. That was lovely and easy. George Sanders finishes in P2, 2.6 seconds behind, but with the fastest lap of 44.167. And ASR teammate Kyle Dunford completes the podium in P3. The number 7, a further 3.5 seconds back. Jake Richards was P4, and Taylor Bellini was P5. Finley Patterson was able to hold off Simon Parfitt, but Ryan Mills managed to get past the both of them and up into P8 as well in the dying moments. So, there we are. That is it for your heats. Your heats are all done. Coming up shortly are the finals. So it's the London Cup do or die moments up next. I believe there will be a short break before we head out into the finals. So we will just get that confirmed for you. So we're going to have a short break before the finals, and then we can crack on with deciding the London Cup. So make sure you stay tuned, stay trackside, and we'll see you in a few moments.
Roger.
This is the 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome back for the finals of the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House. The crowd watching along, gleaming with excitement because they know it all comes down to this. A weekend of hard work, chasing one of the most historic competitions in UK kart racing. And now the time has finally come to decide who are going to be our 2023 London Cup champions, who are going to etch their names into the record books, into the history books. My name is Ross McIntyre, and it's a pleasure to bring you all of the coverage of the finals here on the broadcast and also to the trackside PA as well. And of course, a big thank you if you have been watching along on the broadcast as well. It's been a real honour to bring you all of the coverage with Motorsport Radio and Motorsport Radio. First up, we've had a slight schedule change. We've got the Bambino, B final. So it'll be the Bambino, B final, followed by the Honda Cadets final, and then the Bambino, A final. Then it's all back to the regular order. It will then be the IAME Bambino final, the Micromax final, the Rotax Inter final, the Junior Rotax final, the 177 final, and finally the Senior Rotax final. It is still pretty damp out on circuit, and the temperature is dropping by the minute. And doesn't help that the circuit is now mainly basked in shade. The sun is going down behind the industrial centre that is pictured behind the circuit, just away from your cameras, behind our commentary box. Unfortunately, there's a rather big Sainsbury's distribution centre that's preventing the sun from coming down and making everyone just that little bit chilly. There you go. There's the Sainsbury's distribution centre, but it's making everyone a little bit chilly here. But that's not going to put a stop to the racing, is it? We are moments away from the Bambino, B final. So what is going to happen? The final stretch of racing in the London Cup. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who you think is going to win if you're watching alongside the broadcast. Or of course, you could get in touch on social media, tagging us at Motorsport Radio or at Rye House, or with the hashtag London Cup. It is time for history to be made here at Rye House, one of the most historic karting circuits in the UK, one of the first dedicated kart circuits in the UK, of course constructed back in 1961, designed by the late, great Doug Jest. Of course, the starting place of many a motorsport great from the British Isles, the likes of Anthony Davidson and Sir Lewis Hamilton, just to name a couple of guys with 8 world championships between them. To be fair, 7 of those do belong to Lewis Hamilton. That's not saying Anthony Davidson can't pedal. The bike was still pretty fast and did make it to Formula 1, of course, a world endurance champion. Maybe one of these young drivers lining up for the Bambino, B final will also go out there, maybe make it to Formula 1 or the World Endurance Championship one day. Only time will tell what can happen here in the finals of the London Cup. To have London Cup on your racing CV, that is an honour bestowed to only a fair few, and it's been an amazing event so far this year. Even with the heavy downpour and the rain delay throughout the middle of the day, it has been an awesome weekend of racing, and being the biggest London Cup grid that we've ever had as well. It's been simply fantastic. Thank you all for watching along. It's been a real honour to be here and provide the coverage, and I'm sure everyone both watching along the on the broadcast and trackside as well has had a fantastic weekend. We are almost ready to head out onto our formation lap for the Bambino, B final. The engines are revving. The drivers are ready to go. Moments away from history. Moments away from drama. Moments away from potential chaos. Moments away from the Bambino, B final. Of course, big shout out to the green start finish cone that's been used today as well. I feel like I do need to say that. Of course, mainly I'm talking about the marshals here. The marshals have done a spectacular job all weekend, and we really cannot thank them enough for all the hard work they've put in ensuring that we're able to go racing safely and put on this fantastic event. So a big thank you to all the marshals, and I know they can hear me because I'm also on the trackside PA. So yeah. Thank you, marshals. A big thank you to you. And of course, the infamous green cone, as it's seemingly gained somewhat viral status on the internet. It keeps being kicked up, the dividing cone for the rolling start. It's seemingly gone somewhat viral, he says, anyway. But yeah, shout out to the green cone as well. The drivers all sat in the karts, they're ready to go racing. It's all now down to when they are let out onto the circuit. And we can see there as well, that'll be the Honda Cadets behind them as well, who their session is up next. Again, just a reminder, a slight schedule change heading into the finals. It'll be first up, the first final, the Bambino, B final, then the Honda Cadets. Of course, both the 200 and the 160 classes going out, and then the Bambino, A final, and then it's all normal running. The IAME Bambino final, the Micromax final, the Rotax Inter final, the Junior Rotax final, the 177 Rotax final, and last but certainly not least, the Senior Rotax final to decide who will be the winner of the overall London Cup in 2023. Only time will tell what is going to happen. The drivers seemingly getting impatient now, but I'm sure it won't be long until we are going. A thick crowd forming up on the balcony. Feel free to shoot us a wave over to the commentary box if you can hear me on the trackside PA. We are the building officer. There we go. We got one wave. Thank you very much to the lady in the glasses. Here we go then. Out go the Bambinos. A few more waving as well. Thank you very much, guys. But you can stop waving now because the Bambino, B final is moments away from getting going. The drivers making their way out onto the grid. Raphael Kurtzman leading the pack out in the number 100, of course. Track is still declared wet, but these guys are running on all-weather LeConte tyres anyway. The only different tyres that we are allowed to run this weekend. Of course, running to IKR regulations. All other classes must use Maxi Sport Dries or Maxi or Mojo Wets. These guys run the all-weather LeConte, and that's what they do. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to affect them. Of course, a slightly different rubber that they're running on, so maybe different conditions for these drivers, a different type of racing that they're going to have to look forward to, but we'll have to wait and see. We are moments away from the Bambino, B final. The drivers are making their way over to the grid now. The tension is rising in the paddock, and you can feel the excitement in the air. The crowds forming along, the wind picking up. The temperature is getting low, but it is almost time to go racing here for the first final of the weekend and the first final of the 2023 London Cup. Hendrix Falla lines up on the pole with Raphael Kurtzman alongside. Cameron Simon is in P3 with Arthur Bowers, the 99, in P4. Freddie Williams, though, the number 61, he was very fast starting in the heats. Watch him in the 61 from P6, and Arthur Bowers as well, the 99 from P4. Could potentially be one to watch out for. It's almost time to go racing. Let's get on with it, shall we? It'll be all eyes to the lights, and it is time for the first final of the weekend, the Bambino, B final. It is lights out and we are underway. It is a great start there from Hendrix Falla from the pole position. He'll take the lead going to turn one. A disappointing start for Raphael Kurtzman, but what did I tell you? It's the 12 of Cameron Simon who gets up into P3. The 99 of Arthur Bowers, once again very fast starting, but he's been hung out to dry on the exit of Stadium Bend, so he'll drop down back to P4. Up into P2 goes Cameron Simon, but the number 8 leads the way. The number 8 spins, crash on the opening lap. There's chaos down in the infield hairpin. Multiple drivers involved in the pile-up. The yellow flags will be out, but they're all able to get going again. That's the 14 of Rene Fathers, who's been done the worst out of all of them, I believe. There's further up as well. Oh, another spinner. That's the 111 of Archie Witten, I believe, who's gone round. We are still racing. Yellow flag, of course, is out. But that means that the 61 of Freddie Williams now leads the Bambino, B final here at Rye House. Raphael Kurtzman is hot on his tail, though. Several drivers out of position, and one of them is Freddie Williams, who runs wide. Kurtzman now leads the way at the end of lap 1 with 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Of course, the final's 1 minute longer than the heat, so it's 8 minutes and then 1 lap. So that is what you've got to look forward to. Slightly longer races in all of the categories out here at Rye House. The sun is now at an awkward angle where it's either being blocked by the Sainsbury's distribution centre or it's going directly into our camera's face. So that's rather annoying. Another spin. the 99 and the 66 go round. Leo Hunt and Arthur Bowers coming to blows, coming through the infield hairpin, but they're both able to get going again. They're going to touch wheels again. They're both going to spin again at the outfield hairpin. And this time, Leo Hunt comes out the worst of the two. Arthur Bowers was lucky enough to get away with the half spin. There is the 61 of Freddie Williams, who's gone back into the lead, I believe. 1-2-1 of Ray. No, he's not back into the lead. He's now P3, I believe. Ray Owen, though, chasing him down. So as they round the final corner now, Kalman Simon leads the way by a very, very healthy margin. And actually, Freddie Williams and Ray Owen are now in P2 and P3. So Raphael Kurtzman's had a problem somewhere. But Kalman Simon, 6.7 seconds is the gap. His last lap was nearly 3 seconds faster than everybody else. Kalman Simon has turned the wick up in the Bambino, B final here at Rye House. Ray Owen, he's got through Freddie Williams coming through the infield hairpin. So Freddie Williams will drop back just a little bit for the moment. But Kalman Simon, what a performance he's putting in again. All of these drivers are at different stages of their development. That's an important thing to remember. They can be from ages 6 to 8 in the Bambino commas, but you know, they're still at different stages. You can still have an 8-year-old against a 6-year-old. That's someone with 3 more years of track time. But Kalman Simon is doing a monstrous job out there at the moment. Another quick lap from the number 12 in the lead of 58.285. Next place will be Ray Owen. He crossed the line. Now he's into the 59s, a 59.879, but is 8.5 seconds away from the race leader. Raphael Kurtzman trying to have a go, goes around the outside of Freddie Williams. That's an astonishing move. Astonishing from Raphael Kurtzman around the outside of Stadium Bend. It's not every day you see something like that. Brilliant, brilliant racing action from the number 100. Oh, spinning, that's the 1-2-1, that's Ray Owen. Ray Owen spins from second place. More drama here in the Bambino, B final. Ray Owen was running in second. He drops the rear coming out of the infield hairpin, and that now promotes Raphael Kurtzman, should I say, up into second, and Freddie Williams up into the podium places once again. But heartbreak there for Ray Owen. Let's hope that he can get back on it and get his head down. We are halfway through this race. 4 minutes left to run exactly now. Kalman Simon still putting in very, very competitive lap times. We'll have to see how far back Raphael Kurtzman and Freddie Williams are. Kurtzman is 10 seconds back, but was actually slightly faster on that last lap. But if he wants to go any faster, he's got to make at least 2 seconds a lap at the moment if he wants to catch Simon, pending a Simon mistake, which of course, touch wood, we hope won't happen. We'll have to wait and see. There is the 8 of Hendrix Fallat. A very, very fast starting Hendrix Fallat, who's come the race, unfortunately just hasn't quite gone his way so far. Ray Owen trying to recover from his spin and make his way back up into 4th place. Oh, a bit of a wobble there from Hendrik Fallat as he gets onto the power. But he's just holding on at the moment, is Hendrix. Just not letting through Ray Owen on that number 1-2-1 machine. Can the 1-2-1 though maybe get a run coming out of the final corner? The track is drier than it's ever been, so this is the time for overtakes galore. He's spun again. A half spin for Wraith Owen. Commentator's curse coming in. As I say, the track is dry. Wraith has another half spin, and that allows breathing room for Hendrix Fallat in P4, and he's actually now on the back of Freddie Williams in P3, so Hendrix may be looking for a podium here. These two are now fighting over P3, the final podium position here in the London Cup, in the Bambino, B final in 2023. This is where the stars of tomorrow are made in kart racing. This is where, you know, the likes of Anthony Davidson, the likes of Lewis Hamilton got their start in go-karting, and you never know, we could be looking at the next British world champion right here. We'll have to wait and see. 2 minutes left to run, as there we see coming down the front straight, your race leader, Kalman Simon, new fastest lap, first driver into the 57s in this B final, a 57.903. We'll wait for Raphael Kurtzman, and Raphael Kurtzman 12 seconds back, lost a second on that lap time. Simon is in a race of his own at the moment. Nobody can even touch the number 12. He has been phenomenal so far. Kurtzman, though, in no man's land. He's got a 5 second gap back to Freddie Williams in the 61. And Williams, of course, now fighting with Hendrix Fallat. So he's going to be more concerned about what's going on behind him than in front. Here is Wraith Owen now fighting with Leo Hunt in the 66 as they come out of the infield hairpin. And these two fighting over 5th place. Wraith Owen, oh, no, that's Freddie Williams who spun out of a podium position. The 61 slams the steering wheel in frustration. He has spun out of a podium position with only a minute left to go. Heartbreak for the 61. That promotes Hendrix Falat into the podium places. Late drama here in the Comma B final in the Bambino class. There is Hendrix Falat. Behind him, Wraith Owen now up into P4 after countless half spins. He's managed to negotiate his way back into P4, so not bad going from Wraith Owen. As they make their way now through Stadium Bend, we have only 30 seconds left to run. There will be one penultimate lap after this, because I believe Cameron Simon will make it to the line before the clock hits 0. So the next lap will be the penultimate lap. So still opportunities for moves to be made, still opportunities for drama and chaos to beset their drivers, and before individuals will have to wait and see. On to the penultimate lap we go for the leader. These guys still got half a lap to go before they start this. Simon still absolutely flying. Oh, that was slow off the corner for Wraith Owen, wasn't it? But he was aggressive in his defending against Leo Hunt. So he will manage to hold on to that for the time being. There we see Hendrix Falat in P3. And at that new personal best there for Hendrix Falat as well, a 59.335. Very good lap time. But these two to the outside goes Leo Hunt. Can he make some miracles? Falat spun! Falat's also spun from the podium positions on the penultimate lap. That puts Wraith Owen back on the podium. Unbelievable. And that's the 11 that's gone round. Ollie Spooner Green, currently 10th place. Another spinner late in the day. Hendrix Falat, heartbreak for the number 8. He spins out of the podium position on the penultimate lap of the race. Unbelievable action here. But there is your race leader, the number 12, Cameron Simon. One lap from destiny, and he will be crowned the Bambino Comma B London Cup champion. All he's got to do is keep it on the black stuff, does the number 12. It's been a phenomenal race for him in the Lewis Hamilton helmet as well, mimicking his idol. Gives a single over to the pit wall, presumably where his mechanic or a parent is watching along. But unbelievable. That means that Wraith Owen, it's Leo Hunt who's now up into the podium places, so Leo Hunt's got through Wraith Owen, but Hendrix Falat is right at his tail, I believe, so who knows what's going to happen. But half a lap to go for Cameron Simon, and he can already taste the victory and maybe not the champagne, but certainly the grape juice on his lips, because he has driven a phenomenal weekend. He's got one corner left to go. He rounds Paddock Bend. We crown him the first London Cup champion of 2023. Cameron Simon wins the Bambino Comma B final, punches the air in delight. He is your 2023 Bambino Comma B London Cup champion. He will be delighted with that one, and he did it in some style as well, finishing 13 seconds ahead of your new London Cup vice champion, Raphael Kurtzman. But what a performance from Cameron Simon. He is delighted with that one. Leo Hunt rounds out the podium places as the rest of the drivers make their way through. I believe it'll be Hendrix Falat who finishes in P4, but I honestly couldn't tell you because there was so much chaos going on in the last few laps. Indeed, it is Hendrix Falat who finishes in P4. He will be utterly heartbroken with that one. You've got to feel for the young man. But Cameron Simon, enjoy this feeling, because you have gone down in the history books. You are a London Cup champion in 2023. Up next then, in the schedule changed finals, we have the Honda Cadet final. And of course the iconic left-handed engine go-karts. We've seen some great racing. Of course, 2 different classes as well, so we technically will have 2 champions within this class, both in the 200 and the 160 category. It's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds, but we will have to wait and see. Yeah, drivers waiting patiently in pit lane getting ready to go. If you're watching live and you've just found us, this is Motorsport Radio's coverage of the London Cup in 2023. Hello and welcome. If you just joined us, you are just in time for the Honda Cadet final, and the drivers are now making their way out onto the circuit. And look at the size of the grid. Ravi Branscombe leads the way in the number 96 with Kian Sullivan and Elliot Bourke behind them as well. These guys have been absolutely flying out there all weekend long, and we wait and see how it's all going to unfold in this final. Branscombe, Sullivan, Bourke, Haas, Smith, they've all been brilliant. Oh, that's the 13 that's gone off there. Very strange way to start the race. Number 13 of Frankie Pepper having issues. I'm not sure if he's had a spin or he's got a problem. That's coming out of Stadium Bend and into Reg's elbow. Getting wheeled back by one of the marshals. Hopefully everything's okay. Be absolutely devastating if his... No, managed to get going again. So obviously just had a problem coming into Stadium Bend. But there we go then, forming up on the grid. Tensions are rising, heart pace will be racing. It is Branscombe and Sullivan on the front row. They'll be waiting for the Frankie Pepper to make his way round. So we will be delayed here just for a few moments' time. But it is almost time for the Honda Cadets to put us on a show and get going in the final for the London Cup in 2023. There's a few fierce words being exchanged on the grid. Actually, here at my commentary box window, they're shouting something. That's the 17 there. That's having a few complaints. Zach Hunt and the 40 of Harry Search. They're very aggressively shouting at each other. So hopefully everything's okay. Don't want any harsh words being made before we get going. I think someone maybe possibly is lined up in the wrong grid slot potentially. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. You can see the marshal there walking back to figure out what's going on. But there is all confusion down here on the grid further back. This is all in the 160 class that this is all kicking off. But, well, looks like they've managed to sort it out themselves. Zach Hunt is not a happy individual with his fellow competitor, but I think we're going to get ready to go racing anyway. We are just doing a grid check with the marshal there. You can see in the centre of your picture. So if there is any issue, they can resolve it if it hasn't been resolved already. Just making their way down the grid. The drivers sitting there. Yep, they are just going to have to push them back. So just to make sure there is a gap between I believe the 160s and the 200s do have to have a gap between them on the grid. So they will get pushed back ever so slightly. And indeed, they are. So the marshals are just bringing everyone back a grid slot. But here we go. Once this is done, then it is time for the Honda Cadet final in 2023 here at the London Cup. This is sure to be a very exciting race indeed. It's sure to bring drama. It's sure to bring tension. It is sure to bring chaos. We are getting ready to go racing. It is all eyes now up to the lights. The lights are green and we are underway. Some very fast starts further back in the paddock, but it is Ralphie Branscombe that leads the way down into Stadium Bend. Alongside him, Kian Sullivan, though, trying to go the long way around, but just unable to get the grip and get the pace as they make their way through. Huge sprays of water being kicked up by the drivers. Still a lot of standing water around that part of the circuit. The 26 of Kian Sullivan, though, does now lead as they head through the infield hairpin. Oh, spinner back in the back. One of the drivers goes round further back, but further up the front, it's all plain sailing. Oh, another spinner up there as well. Who's that's gone round? That is the 156 of Thomas Harper, one of our front runners who's gone round. And into the lead goes the 5 of Ashley Haas. Okay, here we go. So it's all action here at the start. There is chaos and drama. Every you look, the 42 goes round. Half spin for Esme Rosie. My goodness me, the first lap of pure chaos here in the Honda Cadet London Cup final. Ashley Haas leads the way. Kian Sullivan is in P2. and Ralphie Branscombe in P3, but now the 26 of Cian Sullivan has found his way back into first place, and he will now lead the way here at the London Cup in the Honda Cadet final in 2023. But Ashley Haas is still looking for a way. Oh, round goes Cian Sullivan from the race lead. The 26.5 spin coming through the outfield hairpin, and that is a disaster. He's not dropped too many positions, I don't think, but that means he's got a tall order to climb back up with 6 minutes and 30 seconds plus a lap left to go. That means that Ashley Haas now does indeed lead the way. Albie Smith currently in P2 with Ralphie Branscombe. He's in P3 as it stands. Where did Cian Sullivan drop down to? P7 behind Freddie Wall in the 79. Early drama here in the London Cup Honda Cadet final. The 5 though of Ashley Haas still leading the way, still sitting pretty as it stands as they continue to make their way around. Ashley Haas in the 5 now, maybe thinking about just defending a little bit. We'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. The 99 putting the pressure on the number 5, Albie Smith. Can he find a way through? I'm not sure he quite can at the moment. A little shake of the head there maybe from Ashley Haas. Maybe not too happy with that last lap. And I can see why, because Albie Smith's just got a 10th faster. And, well, has closed the gap just a little bit further back in the pack. More action everywhere that you look. A little bit of contact there, I believe, between Freddie Wall and Theo Bradshaw, but not entirely sure. Didn't quite catch all of it in our picture. Still the 5 and the 99 fighting on. Oh, even more chaos. Now there is contact. That was Freddie Wall and Theo Bradshaw, and that's going to allow the 26 of Cian Sullivan to try and slide through. No, he can't quite make the gap appear. Further back as well, we've got position changes everywhere. You look at Ayrton Ray and Dilly Sharice trying to have a go at each other, and Shea Hilton as well. Elliot Bork's also in there in 12th position at the moment, the 2023 Bucknell Park GX200 champion. And up the front, change for the lead, Albie Smith into P1. Ashley Haas drops down to P2 for the time being. Ralphie Branscombe, after 2 fantastic heats, seemingly just doesn't quite have the pace come the final. I mean, the temperatures drop, the track is very, very different. Because of the delay as well with the weather, it's a lot colder than you would expect, so maybe, just maybe, something not working quite as well for Ralphie Branscombe as you may have expected. As we continue to follow them round though, it will still be Albie Smith that leads the way into the Complex Nouvelle, and then leads the way out of it as well as they head through the S's section, kicking up all of that spray, that standing water that's still down there at the bottom section of the circuit. 4 minutes remaining until the clock hits 0. We are not far away. And crowning the 2023 Honda Cadet London Cup champion. Only time will tell who will be. Will it be Smith? Will it be Haas? Will it be Branscombe? Will it maybe be someone else? We'll have to wait and find out what the racing gods are going to throw at us this time. The 99 still leads the way up the front. Haas made a little mistake on the last lap, so dropped a few tenths, but currently is starting to reel Smith back in. Branscombe as well is starting to find his pace, starting to find his feet. Maybe he can be a late charger after going from the pole and a disappointing opening lap. 3 minutes left to run in this race. Crossing the line now, Haas loses time on Branscombe, or no, Smith rather. Branscombe gains time. So I still think Ralphie Branscombe could potentially be a late dark horse, as there we see the 79 of Freddie Wall and Harry Grant fighting through Reggie's elbow and on the run into the infield hairpin. In front of them, Theo Bradshaw in the 44 doing a great job at the moment there, side by side on the exit to the infield hairpin. Now to the outfield hairpin. You can still see there is not a lot of grip, still desperately trying to find any sort of temperature in the tyres, just maximum lock, scrubbing all of the front end that they can, just to try and generate any sort of temperature in the front tyres. There goes the 79 of Freddie Wall, unable to work it the long way round. That standing water off the racing line there through the S's. It's an absolute death trap. You cannot go through there. That's the 55 that has gone round. Problems there then, down at turn 1. Hopefully everybody is all okay Yeah, big shame there for them. Back to this battle, though, between the 45 and the 79. We're going to keep going around, but Freddie Ellingham, a real shame for him. He was leading in the 160 class, and he's dropped down. That now leaves Ella Dixon leading the 160 class here in the Honda Cadets. Following still along, though, this battle, which is raging on currently for P5. Got Harry Grant, P4, sorry, it's Theo Bradshaw, Harry Grant and Freddie Waugh. Albie Smith still leading the way. And although not a great lap last time for Albie Smith, Ashley Haas did manage to gain a little bit on him, but is it too little too late? 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this race. Of course, add in the one lap. The 45 and the 18, Harry Grant and Ayrton Ray still trading blows on their way into the infield hairpin. A fierce battle. Oh, another spinner there. Who was that was going round? Not entirely sure. Could potentially be Theo Bradshaw. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, moving back up to the front we go. And still, Albie Smith, a 1.2 second gap is his cushion back to Ashley Haas. And next lap will be the final lap of the race. The leader crosses the line now. So we are now on the penultimate lap of this race here at Rye House in the 2023 London Cup, the final. Oh, another spinner there. That looks like, I'm not entirely sure, could be the 83 of David Kioka. Have to wait and see. Or could be the Ed of Riley Boxall. Still not entirely sure. But we are almost on our final lap. And it's the 99 of Albie Smith as he makes his way through the complex Novell, through the S's. He will bring us to the white flag. He will bring us to one lap remaining here in the Honda Cadet final of the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House. And what a race he has driven. Albie Smith, he's been there or thereabouts all weekend. He was fast in the heats earlier today. He was pretty strong in qualifying, but it's come to the final and he's turned up when it is needed. He has shown that he has the pace. He has shown that he has what it takes to do it with the very best. And with only half a lap left to run, it looks like he is going to take the victory in the 2023 Honda Cadet London Cup and be crowned its champion. With half a lap to go, Ashley Haas has put on a fantastic effort, but I think it might be too little too late for any heroics, because with only a handful of corners left to go through the S's and now Paddock Bend, the 99 is the one who stands on top. It is Albie Smith, your 2023 Honda Cadet London Cup champion. And he is delighted with that one, fist pumping in the air. His name goes down in history. What a performance for the new champion of the Honda Cadets in the London Cup. You've got a feel for the likes of Ashley Haas and Ralphie Branscombe and Keaton Sullivan as well, who were all super strong all weekend, and come the final it just didn't quite go their way. But unfortunately that is motor racing. You've got to have the racing gods on your side, and today Albie Smith, it didn't go wrong for him, and he had the pace where it mattered, and the 99 is on top of the world in the Honda Cadet category. What a performance. He will be delighted with that one. He is your new 2023 Honda Cadet London Cup champion.
the 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 London Cup here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. We've had two fantastic finals so far, and coming up next we have the Bambino, A final to look forward to, and we have the chance to crown another London Cup champion in 2023. The temperature is dropping by the minute as the sun goes down, but at least it's not raining. We can take that one for granted, and the wind isn't too bad either. The track drying up, a beautiful, beautiful sunset to enjoy here at the historic Rye House Kart Raceway. Hopefully we shouldn't be too long until the Bambino A final. Just looks like there's a little bit of a delay in scrutineering. There you can see all of the drivers being held up in the pit lane. So hopefully it won't be too long, and then we can head out for the Bambino A final, which I'm sure is going to be a very, very exciting race indeed. All of the Bambino races we've had so far today have been brilliant. If you just tuned in, hello and welcome. You joined us just in time for a few of our finals that we still have left to run. We've had 2 so far, still got 7 to go. Hello and welcome. My name is Ross McIntyre, and it's a pleasure to bring you all of the action from the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House. It's going to be a fantastic few finals still left to run here at one of the most historic karting circuits in the UK. Until the PFI hosted the World Championships, it was the only circuit to host a World Championship in the UK back in 1968 and 1969. Out then go the Bambino A's on their way to the grid. Toby Biggs will be starting from the pole position on the number 68 with Jesse Bailey alongside Albie J. Stubbs in P3 and Noah Wilklow in P4. Any of these drivers could go out there and win this race because they've all been superb this weekend. They've all been ferocious. They've all been fast. They've all been formidable. And we are moments away from seeing which one of them is going to stand atop the best of the rest and become the Bambino A London Cup champion. We wait then for them to come round onto the grid now, and then it'll be all eyes to the lights and 8 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. They form up then on the grid on the front row. Toby Biggs joined by Jesse Bailey, similar to Heat 2. Albie J. Stubbs lines up behind them, and Noah Wilklow is there as well. Watch out for Jensen Fathers, although he's coming from P13 on the grid. We know he's fast starting. We know he's got a great deal of pace as well. We'll have to wait and see how he goes. And I believe that the number 12 of Carlman Simon, as a reward for winning the A final, has been given a spot in this final as well. So let's find out how it's all going to unfold, shall we? Red lights are on. Lights are green, we are underway, and once again it's a fantastic start from Toby Biggs on the inside. Oh, who's that off into the background already? That looked like the number 34 of John Stevens again. The top 5 of the B final, qualifying up for the A final as well, which is great to see. But wow, what a start that was from Toby Biggs as they head down into the infield hairpin for the very first time. Running very wide goes Biggs, as does Jesse Bailey in P2. Albie J. Stubbs, though, unable to capitalise on the mistake of the pair in front, as Alex Marshall, I believe it is. No, it's not Alex Marshall. It's the 53 of Noah Wicklow following them in P4. And would you look at that? Would you look at that? Carlman Simon up into P6, the winner of the B final, up into P6. I mean, I guess your B final champion, so to speak. He's up into P6. That could be a potential spanner in the works for these guys here. We'll have to wait and see what they can do. But leading the first lap, it will be Toby Biggs. Crosses the line now, and with a 101.171, a very competitive lap time indeed. But trying to go up to the inside is Jesse Bailey coming through Stadium Bend, but unfortunately not quite able to make it work is the 33 driver. Albie J. Stubbs just behind him, Noah Wicklow as well. Just behind them, these four are going to go toe-to-toe the whole way through. Once again, Albie J. Stubbs had a look, but was just unable to make the gap appear. He's just not quite able to get the momentum, the drive out of the corner. Runs very, very wide as well, coming out of the outfield hairpin, and that maybe puts him under pressure from Noah Wicklow, who, if he's brave on the brakes around the outside in, though, isn't quite able to get the dive done. Oh, that's very wide, though, from LBJ Stubbs, and he touches the wet stuff as well. I think they may have come together just off the shot, but it will be the 68 of Toby Biggs, who leads once again. A little mistake coming out of Paddock Bend, though. So Jesse Bailey will potentially have a run coming down into Stadium Bend. To the inside goes Jesse Bailey, potentially to the lead goes Jesse Bailey. No, because Toby Biggs has the switchback. Can Jesse Bailey close the door? No, it is Jesse Bailey to the lead. Brilliant racing between the front pair. A slight mistake from Toby Biggs is all that it takes. And there is a new leader on our hands, the 33 of Jesse Bailey, up to the top of the final. What can Toby Biggs do, though? In the background, Noah Wicklow has got through on LBJ Stubbs. Maybe he can get involved. The number 53 has been looking racy all weekend. The 68, though, we know he likes being the hunter as he comes through. And maybe a little mistake there this time from Jesse Bailey, and this time maybe it'll be Toby Biggs that gets the run heading into Stadium Bend. Does he pull out at the very last minute? He's trying to go the long way around. I'm not sure that's the way to go, but he's going to try it anyway. The inside opens up, but unfortunately for Toby Biggs, just not quite what he wanted to happen that time. He'll maintain that P2 position. Jensen Fathers up into P6 ahead of Raphael Kurtzman and Kalman Simon. Simon and Kurtzman doing a great job after qualifying from the B final, and of course being the B champion, so to speak. Further back as well, a few drivers doing great jobs. Noah Smith, a very disappointing final for him, down in P12. He's really just not had it go his way. A real shame. Someone who's shown a lot of pace this weekend. Hopefully he can turn that around over the remaining 4 minutes and start taking some places. As we continue to follow the number 96. That's LBJ Stubbs, who's dropped down to P4. Meanwhile, we see the leaders. Jesse Bailey crosses the line once again. New fastest lap of 56.7. First time into the 56s in this final for anybody. As there we see, that's Kalman Simon crossing the line there, along with Raphael Kurtzman. And Riley Austin Wilkins as well. Looks like Jensen Fathers has had a problem because he has dropped well down the order, down into P11. So problems there for Jensen Fathers. A real shame for him, but hopefully he's okay. Contact warning for the number 44, Riley Aston Wilkins. But Jensen Fathers, unfortunately, just not quite going his way. A little bit wide there from Jesse Bailey in the 33 as they came through Complex Novell. But still, they've got a 4/10 cushion at the moment to Toby Biggs behind, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. It's anybody's guess as who is going to take the Honda Cadet London Cup Championship. It is anybody's guess. It could be anyone of these top four, really. Jesse Bailey, Toby Biggs, Noah Wicklow, Albie J Stubbs. J Stubbs has fallen back just a little bit, so maybe he's out of the running order, but these top three still ferociously close together. Still couldn't fit a paperclip between them. And Noah Wicklow looks like the driver with the pace at the moment. He was the fastest out of all three of the front runners last time by. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold. There we see at the back shot, Albie J Stubbs just dropping back a little bit, potentially a mistake, or maybe the pace just falling away late in the evening, or in the day's running, should I say. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to run until the clock hits zero. Getting a bit squirrely there is Jesse Bailey in the 33. And were they any further or any closer, Toby Biggs maybe could have made a move there, but it was a disappointing lap from Toby Biggs. Only gained about 1/10 of a second when he really could have done more after a very disappointing previous lap. But still, it is Jesse Bailey up the front that leads the way here in the Honda or the Bambino A final here at the London Cup in 2023. There we see your leader once again. Jesse Bailey doing a great job at the moment. We should have another 3 laps, I believe. As they come to the line this time, yes, indeed we will. So 3 laps left to run as they cross the line this time by. And it looks like Toby Biggs has started to close the gap. He started to crawl back into touching distance of Jesse Bailey. Again, gained another 10th there. Gap's down to 0.6 of a second. Noah Wilclough starting to drop back just a little bit. Is his race for the championship over? We'll have to wait and see. But Jesse Bailey still holding on up the top at the moment. And running very wide is Jesse Bailey there. So Noah Wicklow in 3rd at the moment, but Toby Biggs is holding on, and Jesse Bailey just in front as well. Can Jesse Bailey hold on? We will be going on to the penultimate lap of this race this time, and it's all about what Toby Biggs has in his back pocket at this point. Jesse Bailey's done everything they can. They're leading the race. They are maybe pulling away just a little bit. They are indeed, because Toby Biggs has made an error on that last lap. But it's all about if Toby Biggs can crawl up to the back of the 33 and really start to lay the hammer down and put some pressure down as they come down to the infield hairpin and then the outfield hairpin. We've got some back markers ahead to maybe negotiate with. That's the number 13 of Alex Marshall, who's had a very disappointing race. He was also very quick in the heats. Clock has struck 0. Next lap will be the final lap of the race here at Rye House. The 53, meanwhile, is doing a good job. Here's Noah Wicklow, but I think he's out of contention now. He's dropped just a little bit too far back. It's all about these two now, Jesse Bailey and Toby Biggs. Bailey will round the final corner to begin the final lap for the Bambino A final, and the pressure is all on their shoulders. Are they ready to be crowned the London Cup Bambino champion in 2023? Is history awaiting for them? Or does Toby Biggs have something to say about it as well as they head through Reggie's elbow for the final time? Toby Biggs looks no closer. He's too far back to have a lunge. Jesse holds on up the front at the moment. Oh, a little mistake there though for Jesse Bailey. Got a bit squirrely. Here comes Toby Biggs to the inside. Toby Biggs to the lead of the race on the final lap, but runs very wide. They're going to be a drag race down into the coming into the penultimate section down at Complex Novell, but Toby Biggs is now in the lead. It's a heartbreak for Jesse Bailey in the final lap. Bailey slides on through. Jesse Bailey through Complex Novell with a brilliant move, slides into the lead. Final corner beckons. Jesse Bailey. No, it's slow out of the final corner. Who's it going to be to the line? Jesse Bailey is the 2023 Bambino London Cup champion after a hectic final lap. Toby Biggs will be heartbroken, but Jesse Bailey is on top of the world. A fantastic drive, and with a rare mistake in the final lap, it looked like they may have dropped it, but they saw the gap just a few corners later and slid straight back through into the lead. They are going to be very, very, very happy indeed. Jesse Bailey is your 2023 London Cup Bambino champion. Absolutely amazing stuff. Toby Biggs, of course, is the vice champion with Noah Wicklow rounding out the podium. LBJ Stubbs is in P4 with Calvin Simon in P5. Jack Swan in 6th. Raphael Kurtzman 7th. Riley Austin Wilkins in 8th. John Stevens 9th. Jensen Fathers a disappointing P10. With Arlo Gamble 11th, Leo Hunt in 12th, Alex Marshall 13th, Benjamin and Slivia in 14th, and Noah Smith in 15th. That's it for your common Bambinos. We've got one more Bambino final to look forward to, and then that is it for all of your Bambino action at the London Cup in 2023.
This is the London Cup, live from Rye House.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 London Cup here at Rye House. You join us after a few finals. The sun is setting, a beautiful sunset forming in the sky behind the wonderfully placed Sainsbury's Distribution Centre. And we are getting ready for our next final here, the IAME Bambino final. We've already had 2 Bambino finals. Of course, we had the B final. We've just had the A final. And now, out come the IAME Bambinos. We've seen some great racing from these lot all weekend long. Freddie Baker leads the way. He has surely got to be the favourite heading into this one. He has been fantastic all throughout the heats and all throughout the weekend. But Ralph Martin, Ollie Little, Bodie Batch, they all look very, very strong. Maybe one of them can come through and upset the 92 Apple Cart. We'll have to wait and see as they make their way around and onto the starting grid. This, of course, will be our final standing start of the weekend as well as the 70 goes around there. That's Freddie Dye having a bit of a moment on the formation lap. It's getting cold out there, I suppose. Cold tyres, easily done. Now, they make their way onto the grid. We are moments away from the final of the IAME Bambino here at the London Cup. Freddie Baker pulls into his pole position. Alongside him, Ralph Martin keeps his visor down. He's looking calm, he's looking collected. He is determined to get on with it. It is time to go racing. It is getting darker by the second here at Rye House. And we are not far away from racing. Of course, the clocks did go back last night in the UK, so we're back to UTC. British summertime is dead and buried. So in yesterday's money, we're currently at 20 to 6 in the evening, so the sun is going to get low very, very fast. I don't think it's long before the floodlights come on. But we're now waiting. Engines off, according to the... oh, there we go. Now we're starting the engines. All right, here we go. Engines are ready. The drivers are ready. We are ready to go racing in the IAME Bambino final. Red lights are on. It's lights out. We are underway. A fantastic start once again from Freddie Baker. He'll lead the pack. And it's the 20 of Ollie Little who slide into second place. Another very, very quick start for that young man as well. But it is Freddie Baker who leads the pack out of Stadium Bend and heading through Reg's Elbow. Ralph Martin, unfortunately not a great start, but he's got the inside line heading into the infield hairpin. He may have run just a little bit too wide there. Almost contact between himself and Little in the 20. Oh, spinning! Oh, big crash. A big collision. That is the 15 of Ralph Martin and the 88 of Bodie Batch. 2 potential front runners have come together. Another spin as well further down the order. That's the 14 of Sophia Page. Very disappointing for her. She was also running very strong all throughout the heats. But Ralph Martin and Bodie Batch, wow, what a surprise. They were 2 of the front runners in all of the heats. And now Freddie Baker, who's already streaking off into the distance. 2 seconds is the gap after 1 lap. 2 seconds. Let that sink in for a moment. The man has disappeared into the distance here at Rye House. As we're getting into the evening. Freddie Baker, of course, also fastest lap of the race on the opening lap. Wow, what a shame, though, for Ralph Martin and Bodie Batch and Sophia Page, all on those opening laps. 3 very, very strong competitors in this field, running afoul of the conditions and spinning. It's too much speed into the corner. The track temperature has dropped. The air temperature has very much dropped, I can tell you that much. It's getting very chilly in the commentary box. I can't imagine what it's like to be going nearly 40 miles an hour out there with the wind rushing into your suit and up into your helmet. It's not going to be a particularly warm experience. As Ollie Little has actually got past Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker's made a mistake somewhere. Ollie Little, fastest lap of the race. Freddie Baker was 3 seconds off the pace on that last lap. So the number 92, Freddie Baker, has made a mistake on the previous lap. The 20 of Ollie Liddell now leads this final here at Rye House. So drama on lap 2 already with 5 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. I wonder what happened to Freddie Baker. Maybe another half spin. The outfield hairpin seems to be catching out a fair few drivers at the moment with half spins. Seems to be very slippy if you're running off the racing line. We'll have to wait and see if that was what befell Freddie Baker, but he can now get focused again and get back on it. Of course, these all-weather Con tyres that the Bambinos are running, they can handle even the toughest of conditions, but you can still be caught out. Here goes Freddie Baker, back into the lead. That is super brave. Up the inside, side by side, Stadium Bend. Freddie Baker muscles his way into the lead of the race once again and into the lead of the final. That was a superb move there from Freddie Baker to get back into P1. Another half spin for Freddie Baker. He's still struggling, shaking the head. Through goes Ollie Liddell once again. Freddie Baker drops back down into P2, just ahead of Jensen James Williams. So Freddie Baker is clearly struggling with his rear tyre temperatures. I wonder if maybe the pressures just aren't quite right for the conditions, because he is really struggling with the rear of that IAME Bambino kart. Jensen James Williams tries to put a bit of pressure on Bacana at the moment. A bit more breathing room for Ollie Liddell, but he makes a slight error on the exit of Paddock Bend, the final corner of this circuit. And they roar their way back onto the start-finish straight. They'll be topping out at nearly 40 miles an hour coming through there. Oh, front end just picking up a little bit for Freddie Baker as he muscles his way through Stadium Bend. He is so fast through there. It's all about confidence. And at this level of karting through there, you can't really get through there flat out with the all-weather tyres, but you can certainly try. But it is Liddell that leads from Baker, from Williams. Your top 3 in this IAME final as it stands. Baker with 2 half spins, demoting him down into P2, but he is the driver with the pace and the advantage at the moment. And clearly the one with the determination, because after 2 half spins, he is pushing ferociously. Back into the final corner at Paddock Bend. Once again we go. Once again it's a little bit wide from Ollie Liddell. But once again, Freddie Baker is not close enough to challenge, or is a little bit late on the turn in that time. Maybe trying something new. He just let it hang out a little bit wider on the corner entry as the floodlights are now on here at Rye House. So it's dark enough for the floodlights to go on. We're now trying to help driver visibility. I can tell you, it is a lot brighter on camera than it is at trackside. I do feel for anybody listening in on the trackside commentary, because it is very dark out there indeed now. The sun is set very rapidly. Freddie Baker's last lap was a 52.558. Fastest lap of anybody, 0.6 faster than Ollie Liddell in the lead. And now Freddie Baker is all over the rear bumper of the number 20. Is he going to be able to find another way through? And this time, will he make it stick? Or are the tyre pressures still causing havoc? Another mistake on the exit of the final corner from Ollie Liddell. Freddie Baker already pulls out to the inside. He's going to be through before they even get to the corner. Baker back into the lead of the Bambino final here at Rye House. Can Liddell try and fight back? I don't think he can. Freddie Baker, all he has to do now is just not make any other mistakes, and he is home and dry. He has the clear pace advantage in this final. If he can hold on for another 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus another lap, he will be crowned the IAME Bambino London Cup champion of 2023. And he's already visually starting to pull a big gap to Ollie Liddell behind, trying desperately to find his way and try and get on the back of Freddie Baker. Jensen James Williams has fallen back out of the contention for this lead. Freddie Baker has actually been given a warning this lap given a warning for not entirely sure what, just says warning on the timing screen. So I guess we'll wait and see, but the number 92 still leads the way. Oh, spinning in the front of your shot, that's Jesse Plowman, the number 2 going round at the outfield hairpin. He's been able to get going again, as these guys are going to be catching some back markers very soon. The number 92 and the number 20, your front pair, how are they going to negotiate the back markers with just over a minute to go, 1 minute and 15 left on the clock, plus 1 lap? And that is all that separates Freddie Baker or Ollie Liddell, or maybe potentially someone else, from being crowned the London Cup champion of 2023 in the IAME Bambino class. Baker then round paddock bend. He is super strong out here. He's very good at getting the power on smoothly compared to Little, who I think just struggles getting that power down. Has to negotiate some back markers. The 70 passes him by with no real issue. Freddie Dye there respecting the blue flags. And I'm sure that Freddie Dye will also let Ollie Little by in due course as well, with little to no problem, and indeed he has. Well, actually, no, Ollie Little actually hasn't caught up to him yet, so Little, I think, struggling for pace now. 25 seconds left. Next lap will be the final lap of the race in this final, and Freddie Baker has visually built up a huge advantage over Ollie Little in this final. We'll have to wait and see what the times are going to be when they get to the line. I'll tell you what, we could have a chance for one more lap here potentially. There's 5 seconds to go. It's going to be tight. No, it will be one more lap. So final lap of the race. What is the gap between Baker and Little? 2.7 seconds. Little lost a second on that lap as Ralph Martin has managed to go. Freddie Baker's gone round. Freddie Baker has gone round from the lead, and that's Ollie Little up into the lead once again. Freddie Baker on the final lap may have just thrown away his lead, and there goes Ralph Martin into the lead. This race has become electric on the final lap here at Rye House. Ralph Martin has gone from third to first on the final lap. Freddie Baker's round again. He's out of contention. It's Martin versus Little for the race win, for the championship of the London Cup in 2023. Freddie Baker's thrown it away on the last lap. Who's going to win? A handful of corners left to go. One turn beckons. Little held up by back markers. And Ralph Martin, third to first in the final. Wow. Ralph Martin is your 2023 IAME Bambino champion, with some late drama on the last lap. Unbelievable scenes here at Rye House. Freddie Baker, you've got a feel for the young man. He was so fast, so dominant, and now, unfortunately, it is just not gone his way. A spin on the very final lap. Oh, heartbreak for Freddie Baker. Elation for Ralph Martin. He is the 2023 London Cup IAME Bambino champion. Up next is the Micro Max final, and the drivers will be waiting at the pit lane, and hopefully we are able to get started properly in the final. The Micro Maxes seemingly struggle to not have any false starts so far this weekend. Hopefully this time we're able to get away with it. 7 minutes this final would be. All of the remaining finals have been reduced by 1 minute, so it's now 7 minutes plus 1 lap, the same as the heats. As a result of the darkness creeping in, the racing has gone on much longer than expected as a result of the long weather delay around the lunch period. Alfie Mayer and Jensen Seil are the two that everyone is going to be watching coming into this final. They've been the two that have been on each other's throats all weekend. They've been the two that have been racing super hard all weekend, and now it all comes down to this. Any one of these guys, any one of these 10 drivers could be crowned the 2023 Micromax London Cup champion, but you've got to place your bets on the 15 or the 10 on the front row of the grid, making their way around the Complex Novelli. Hopefully we'll get racing for good this time and not have any false starts, but don't hedge your bets. We've struggled to start so far in the Micromax, but we're coming to the line now. Are we going properly? No, we're not. Once again, a false start in the Micromax class. That is a big shame to see that. And with the darkness creeping in as well, we really don't have any time to waste. So that's a big shame. False start once again in the Micromax class. But nonetheless, they'll regroup, they'll go racing again. Hopefully this time they're able to get it started properly. That's all 3 races today that the Micromaxes have had at least one false start. If we don't do another one, then it's all 3 races today that the Micromaxes have had at least 2 false starts. So I'd rather not do that, but we'll wait and see. And are they being stopped by the marshals yet again? Yes, they are. Remember that in Heat 2, Jensen Sale and Alphamir were moved to the back of the grid following 2 false starts. So I think they'll be keen to not do that again, although maybe having to start from the back once again. The darkness is coming in here at Rye House, and we're going once again. So hopefully for Jensen Siles and Alfie Meyer's sake, we can get started properly now. Because if they don't do this one properly, then they may be getting moved to the back of the grid once again. Let's see if this race starts properly this time for the Micromaxes. Someone rejoining from the pit lane late there, but we are going in the Micromax final. So Alfie Meyer takes the lead down at turn 1, and that was that's the 15 Alfie Meyer who's been shoved out. So he's dropped to 4th place. Jensen Sale leads the way with Elliot Travis in the 37 behind him. Remember, it's now a 7-minute race due to the darkness setting in. So a little bit less time than anticipated for the remaining finals. With the number 15 of Alfie Meyer, he's going to already try and close in up the front. And here we see up the front there is the number 10 of Jensen Sale, P2 of Elliot Travis and Alfie Meyer in P3. That's your top 3 at the moment, and just behind them as well, Jensen Walker in the 22. Holding on to that P4 position as it stands as they come to the line. Already, Sale has a little bit of a gap to Mile, who's already found his way up into P2, but is having to defend from Elliot Travis at the moment. And Jensen Walker may be getting involved behind as well. Harper Daz in P5, doing a fantastic job as it stands, as they all snake their way, coming through the infield hairpin. They are doing a fantastic job as it stands, but it is still Sale versus Meyer up the top at the moment. Travis has fallen a little bit back. He's now having to defend from Walker in the 22. And as they head round the final corner and onto the pit straight, the gaps look like it's going to be Sale with a 1.2 second advantage with 5 minutes left to run in this final. As they keep going around, Sale, who also has the fastest lap of the race, 4 tenths faster than everybody else at the moment, of 48.484 for Jensen Sale. Absolutely flying is the number 10 at the moment. What can Alfie Meyer do? Can he find a way through? Oh, big understeer there. Who was that for? Was that the 35? Oh, the 33, should I say, of Charlie Page? I believe it was. And no, it wasn't actually. It was maybe the 95 of Harper Daz. Charlie Page is further back in the back. And they're fighting with Harper Daz and Adam Galudi. As the leaders cross the line once again. Oh, new fastest lap this time for Alfie Meyer. 48 dead. He is absolutely flying, as here we see the 33 and the 95 having a ding-dong as they fly through Stadium Bend. You can just see, you can now see on the cameras, it is getting dark on the cameras. Outside it is not far off a pitch black, to be brutally honest with you. The floodlights are really going to have to do a big effort here. But the 29 doing a great job as it stands. All up the inside of the 35 goes the number 29. And the 95, apologies, not the 35. That is Harper Daz that Adam Galudi has just slid through. Although Harper Daz was able to retake that position. It's still Sayal that leads the race. Another fastest lap for Alfie Mayer. 47.820. First time into the 47s in this final. He's now only 6/10 away from Jensen Sayal, your leader. As this battle continue to rages on. Further back as well, Mason Munster. I believe he was a late starter from the pit lane. He's currently 9 seconds back in P11. Potential problems with that car, which is the same to C. With Darren Dimitrov currently P9 as well. Marley Wordy having a quietly stellar race up in P5. He's been brilliant throughout the heats and once again being brilliant in this final as well. So the 35, the 95 even, and the 29 continuing this battle. Up the front, the gap is now just 0.2 of a second. Mayer has really put the hammer down. He's found his pace. He's turned the wick up in P2, and now he's trying to bring the fight to Jensen Sayal. The 10 and the 15 separated by barely anything as they head through the infield hairpin. And there we see, continuing to go around, there they are. That is your leader in the 10. That is the second place in the 15. Separated by nothing, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, plus one lap in this race. These two have been the class of the field all weekend long. They have been at each other's throats all weekend long. A fierce rivalry has developed on track between the pair of them. And now, as they cross the line, what's the gap going to be? It is going to be 1/10 of a second. Mayer was a 10th quicker on that last lap. He's still the only man running in the 47s, but had to back out of a move there as Sayal chopped him off. Jensen Sayal still leads the 10 from the 15. How much longer is that going to last? Mayer is flying, but again, it's one thing to catch the cars in front. It's another thing to overtake, and with the darkness setting in, the temperatures continuing to drop, it could be very, very difficult indeed. Whitehouse is difficult to overtake at the best of times, and now it is getting trickier and trickier with each passing corner, each passing moment, each passing lap here in the Micromax final. Indeed, Mayer has dropped back a little bit on that last lap. He's dropped by 0.8 on that last lap with 1 minute and 13 left to run. We should have 3 more laps. Sayal, new fastest lap on that last lap, 47.715, which counters Alfie Mayer's disappointing lap that last time, which drops him back to 9/10 away. There is a palpable tension in the air here at Rye House. Either one of these two could be the 2023 London Cup Micromax champion. We shall have to wait and see what is going to unfold over the remaining 2 laps that we will get here. It will just about be 2 laps. The clock should just about hit 0 as they head through. Further back, the battle for the final podium place. The 37 of Elliot Travis and the 22 of Jensen Walker. Marley Wordy is also involved in this one, so maybe a podium on the cards here for Marley Wordy if he plays his cards right, heading over the final 2 laps. But we'll have to wait and see, because at the moment he's stuck behind Jensen Walker and Hoopers. Jensen Walker's defending from Marley Wordy, but not defending well enough, because Wordy had a look to the inside and managed to poke the nose, but was just unable to really squeeze on through. We are now coming on to the final lap of the race for our 2 leaders. Jensen Sayal and Alfie Mayer. A new fastest lap that time, or not a new fastest lap, a new personal best, should I say, for Alfie Mayer. The number 15 of 47.738, but is it too little, too late? The gap's still 9/10 of a second at the line as they came through. And there we go, coming out of the infield hairpin and into the outfield hairpin. Jensen Sayal is half a lap away from London Cup glory here at Wright House, with the darkness setting in. Can Alfie Mayer perform a miracle in the dying moments? Can Jensen Sayal keep it on the black stuff? Just the S's and paddock bend to go. for the number 10. He comes to the final corner and he withstands the pressure from the 15. Jensen Seil is the 2023 London Cup Micromax champion, and he is delighted with that one. Punches the air in pure feverish exaltation. Alfie Meyer will be gutted with that one. He has been so close, but just not close enough all weekend long. Jensen Seil is the champion of 2023. And after going each other's throats, hopefully they can show each other respect. But Jensen Seil is the new 2023 Micromax London Cup champion. The intermediate final coming up now in the London Cup. And it will be Adam Turichet and Ella Lucia leading them away from the front row. The darkness is creeping in second by second, moment by moment, but the racing continues on here at Rye House. Ella Lucia, winner of heat number 2. Maybe she can go out and create some history. Round the final corner. Hopefully not a false start. It's time to go racing. Here in the intermediate cars. Nope, it's false start. Never mind. We're going again. Another false start here at Rye House. More just building the anticipation, shall we say. But again, with the darkness creeping in like it is, quite frankly, we can't afford many more false starts. But still, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, you can see reasonably well on the cameras, but out of the commentary box window, visibility is very, very limited indeed. It is very, very dark. Trust me when I tell you, you can see far better on the cameras than you can in real life. The people standing trackside and listening to the trackside commentary, I'm sure, can attest to that one. As once again, they're being held by a marshal and words are being had, telling them to not mess about and get on with it. You stayed with us all day through the weather, the trials, the tribulation. Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure to bring you all of the coverage. And thank you to all of you still trackside as well. I can see you all over on the balcony and dealing with my trackside commentary and shooting a wave over to the commentary box. Thank you very much, good sir, whoever that was. Yeah, we're getting ready to go race now, but thank you very much for staying with us all day long. It's been a real privilege to bring you all of the coverage here of the 2023 London Cup at Rye House. Should we actually go racing this time? Let's try to this time. They're being held by a marshal. Now we're going. We're properly away this time in the intermediate final. And look at that. What a start that was for Ella Lucia. She takes the lead with a very, very prominent defensive maneuver that blocks off Adam Turacek. But meanwhile, Nathan Edwards, they touch and round goes Ella Lucia. Oh, what a shame. Furious is the 25 driver. Turacek touches Lucia and round they go. And that puts Turacek back in the lead as well, actually. Nathan Edwards dropping back into P2. And Ella Lucia, heartbreak. Oh, round goes Turacek. Oh, big crash off into the barriers down at the complex Nivelle. That was the, I believe that was the 34 of Yelovicek. Oh, and round again, and that's Turacek again. The two front runners, the front left axle's broken. It's done. It's done. Out of the race, Adam Turacek. The two favourites, the two front runners, potentially both of them out of the race. Unbelievable drama here on the opening lap of the 2023 Rotax Inter London Cup. That leaves Max Wheatley now leading the race ahead of Nathan Edwards, as there's a spinner there. That's the 89 of Hugh Hobson, who's gone round, who's had a very up and down weekend, and again lots of emotions being displayed by the drivers. I think they're all tired. I think they all thought we were supposed to be wrapped up by now, but no, we're still going here at Rye House. And that actually is that the 25 Ella Lucia, who's actually up back into third place. So despite the disaster of the opening lap, as Nathan Edwards begins to streak off into the distance, 2 seconds now clear of Max Wheatley. What a lap he's had. Ella Lucia is now in P4 behind Ilya Vilechko. So Ella Lucia definitely with an opportunity here for a good result, even with that early lap spin. So we'll have to wait and see what she can do. But Adam Turacek out of the race. Just unbelievable. Front left axle bent beyond all recognition. And we see Nathan Edwards, though. Now the pressure is on that young man's shoulders, the number 49. He's got it all to lose, and that's a lovely move by Ella Lucia. Up the inside on the exit of the complex Nivelle of Velichko. And now putting the pressure on Max Wheatley as well. 4 minutes 50 remaining in this race. Trying to put the pressure on Max Wheatley is the 25, has a little look to the inside as the inside rear wheel picks up. So much lock these guys are putting on there again. Early it was trying to find temperature with the rain, now it's trying to find temperature with the cold and the darkness that's come in and brought this race alive, as that's the 34 of Ilya Velichko, who has had a spin there. But this race is certainly hotting up indeed. And up the front once again, Ella Lucia fighting Max Wheatley. And these two, I think, have actually started to pull in on the leader. So weather app is currently saying that it's 10 degrees. I'm not entirely sure if I agree with that one, but it certainly feels colder. As Ella Lucia to the inside of Max Wheatley, sideways gets it done. Wow, what a move from Ella Lucia to get up into second place. And suddenly Ella Lucia has gone from down and out to back in contention for the title. Unbelievable scenes here. What a move by Ella Lucia into Stadium Bend. Full opposite lock up the inside of Max Wheatley. And now the number 25. She is pushing and pushing hard. And Nathan Edwards is surely feeling the pressure late in this race. With just over 3 minutes and 1 lap left to go. She is catching and catching and catching. It's surely not an if but a when at this point, such as the pace of the 25. Coming down the main straight, we're going to see some more heroics like we saw last lap. Yes, we are, to the inside. Ella Lucia, does she make it sting? Yes, she does. Ella Lucia, first to last to first in under 5 minutes. Unbelievable stuff from the number 25. She takes the lead with 2 brilliant overtakes on her 2 nearest opponents, Nathan Edwards and Max Wheatley. And now into the lead she goes. Can she hold on though? Or will Nathan Edwards put the hammer down and start to try and chase and put some pressure on the young lady? Ella Lucia, though, doing a fantastic job on the number 25 machine as she pushes her way through the complex Nivelle. So there's still some great crowds here at Rye House, which is fantastic to see as the clock ticks on and the sky gets darker. But Ella Lucia leads the way. 2 minutes 20 left to go. And her fastest lap on that previous lap as well, a 47.7. She is flying at the moment, and she's pulled 8/10 on Nathan Edwards, only over one lap. She is absolutely flying. Looks like Hugh Hobson, meanwhile, has passed Arthur Brooker for P6. So Hugh Hobson moving further up the grid. And now Nathan Edwards potentially on attack from Max Wheatley here. Wheatley will be looking for a strong result. He's had an up and down weekend, as has Nathan Edwards. Ella Lucia, as long as she can keep it on the black stuff, as a mistake there from Wheatley. Seemingly, if she can keep it on the black stuff, she can basically cruise it home, because look at the gap visually. It is absolutely massive. Well over a second now, 1.5 seconds for Ella Lucia. Back to Nathan Edwards. Oh, that was a late dive from Ayrton Rai, but decided not to make the move on Max Wheatley for the podium place. But Max Wheatley may be feeling vulnerable here with 1 minute left to go. We will have 3 more laps left to run, this one included, so next lap will be the penultimate lap of the race. And now Ayrton Rai under pressure from Ilya Velechko as they all head in. Oh, that was really wide there from the 49 of Nathan Edwards. That could allow potentially Max Wheatley to have a look inside. Ilya Velechko looks to the outside as well of Ayrton Rai, but ultimately no moves are made. Oh, that's a shove on Max Wheatley from Ayrton Rai. That was definitely a get out of my way manoeuvre rather than I missed my braking manoeuvre, I think, there. And Max Wheatley is big time under pressure now. But there, meanwhile, goes Ilya Velechko and Ayrton Rai to the inside. Very, very aggressive, but a lovely move. Up the inside into Stadium Bend. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. And through goes Ilya Velechko as well. So Max Wheatley loses 2 places in one corner. That's a real shame for him, down to P5. He drops, but he's trying to fight back anyway, as Velechko and Rai continue to battle up in front of him. Lucia has absolutely disappeared into the distance. 2.5 seconds was the gap at the line to Nathan Edwards last time out. And there is Nathan Edwards. Maybe the likes of Ayrton Rai and Ilya Velechko can challenge Edwards for P2. We'll have to wait and see. But we are about to head on to the last lap of the final, as Hugh Hobson gets a contact warning from race control. And there is your race leader, Ella Lucia, who has been phenomenal all weekend long. And here we see her going from first to last to first. The spin and win, if you will, as long as, touch wood, she keeps it on the black stuff and is able to cruise it home, given the 2.5 second gap that she has. The 25 has been simply phenomenal out there today. And it is a well-deserved final victory as they come through the Complex Nivelle for the final time. Ella Lucia will have the biggest of smiles on underneath the helmet, because she will round the final corner, and Ella Lucia is the 2023 London Cup Rotax Inter champion with an amazing performance from the 25, the spin and win. That was an unbelievable drive and a well-deserved title to etch onto her CV. Nathan Edwards held on to finish second, just half a second ahead of Ilya Velechko, who rounded out the podium places. And finally, it seems to have sunk in for Ella Lucia as she finally punches the air. It was about half a lap of just steely, stoic-faced driving. But Ella Lucia is your 2023 London Cup Rotax Inter champion. Nathan Edwards is the vice champion with Ilya Velechko in P3. Ayrton Rai was fourth with Max Wheatley in P5. Hugh Hobson P6, Arthur Brooker P7, and Adam Turicek, unfortunately, we lost after that damage to his front left wheel. Welcome back to the 2023 London Cup, and we've had some amazing finals so far, and we are not far away from the Junior Rotax final here with one of the biggest grids that you will see. The karts making their way out onto the circuit. It is properly dark here at Rye House. Almost too dark to even see anything. But we're going racing anyway. Aidan Large leads the way with Will Archer out with P2. And this junior Rotax final will get underway in just a short moment's time. They will grid up, hopefully no false starts. As well, it may be dark, but I actually see just over the tree line there's a really nice full moon that's just coming up, so that's quite pleasant. So at least there's that can provide some light for the drivers down on the circuit. Actually, I think it's a bit orangey, so it might be a harvest moon, I don't know. We'll wait and see. But junior Rotax final set to get underway in just a few short moments. Coming into the complex Deval, that part of the circuit is almost pitch black. It is so dark, I have no idea how the drivers are even seeing down there. And given that it's only going to get darker, good luck to everybody else that's racing in the 177 and seniors after this race. But yes, no false starts, please. I would love that. And then we can finally get racing. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. You know the drill. Rounding the final corner, Aidan Large will lead the way for the junior Rotax final. Let's see if we can go racing this time, shall we? We are underway in the junior Rotax final, and there was contact between Aidan Large and I believe that was Will Archer behind him coming into turn 1, but Large manages to hold the lead as there's a spinner there in the background, but it's all okay for the time being. That is the 21 that has gone around there, so a big shame for Alexander Stefanov. But further up the front, it's Aidan Large it was Aidan Large who leads the way, diving up the inside. Oh, there's chaos up the front. They're changing positions, another half spin there in the background as well. I believe that was, I'm not entirely sure who that was for, to be honest with you, but leading the way now is the 166 of Will Archer, followed by Aidan Large, followed by Aston Munday. Once again, those three are going at it, absolute hammer and tong. And these guys are going to be going all the way to the end, I am sure. And I have genuinely no clue how they can see, as Ollie Auto has a look to the inside there on Aidan Large. The 27 unable to make the gap quite appear, but Ollie Auto, a good attempt nonetheless. I've got no idea how any of these guys with a tinted visor are able to see. It is pitch black outside. It really doesn't look that bad on camera, but trust me, in real life, it is horrendous. As we got action all throughout the pack. A contact warning for the 196 of Thomas Hill there, so hopefully everything is all okay. Thomas Hill, he's not had the best start in the world, unfortunately. Currently down in P16 is the 196 driver. As we head back onto the start-finish straight, it is still Will Archer that leads the way from Aston Munday, from Aidan Large, from Ollie Auto in P4. They make their way around. Oh, look at that. Aston Munday almost nudging the leader coming through Stadium Bend, trying anything he can to maybe try and just play some mind games, try and force a lap. But as they head through, it's a little bit of a mistake there, but not enough of a mistake for Will Archer. But that being said, Aston Monday's still going to try it, and does he make the move? Will Archer get the switch back? Yes, he will Archer get the switch back. And as they head back into Complex Nouvelle, it is super, super tight between these three. Ollie Auto has started to fall back just a little bit, but he had a great start nonetheless, and he's running super well in P4 at the moment. As there we see Aidan Large trying to put the pressure onto Aston Munday. But unfortunately for him, he's just not quite able to make the move as it stands. Aidan Large, though, fastest lap of the race last time out of 45.933. Only other driver into the 45s was Will Archer, whose last lap was a 45.966. So lap times are very, very close at the top of the table. There's action everywhere you look, a huge gaggle of karts further down the pack. As there we see the 196 of Thomas Hill in the midst of a massive, massive fight there. These guys working their way through Complex Nouvelle with just under 4 minutes left to go now. It's been a long weekend worth of racing. This is what it all comes down to for the junior Rotax. It's all about this, as there was a move being made further ahead. I'm not sure what that was for, but it looked impressive nonetheless. There is the 47 of Anthony Parfit, holding off Shaquille Joseph for the time being, who absolutely flourished in the wet race this morning. And then unfortunately in the dry heat number 2, just couldn't quite able to get it. Clearly the car was just working a lot better in the wet than the dry around here. It is still Will Archer that leads from Monday, from Aidan Large, from Ollie Auto. That is your top 4. George Hart currently in P5. As this group makes their way through Complex Nivelle. Oh, sliding slightly wide with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. It's very, very tight out there indeed. Yeah, 29 of Shaquille Joseph. Making some interesting moves. Is up the inside of Shaquille Joseph. Goes Thomas Hill, gets the move done. Shaquille Joseph left to hang out to dry. Oh, and he's been boxed in as well on the corner exit, and it's killed his momentum on the run through Reg's elbow. Shaquille Joseph, unfortunate there, but he's not managed to drop too many positions at least. Liam Crosby being awarded a contact warning as well for the number 8. So a shame for him. Hopefully everything is all right. Just a little bit of accidental rubbing. That's the plan. That's hopefully gone the way. Up the front though, it's still Will Archer from Monday from Large, your top 3. But they are so close together. It's anybody's guess as to who's going to finish on top of this race with just over 2 minutes left to run. There's still the occasional puddle being collected by the driver, and it just throwing the wheel out of their hands. You know, by now the truck is almost dry, although it's still declared wet. As I said, it's a dry line, but most of the drivers still opting for a wet tyre, even though it's probably open by this point for dry or wet. But occasionally, you know, there's just a few puddles offline where if you're on a slick and you catch it, you'll be race over. If you're off on the wets and you catch it, it's very much a problem. There we see the 100 of Aston Monday, and there we see further back in the pack more action to be had. That is the number 3 of Liam Phillips, overtaking George Hart in the 77. Well, overtaking Ollie also rather in the 77. So I believe that is Liam Phillips up into P2. Suddenly the front group have all closed up. Oh, almost contact between Auto and Phillips as they came out of Complex Nivelle. Not quite, but almost. There we see him getting half of the cameras to pick up the light now. The 166 leads the way. This could potentially be the penultimate lap of the race. There's not a lot of time left on the clock, only 40 seconds. Archer still leads. He's got 5/10 to the good, ahead of Aidan Large, who's a second ahead of Monday, who's 4/10 ahead of Phillips, who's only 8/10 ahead of Auto, who's only 6/10 ahead of Hart. So it's possible the next lap is the last lap. And this top 8 are all so close, as you can see. Large is starting to put the pressure on Archer. Can he find a way through, though? That is the real question. As they head around, is this going to be the final lap? No, we are going on to the penultimate lap now. So we will have 2 more laps left to run here in the Junior Rotax Final at the 2023 London Cup. Archer has managed to pull a little bit of a gap coming through Stadium Bend there. Unfortunately though, Aidan Large is still keeping him honest and is still looking, almost touching the rear bumper. As there we see Liam Phillips, who's suddenly found a heap of pace late in this race. He's trying to get 3rd of Aston Monday as they head through the outfield hairpin. But as they head through the S's section now, as there we see Phillips and Monday, nothing separating them. Final lap of the race beckons. And Will Archer has got himself almost a second gap back to Aidan Large. What can Aidan Large do? Can he close in the gap? Can Will Archer keep it on the black stuff? And can he keep his calm, keep his cool, knowing that he is less than a lap away from being crowned the London Cup champion of the Junior Rotax in 2023? It's been an excellent final. It served up the thrills, it served up the spills. But with just half a lap left to run, can Aidan Large find a way through, or will it be Will Archer who is going to hold on? Large has managed to close up, but with 1 corner to go, it's too little, too late. He rounds Paddock Bend. Will Archer is the champion of the Junior Rotax in 2023 at the London Cup with a fantastic performance. Well done to the 166. Well done to Will Archer. He is your champion of the Junior Rotax London Cup in 2023. Aidan Large finishes a close second, with Liam Phillips in the end sliding onto the podium ahead of Aston Monday. Ollie Auto was P5 with George Hart in P6, Ryan Walsh P7, Luke Broadbent P8, Teddy Cooper P9, Liam Crosby in P10. Andrew Dixon was followed by Shaquille Joseph, Thomas Hill 13th, Kristen Stefanoff 14th, George Baker 15th, Joshua Bagume 16th, Anthony Parfit 17th. The leader's done another lap, I think. Right? Yeah, the leader thought he wasn't done. There you go. When in doubt, I suppose. So Will Archer has now definitely won. Where was I? Anthony Parfit was 17th, Bradley Keaton 18th, Franklin Rasama 19th, Rex Ashley 20th, Caden Welch in 21st, Mario Smith in 22nd, also Hansford in 23rd, Mikael Islam 24th, Lucas Deere 25th, Lena Galeo is 26th, and Alexander Stefanov was in 27th. Moments away from the penultimate final, the penultimate race of the 2023 London Cup. We are getting ready for the 177 Rotax final. Bit of congestion heading into the pit lane for the junior final. Just some scrutineering delays, obviously, but hopefully we are not too far away. There is your new junior champion in the 166, clearly lapping it up, sharing some camaraderie with his fellow colleagues. But yeah, hopefully once the scrutineering issue has been taken care of, we can go racing for the penultimate race of the weekend. So if you're still with us, thank you very much for sticking with us all this long. We know the racing has gone on for quite some time now, about half an hour. Well, it's currently gone on for about an hour longer than it was anticipated to, but such was the nature of the weather delay. And we still got 2 races left to run as well. The darkness has well and truly set in. It's 5:30 local time here at Rye House. And a big shout out once again to all the people still watching along the balcony. You're doing a fantastic job. I've got no idea how you can see over there, but you're doing a fantastic job. And yeah, all my admiration from the commentary box. Even if you can't see anything, thanks for staying up there. Thanks for listening in to the trackside. Yeah, give to the trackside comms, and we hope that you've enjoyed the Motorsport Media coverage of the London Cup this year. It's been a real privilege to bring you all of the action. Right then, the 177s are heading out onto the track, and Hayden Cater, well, he has been the dominant force in the heats, so you've got to be thinking he's your favourite, but as we've seen with all of the finals so far, they have a tendency to serve up something different, and now that it's so cold, the temperature's dropped, It feels like it's borderline freezing, to be quite frank with you, although I may just be being dramatic there. You know, all it takes is to get the wrong tyre pressures, or all it takes is just for the setup not to work, given the drying track. And suddenly the dominant driver of the weekend can find themselves in a whole pit of trouble. 20 drivers out on track, ready to participate in the 177 final, penultimate final of the weekend. And we are moments away from a 7-minute and 1 lap race. As they head through what is easily the darkest part of the circuit, you can see it quite well on camera. Trust me, I can't even see it from the commentary box anymore. It's that dark. And now through the S's. Let's hope that we get no false starts, he says, touch wood. But every time I've said that so far, we've had a false start. So maybe we'll keep that record going. Yeah, we're definitely getting a false start here, I think. Let's find out. No, we're racing. Okay, that's a surprise. Kind of me interested. The 44 of Hayden Carter gets through and manages to take the lead heading through turn 1. But as they make their way around, it is still Hayden Carter who leads the way. The 66 of Joe Hunt currently in P2. Tyler Cox behind them as well in P3. But it is the 44 spinner in the background. Not sure who that was that's gone round, but hopefully everybody is okay and is able to continue. As they make their way, it is still, hang on, new leader here it would seem. Yes, indeed we do. That looks like the 66 of Joe Hunt has managed to slide up into the lead. And Carter has he's massively fallen back. He's made a mistake somewhere. So it's the 66, followed by what looks to be the 27 of Nicholas Walker. And then Carter down to P3 with Tyler Cox right on his tail. So some drama late on the late in the opening laps here. And it's all changed. Joe Hunt in the 66 ASR kart now leads the way here at Rye House in the 177 London Cup final. The 66 looking very comfortable at the moment, racing with the visor open. And actually, was that Hayden Carter pointing to the engine, indicating a problem potentially? I'm not entirely sure, but he's dropping further back in the field, and he's not got the drive off the corner either, I don't think. He's now behind Tyler Cox, the 26, so he's dropped off the podiums, and I think Hayden Carter could have a real problem. He's dropping further back on the straights as well, so I think the dominant driver of the weekend, Hayden Carter, I think is suffering from engine troubles. And the 42 as well looks to be suffering. That's Aaron Timberlake. So 2 drivers potentially with major problems. But it's still Joe Hunt that leads from Nicholas Walker, from Tyler Cox, your top 3. Those 3 all very, very close together indeed. Big dive up the inside of Hayden Carter by Aaron Timberlake. No relation to Justin Timberlake, of course. Carter looks for a way around the outside, almost contact with George Wills behind. But we get to the 3 leaders now. We see their neck and neck as they make their way down the front straight. You can see just lifting up the visor, trying to see if they can see anything. It's so dark. They have to take the visor up. Believable. Joe Hunt, though, gets the switch back. He's going to have to go the long way around, though, so maybe Nicholas Walker into the lead. It is Nicholas Walker into the lead. And through goes Tyler Cox. So Joe Hunt, 2 places in 2 corners. And first to third, new leader, Nicholas Walker. 3 abreast there as they come down the back stretch, and Joe Hunt manages to wrestle his way past Tyler Cox, and he's back into second on the ASR Xenon machine. But you gotta say, it could be any of these 3. I'm still wondering what is happening to Hayden Carter. He's just lost all that pace that he had this morning. The 27 still leads the way. Tyler Cox currently has the fastest lap of the race at 45.793, but he's currently down in 3rd position. And I think there may have been a bit of coming together there between Joe Hunt and Tyler Cox, because suddenly Nicholas Walker has pulled a bit of a gap, and they've fallen back into potentially the clutches of Aaron Timberlake and Hayden Carter. George Willis not far behind them. Lee Todd also very close. I mean, you can see it's just a whole gaggle of go-karts in the background as they make their way now through Complex Novell, one of the trickiest corners on the circuit, making their way through. That was a very brave attempt of a move from the number 39 there, or 36 should I say, Lee Todd. He was having a look on George Willis. He's still going to have another look though. The 99 now having a go. Jack Taylor having a go on George Willis as they make their way through. It is just action everywhere you look in this 177 final. Tyler Cox has been issued a warning flag for the number 26, Tyler Cox. So hopefully no more issues there for him. Was running very wide on the brakes there. That's not the line that you want to take. As following around the 53 of George Willis, fighting fiercely with Jack Taylor. Up the front though, still Nicholas Walker. That leads the way. He started to bridge a bit of a gap to Joe Hunt. Oh, and a spinner there, that's the 36. The 36 has gone round. And that is Lee Todd, who was fighting in the top 10. Hopefully everything is okay. But at the line, Nicholas Walker now has a 1.5 second gap. Tyler Cox and Joe Hunt are now trading places. And Aaron Timberlake is right on the tail as well. So the battle for the lead potentially over with 1 minute and 55 left to go. The battle for second place still rages on. But anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does. So we wait and see who will stand on the top step of the podium. It is anybody's guess. At the moment in this battle for second, it's currently Tyler Cox, who's standing slightly higher on the podium than Joe Hunt. And Joe's having to lift his visor just to be able to see coming down the main straight. And he's got a clear visor as well, which is just unbelievable. It is so dark. The full moon is up, which is very pretty, but it's not exactly helping any of the drivers out there. As Joe Hunt left out for the dust. He's been shoved out wide by Hayden Carter and by Aaron Timberlake. And Joe Hunt has also fallen behind his teammate Jack Taylor. Where is he? Where has Joe Hunt gone? Is he in the wall? Yeah, Joe Hunt went into the wall, I think. Joe Hunt is out of the running of this race. I believe the 66 of Joe Hunt, who was running in third place, I think he may have made a mistake and run wide. Now I think he's out of the running. We've got 50 seconds left to go. We should get another 2 laps in here, not including this one. So next lap should be the penultimate lap of the race. The 99 kicking up the spray as it splashes over the rumble strips on the Exodus Stadium bend. Still trying to find a way past the 42 of Aaron Timberlake, but Hayden Carter now up into the podium places, maybe trying to find a way past Tyler Cox as well. A bit of a disappointing final for Hayden Carter. He's been so fast come the final race. I mean, again, the conditions so different to what everyone was expecting. It's, anything could have happened, I suppose. But Nicholas Walker currently leading the way. We should get 2 more laps this time, so this should be the penultimate lap of the race, and indeed it is. So, 2 more laps left to run in the 177 final here in the London Cup at Rye House. The 53 of Jack Taylor, or the 50 of George Wilson, I say, and the 7 of Martin Jackson dueling away. That is the 44 of Hayden Carter up into P2 from Tyler Cox. And these 2 guys have also been seriously gaining on Nicholas Walker in front. With only 1 lap left to run, this could get very interesting indeed. Rounding now the final corner to start the final lap of the race. Is Nicholas Walker able to hold on? Can Hayden Carter produce a miracle in the dying moments of the evening? Or is Tyler Cox maybe able to slide on through? Who could tell? We'll have to wait and see. As we continue, Aaron, looks like Joe Hunt has retired from the race. Unfortunately, he's 3 laps down. If we could focus back on the battle for the lead as the number 42 and the number 99 continues to scrap for P4, but the battle for the lead, it still rages on in front. There we see the leader, the 27. Nicholas Walker is a handful of corners away from the London Cup and the 177 Championship. 1 turn to go, and Nicholas Walker will be crowned the 177 London Cup Champion of 2023 with a fine drive. He will be absolutely delighted with that one. Hayden Carter managed to get into P2 in the annual pole sitter. He'll be disappointed he didn't convert it into a victory given his pace in the heats earlier on. And he will still be happy with that one. And Tyler Cox rounds out the podium, but the 27, Nicholas Walker, he is the 177 Rotax champion of the 2023 London Cup.
This is the 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
The final race of the evening beckons. The senior Rotax final awaits. And it is all guesses who is going to be on top. With the darkness coming in, the temperature dropping, anything could happen. It's the big one. It's the one we've all been waiting for. It's the senior Rotax final of the 2023 London Cup. The grid forming up now. The crowd at the side of the circuit still strong as ever in the darkness. Thank you for joining us for what has been a fantastic day of racing. One more race left to go, and it's the one everyone's been waiting for. It's the senior Rotax final. The grid is getting ready. They're forming up. They're coming into the final corner. This is it. One race left to go. Who's going to be the champion? Let's hope it's not a false start. Oh, they're already saying false start. Are we going to go again? All right, well, let's see if we're racing or not. There's been a spinner down already. There's been somehow some sort of collision on the opening lap. The cone's out in the middle of nowhere. There's absolute chaos. I'm just going to wait and see. Yeah, we are having a false start. Yellow flags are out, so we will be going again. There was some sort of chaotic miscommunication going on there. George Sanders, though, from the pole position, or Charlie Turner, should I say, from the pole position. There we see the cone of infamy and doom. Yeah, that yellow cone is, or green cone, should I say, has had its fair share of being obliterated by very fast karts. So they'll put the punk cone back in place. They'll go racing again. Although that being said, they're getting to the last corner. So here we go. Let's go racing, shall we? Hopefully for proper this time. Round in the final corner. Are we going properly this time? Let's wait and find out. We are racing here in the senior Rotax final, and it will be Charlie Turner who takes the lead, but George Sanders is going to try and cut by on the inside, but he's unable to do so. But here's the 1-1-2 of Jake Riches, who's maybe having a little look inside. It's still very, very slippery out there. The track surface will be like ice at this point due to how cold it is. And you can see the kart just moving about in the corners, bumping this way, that way. Oh, there's a few spinners in the background. Luckily doesn't collect anybody. That is the number 87 that's gone round. That's Simon Parfit, who's had an off there. A big shame for him. Hopefully he can rejoin. A bit further up the order, it is indeed that number 61 of Charlie Turner, who already has a second lead over the rest of the pack. Carl Dunford in P2. With Jake Riches in P3 as it stands. But Oliver Johnson, he's now up to P4 as well. Big moves there from him, the number 27 driver going forward, which is great to see. Further back in the pack, here we see the 56, the 91, the 166. These guys all fighting for position. The 56 of George Sanders trying to hold off the number 91 of Finley Patterson at the moment, but currently it's all just single file ordered racing. Trying to go up the inside. There goes the 56 up the inside of the 1-1-2 and into the podium places goes George Sanders. And now it's two ASR karts of Kyle Dunford and Jake Riches. Those two Xenon chassis karts onto the podium places. A great weekend for that team. So George Sanders up into the podium places. Someone was off in the background there. I think that may be a retiree, possibly Seamus Cox in the 33. He has not completed a lap in a while, so I believe Seamus Cox in the 33 is down and out of the senior Rotax final, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the number 7, Carl Dunford in P2, doing a good job, but up the front, Charlie Turner is nearly 3 seconds ahead, almost contact there between the 27 and the 1-1-2 of Jake Riches and Oliver Johnson in opposite order. Further in front, there they are. That is Jake Riches in the 1-1-2. As they continue to fly around, it is darker than ever, it is colder than ever. With 4 minutes left to run here in the senior Rotax final at Rye House. It is anybody's guess as to what is going to happen here. Here we see some more action further down in the pack. 55 there with a problem potentially. Paul Janes going very, very slowly indeed. Charlie Turner ups his lead to 3.3 seconds. Kyle Dunford and George Sanders just fading away every single time as there's more action coming down into turn 1. And then further back as well. It's all just single file at the moment. No one really able to make a move as it stands. Diving up the inside goes the 17, I believe that was. No, the 47, apologies. So the 47 up the inside of the 21, I believe. That was Sean Berry on Ronnie Bradley. Lovely little move. And now Bradley is fighting with the 22 of Callum Ingray here in the final of the London Cup. The race that we've all been waiting for. And there is action absolutely everywhere that you look. There's a yellow flag there down on the main straight. Hopefully everyone is okay. We're drifting a little bit wide there. Not a lot of grip, but doesn't seem to be a problem down at turn 1. Stadium Bend looks pretty empty to me in terms of debris and stranded go-karts and all of that, so I guess we'll have to wait and see. But further back, E66 and the 21 now fighting each other. And that is Ryan Mills and Ronnie Bradley. Charlie Turner has booked his flight and checked in. He is so far ahead of everybody else at the moment. No one is even near him. 4.5 seconds with 2 minutes 30 left to run in this race. He is well and truly on his way to claiming the crown and claiming the title of London Cup Champion 2023. It is the 227 of James Reynolds, currently running in P17. Doing a great job at the moment. And kicking up some spray as he goes. There though, the 47 and the 22 still fighting as well. That's Sean Berry and Callum Ingray. Here we see the drivers in second and third. Kyle Dudford and George Sanders still fighting. And they'll be coming down the start finish straight. There we are, the 2 ASR teammates on the Zenin karts. No point being teammates out on track anymore. It's everyone for himself in the London Cup final. And at this point, when Charlie Turner has disappeared off into the distance as Harry Taylor in the 98 gets a contact warning. At this point, you may as well try and get it finished in the best position you can finish. And you'd rather finish in second and third, wouldn't you, if you are George Sanders. But Kyle Dunford's going to defend for his absolute life. Do or damned. Is he able to make the move, maybe, coming through the S's? No, he is not. We will have 3 laps left to run. Who will finish on the second highest step of the podium? The 7 or the 56? As you can see just how little grip there is down in turn 1. Just crank on all of the lock and pray that the front end bites. Still running wet tyres, of course, but the track temperature now just so cold. As a spinner there, hopefully everything is all right. I don't believe that was the leader. No, it was not. So, there we go. 56 has a look to the inside of the 7, coming out of the outfield hairpin, but unable to really do anything as they come through. Now, Complex Novell, a very, very tricky corner. But again, the 56 just unable to make the move on the 7. This is now the penultimate lap of the race. Charlie Turner has streaked ahead, and he is 5.7 seconds clear of the pair that we are currently watching, the 7 and the 56 of Kyle Dunford and George Sanders. Is Sanders able to make a move, or will Dunford be able to hold on for second place in the London Cup Senior Rotax final? As there we do see our leader, the 61 of Charlie Turner, who has been a dominant force all weekend. He has been fantastic, and he will soon be starting his very final lap. The final lap of the weekend. Charlie Turner rounds the final corner, and he has 1 lap left to go to just keep it on the back stuff and cruise on home. It has been a phenomenal performance from this young man. The 61 has just been in dominant fashion all weekend. He's had the pace, he's had the Brahma about him, he's had the courage and the guts to go out there when it was hammering it down earlier, and now in the dark he has gone on boldly and he will surely be crowned the 2023 London Cup champion with just half a lap left to go, etching his name into the history books. The 61 with half a lap left to run, now 2 corners, now just one. The 61 rounds the final corner. Charlie Turner is the 2023 Senior Rotax London Cup champion. What a performance there from the 61. He is absolutely beside himself with delight. Kyle Dunford was able to hold on for P2, and George Sanders ends up in P3 at the end of it. But Charlie Turner, he is the champion of the London Cup in 2023. Charlie Turner takes the London Cup in 2023. Carl Dunford is in P2, George Sanders P3. Oliver Johnson was 4th with Jake Richards in P5, Taylor Bellini 6th and Tom Pryor 7th. Jack Gillingham was 8th with Finley Patterson 9th. Callum Ingray rounded out our top 10. Sean Berry was 11th with Ronnie Bradley P12, Ryan Mills 13th, Paul James 14th, Josh Evans 15th, Dudley Ruddock 16th, James Reynolds 17th, Billy Remond 18th, Jake Boydell 19th and Joshua Burton 20th. Simon Parfit was 21st with Harry Taylor 22nd, Craig Jones 23rd, Janusz Karanox in 24th, Adam Mead 25th, Harry Canham in 26th, Luke Collins in 27th and Seamus Cons in 28th. That is your 2023 London Cup.
The 2023 London Cup, live from Rye House Kart Raceway.
Well, that is it for 2023. After a fantastic weekend's worth of racing, the London Cup has unfortunately come to a close under the lights. It's been a real pleasure bringing you all of the action, and we really hope you enjoyed the Motorsport Radio coverage of the 2023 London Cup. One of course, the most historic karting competitions in all of the UK. My name has been Ross McIntyre. It's been a real honour and a privilege. And for now, it's goodbye, and we'll see you later.